turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
So hello and welcome to the 2026 England Touch Nationals, the largest of its kind. And we start with men's open game and two teams with a point to prove. Northwest attack from left to right, Cooper Bainbridge carrying, and the Midlands Tigers in defence. Sweeper platform for Sam Dixon. Sam Dixon driving. Sam Dixon, is that ball down? Sam's pretty happy. No touch claimed. And that is the first score of the day. And who else for this Northwest team other than Sam Dixon? And now it's on the Midlands to return fire. That was Mellor wearing 8, carrying, working with Oliver Simon. There's Mellor platforming, Simon in at half, dummying, ripping to the link, that can be ball down. Thought was claiming the touch, but nothing doing. And Simon ripping a lovely late pass out to the link, and we'll see. The ball, it's marginal, but it looks down. Oliver Maynard. And a minute in, we're a try apiece. And Dixon in motion again. There is Dixon stepping back, ball away, phase players on. Dixon's a little bit late. Was half court? No. Hands might go. But that again is ball down. And Ben Grinter on this occasion. And my word, if this is how the England Touch Nationals are going to go this year, we're in for a try-fest. There's Mellor, Simon, back to Mellor. Simon in at half, firm touch coming in from Grant. Mellor has to reset. It was Will Stockdale that was in motion. There is Stockdale wearing 88, not taken. Ball goes to the wing, but it's well marshalled. So the first defended set here. There's Pennington to Morris. Crossley on his outside, not taken. There is Crosley. A little bit of a bobble in the roll ball. Referees are necessarily happy. No, they're not. Turnover indicated by the referee on that far side. And these are 40-minute games. Lots of playing time for these teams to work through the kinks early. There's Stockdale. He does get fed this time. Stockdale with the late pass. But it was well shut down by Zach Richardson. There's Mellor. Simon looking to get on the link. Does get on the link. Simon, it's dangerous. It's diving. It's ball down. And both of these teams unstoppable when they find their platforms. That was Tyler Lowe. It's good work from Ollie Simon. Engages both the players. Sucks in the wing. Tyler Lowe holding his width. And we're outscoring the minute clock at the moment. There's good pace injected. Familiar for Northwest. James Fay checking away. Back to Dixon. Dixon in at half. Muscular touch. There's Fay. Dixon in motion. There is Dixon. Dixon looking to get that ball away, but it's well shut down by Theo Edwards. Again, Dixon in motion, this time looking for the splitter. Dixon ripping long, it's the ball. Just has a little bit too much on it. Matt Crossley needed to be an extra foot taller to rein that one in. The Northwest are really rolling through their gears early. Oxford. And here's Stockdale. Stockdale in at half, a little bit static. Now putting on a bit of footwork. Not a lot of momentum here for the Midlands Tigers, killing over this short side. And that's the 6 in turnover. And after a breathless 4.5 minutes, I get my first opportunity to bring in Sam Bourke. Sam, how are you?
I'm great, Joe. What a pleasure to be back commentating with you, first of all. Second of all, what a day we have here in Nottingham. The sun is shining. It's a tad windy, but that will not deter us, Joe. We have such a fantastic tournament in store.
Yeah, you see Sam Thorpe picking, scooping, getting into the in-goal area. Needs to find his support. Late pass given to Oxford. It's turnover.
Inception comes in there from Northwest.
Yeah, this Northwest team, they're known to be quite physical. They're known to be a bit bitey. And keep an eye out. If they feel the decisions aren't going their way, that'll be one thing that we know will come from the Northwest team.
Well, we just saw a bit of frustration there from Jake Morris as the ball gets turned over. But now, Northwest with an opportunity to attack, and again it comes back.
Yeah, and what you'll see here, hard touch given, so Northwest will get a 10-metre advantage.
Turnovers, a lot of caginess in this first game, Joe, and we might see that in these early battles between these two sides.
Well, I know both teams definitely said to me beforehand, we'd rather be playing this game tomorrow afternoon rather than the first game of the day. It's a tricky one. Both of these teams boasting an obscene amount of England talent. There's international playing experience all across the board. But last year, both of these regions didn't quite perform to their aggregate. They were struggling to really take it to the more established Southeast teams. So it feels like this year they're coming with a bit of a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, they've really got an opportunity to show up and show out here, Joe. And as a referee takes a bit of tumble there, but we'll play on.
Yeah, this is the dangerous pod. So number 8, Will Mellor, keep an eye out for him. 88, Will Stockdale. Stockdale, you'll see him in motion. Here he is, there is Stockdale. Looking to get the ball down. James Payne makes a good touch, but that's an offside penalty.
Yeah, fantastic play from the Tigers there, but just pulled up short and allowed another opportunity to get into deep Northwest territory.
Yeah, Stockdale, he's dangerous. You've got Oxford in the right link. There is Oxford. Pick up there from Ollie Simon. Simon going late. Oh, it's a lovely bit of disguise. Wound up for the long ball. Drops a little pass off. And Tigers is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, you see here, Joe's fantastic finish. Just steps onto that left foot, which gives a bit of illusion to the defender on that first bit of wavelength. And then he sees that space open up and he dives, and it's a really, really good finish.
It is. It's a brilliant finish. And it establishes a bit of a lead now. But don't put it against Northwest. There's Thorpe picking, driving, late pass comes away. Ref's happy. Keep an eye out. Sam Thorpe, left to right long ball. It's a big weapon of his. Open side quickie, back to Thorpe. Thorpe now stepping, diving. Is that ball down? It is. And he's a big man, but he can get under the smallest gap. Sam Thorpe brings us back to parity.
Yeah, Thorpe bringing his side back into contention in this game. Again, it's another lovely bit of play from Northwest touch. And again, Thorpe, again, he's just got such a long reach. He's got such a big frame. It's definitely a weapon that the Northwest touch team have.
Yeah, absolutely. And no touch. Pulling out now. Simon in acting half. Number 2, Ollie Simon. Picking, going. It's a good touch that comes in. This time it was Zach Richardson, the Aussie in this Northwest team. And then look to just kill this ball. Oh, they might try and create something.
Oh,
it's close.
Not quite in there. I mean, Midlands playing with such venom at the moment have been stopped once again. You talk about red zone success, getting into that try-scoring area, and this time no avail, no cigar for the Midland Tigers.
Yeah, and they'll probably look back on this and think, you know what, first game of the day, 9 minutes in, you've converted 3. It feels like a relatively good strike rate at the moment for Tigers for the first game of the day. But if they don't convert here, then that ratio starts to look a little bit unfavourable. There's Simon, again in acting half, Ollie Simon picking. There's Will Mellor, just beats his man to the line. But the touch was made, the referees were happy that he was onside. If he dove, he might have been over.
Yeah, Dovey showing great pace on the outside there, but to no avail this time.
There's Simon, watch out for the long ball, the stepper on the outside. But the referees are unhappy. And again, there's a few occasions now, past few minutes, 3 times Midlands Tigers have been down that far end, 3 times they've not converted. It's a good size for Northwest.
Yeah. Again, Joe, you mentioned earlier before this Northwest side getting frustrated by the Tigers, and you see that showing in little cracks now as they kind of get up to that halfway spot and making tiny errors. As we see the frustration down on the bench there.
Yeah, both teams feeling a bit frustrated, it seems. You've got to be careful. You've got to ride the storm. Lovely pickup. Hobson trying to accelerate through. Not quite done. Clark Hobson, really the old experienced head in this Midlands Tigers team. He's done everything he can do on a touch pitch and then a couple more. So he'll be using all of his experience to maybe just keep these tempers down and keep them steady. We've just hit halfway in the first half. There's lots of touch left to play here.
Here we go, Northwest attacking with venom.
Yeah, Richardson. It was that late pass there, it was seeking Sam Grinter. Not quite connecting, but you can start to see when Northwest build a head of steam, they're hard to stop.
Yeah, extremely, Joe, and both teams attacking with such pace. Oh, it's a great pick-up off half there.
Yeah.
And again, Midlands searching over this halfway line now.
Yeah, there's
another great pickup, Joe.
Oh, late switch to Figo de Castro. De Castro, one more's got to go.
That's touch rugby for you, Joe.
That is. And that's number 14, Guy Stewart, getting himself on the board, but it was made by Maynard. And then that late switch that comes in from Hawkins to Figo de Castro. The extra pass was a bit pedestrian in the end because the damage was done earlier in the play. That late switch just left Northwest stuck in the mud.
Yeah, playing with such confidence, Midlands, at the moment, and they are allowed to surge into that kind of pocket of space, and then they kept the width. They earned their right to go wide there, Joe.
Oh, that's gorgeous. And you talk about earning the right. The Midlands Tigers couldn't stop the Northwest. You'll see here, it starts with Grinter, Fay to Dixon, and then Dixon with a lovely out ball to Grinter, and then there's a pace mismatch.
You love to see it, don't you, Joe? Starting off the move, Grinter, then finishing it off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nail biter. I don't know if many of you have listened to me and Joe commentate before, but you're actually very lucky because we do get a lot of games which turn into absolute crunchers.
And that'll be, I'll tell you what, you'll be a very lucky viewer if we get that today, because a lot of the games here, open category games, they could go either way. It says these opens categories have really never been tighter. And it's, again, this time, it's number 9, Theo Edwards, stamping his mark on the game, just beats Morris. You'll see it, get him isolated in the 1v1, and then Edwards just does the damage.
What I like to see there, Joe, is Edwards holds his feet fantastically.
Yeah.
He's waiting, he's lurking in that second line of attack, just waiting for the ball to come round to him. Then he picks his spot fantastically.
Yeah, and he's a mature player, and that's exactly what he does. And now you see the variation. There's Grinter. There's a wonderful covering touch comes in by Matthew Maynard. It had to be, because at the moment, off tap-off, Tigers are just rolling and giving Northwest all the momentum they could want. There's Dixon on the splitter. Watch out for the long ball. They look to go short to Cooper Bainbridge. It's picked off. So that's touch 0, a reset of the touch count. It's advantage Tigers at the moment. Edwards, Trio de Castro.
Stack this left-hand side now. Then they'll come back against the grain.
Yeah, it's this flying subset we see. Get the fresh legs on efficiently. There's Mellor. Familiar combination of Simon and Mellor. Mellor platforming. Ollie Simon in an acting half. What can he conjure? A nice flash ball back on the inside. Trigo de Castro. But a wonderful flying touch from James Fay.
Yeah. Fantastic defensive work from Northwest. And now a swing out to the right-hand side.
They do it with such ease. It's one pass, skips out the 4 midfield defenders, but masterminds of their own downfall. However, not given by the referees, given as interfering in the roll ball by Midlands Tigers. So penalty ball for Northwest, a 6-touch reset. That's touch 1. Can they build that familiar momentum? Ingram, Grinter, there's Richardson. However, Ingram deemed to have gone through the player in the touch. That's a bit of a, well, it's an interesting call to say the least. I wonder if the referee's just picking up on the physicality of some of these Northwest players, but it seems like these teams are just reciprocating turnovers one after another.
Yeah, I suppose so. You go back to the touch there from Josh Ingram, and he's such a physical player when he comes into contact. It's a bit scary, Joe.
He's a big boy, he's Ingram. And speaking of big fellas, Sam Thorpe on the pitch. Here he is in 6th. Feeding away to Sam Grant. Grant just wants to take him on the outside. There's a lovely give and go. And why take touches if you want to just go crucify the 2-on-1? This is what Sam Grant does when he's playing with a good bit of confidence.
It's so good, Joe. And Sam Grant there, he takes the ball right to the line, interests defenders.
Yeah.
And then it's a very nice ball out to the width, actually, because it gives the winger a lot of opportunity to run onto it.
Yeah.
It's sort of not fizzed into him, which is a key out there, but the winger kept his width well.
That's a nice platform. Stepping was Maynard, knocked down to that 6 more touches for the Tigers.
In a very, very dangerous position as well, Joe. That has to be mentioned.
Yeah.
6 here is almost a Christmas present for the Tigers.
Oh, I think so. I think that'll be given penalty. Stockdale's probably a bit lucky because that was also ball down, but penalty there for offside. And to give you a bit of an insight here for anyone who's tuning in for the first time, 3 repeat penalties on the line means a Northwest player will go to the bin for the remainder of the possession. So Tigers will be playing 5v6 if they can get it. There is Stockdale sweeping. Stockdale won't need it. Will Stockdale, one of the brightest players in this team, finds his gear, gets through that Northwest defence.
It's a really nice try, Joe. That's all we can say about it. Stockdale line crashing there. He picks his hole extremely well, and when you've got pace like Stockdale has, I mean, there's not really much stopping it, is there?
No, and it's the timing of the play as well. There's no stuttering. There's no second guessing. This Midlands Tigers side are well drilled. There's Grinter. Dixon wearing 4 in motion. Cooper Bainbridge just pulling out of the touch. Clark Hobson. There is Dixon, wants the quickie, not taken. Grinter with a dummy, late pass to Bainbridge, and that is stunning from Northwest. And Grinter, well, doesn't want to miss out on the party.
No, he's been a very bright star in this Northwest attack so far, and he shows patience and maturity there. Some players would give that pass straight away, and you go down for another touch, and then you're into kind of later touch territory. But Grinter holds his feet and gives that pass later after the show and go.
Yeah, and Grinter's a player that's been maturing over the past few years, and I think he's really coming into this Nationals with a point to prove. There's Ollie Simon with the late ball. There's a big bit of contact. I think it's completely accidental, but nevertheless, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's a sore one in the morning, and again, completely unintentional there, Joe. He's got his hips squared up, and as the touch comes through, the shoulder just leans in and he's trying to make the touch.
Yeah, it's both players shifting their balance late. Just has led to a bit of a collision. Yeah, and the referee's just explaining that it is accidental. It's come after the first infringement as well. So the penalty is for Northwest. And a repeat set of 6. That might feel harsh for Midlands Tigers because, make no bones about it, it was a big contact. But the Northwest won't mind. They'll be looking to go through. There's a physical touch coming in from Simon. What can Northwest conjure up? Bainbridge looking to check away. Now coming over into wing platform. That's 5th touch, so no touches remaining. Crosley switching with Grinter. Grinter to Bainbridge. Bainbridge coming in for the 6th touch, but that is turnover. And this game is starting to become a little bit bitey as we get into the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, a bit cagey, Joe. First game of the day, as I said before, it's time to let your aggression out. You've been holding it in for the whole week, and now it's here. It's time. We're at the stage, and these two teams going tit for tat so far.
Yeah, and really two-touch institutions that might have felt like their men's open opportunity for a championship is this round. A lot of the Southeast teams capitalising on a good bit of momentum from last year, but really, you feel like for either Northwest or Midlands Tigers, if they're going to take the men's open division, it's got to be this year. You're looking pretty good. Grinter stepping away, dummying, getting through, but the touch was called by Maynard, so no score. And that is half-time, and Sam, I mean, 6-6, it feels pretty fair.
Well, Joe, I'd like to carry on this streak that we have, and it looks like it's going to be carrying on, to be fair. And what a half of touch rugby as well. Both sides coming straight out of the box, hot.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'll pick out a player so far who's really, really impressed me. Ben Grinter for Northwest Touch has been all over the park. He makes things happen. We saw down in just in that little bit of a red zone success that they had there. When he gets time on the ball, he makes magic, Joe.
He does, and it's something that we've come to accept from Grinter's game, that when he plays with composure, he's almost unplayable. And then you combine it with the more experienced players. You'll see here, Grinter just show and go, gets over the line. Yeah, Grinter's a good one to pick out. But for Midlands Tigers, they've been in the red zone more often than Northwest. They've not quite found that cutting edge that is so familiar to them.
I mean, you'll look at it, Joe, and you say they probably might rue some chances that they've missed. There's probably a few 50-50 calls, which they might dispute, but that's the way it goes here at England Touch. I mean, but Midland Tigers have been extremely impressive as well. You talk about red zone success kind of in an NFL kind of sense, but it definitely comes into contention when you're playing touch rugby. Those chances of kind of being in the red zone with 6 touches for so long, do you look back at that later in the day and go, God, we missed a shot there?
You've got to. I think especially because it's the first game of the day, the men's open category has never felt more open. So I think, especially for the coaches who see them in front of us, Dan Powell, Clark Hobson, just having a bit of a chin wag, discussing on what can change. And they'll be looking back at the live stream and they'll be thinking, yeah, you know what, in that first half we were in the red zone more often. We were capitalising off our drive. We were winning the penalty count. I wonder if this chat that's happening below us now is solely focused on the rest of the game can happen exactly the same and we'll come out on top as long as we find an extra way to get over that try line.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, it's a hard one. You gotta, because if you try too hard to facilitate that, Joe, it becomes forced, and that's not how you want to play touch rugby. It becomes forced and it becomes cagey, and as we saw at moments in that first half, it becomes kind of static, and you lose your depth. You lose that second line of attack as well. It's one where you got to kind of take a chill pill.
Yeah.
Trust your ability, because they have bags of it. Yeah. Midland Tigers.
They do. They do.
Yeah, you got to go into that second half backing yourself.
Yeah, and it's a young team as well. A lot of these players, their international experience coming from under 20s, under 18s. They're a region that's establishing themselves as a consistent feeder into that high performance program. So if you start to force these attacking structures, it doesn't cater to their skill set, which is being extremely well drilled and letting these exciting young players just run riot. And we've seen the likes of Stockdale, Ollie Simon and Mellor. They've done exactly that so far.
Yeah, when you have those types of players, especially Stockdale in that gap, who picks his line, it's kind of like a, if you look at it in footballing terms, like a box crasher. Yeah, he picks his line so phenomenally well. Yeah, so hard to defend against. But yeah, you just got to trust your ability at the end of the day, Joe. Don't force it. Play some really nice, languid rugby. Yeah. But we will see what happens in the second half. I mean, sorry to all you viewers, you might have wanted a break from our voices during half time, but that's not what you're going to get today here with Sam Bork and Joe Wright. It doesn't happen with us.
It doesn't. We'll chew the fat on anything, I think. We can find a way. I think as well, just with 30 seconds away from the second half now, the Northwest touch, it's been a really mature performance from them so far, but the final 2 minutes of that first half started to get a bit bitey. I wonder if that's something that they've been discussing in that far side, just that we need to play our own game and we'll back ourselves to come out on top.
Yeah, you got to stay in the blue, Joe, and unfortunately I've played a bit of rugby in my time, but I'll come back to a quote that my headmaster said to me while I was at school before we had a big game, and it's head in the freezer, heart on fire.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I like
Joe.
it.
I think it's how I like to play rugby. You've got to stay in that blue zone. But we'll see what happens in the second half. Northwest, can they keep their maturity levels and their patience levels high? Midland Tigers come straight back at them.
Yeah, it was a good touch coming from James Fay. Read the play well. Edwards was trying to make something happen. There's Simon to Mellor. Mellor with a through the legs, bit of jouet. And Will Mellor, when he plays with confidence, that's what you can expect to see. That's why we gave him a bit of a shout out before the tournament as a player to keep an eye out on, because when he plays with confidence, he can conjure stuff up from nowhere.
Yeah, as you see there, Northwest just trying to work their way out of their own try zone and not coming to ascension there for them.
Yeah.
But now Midlands Tigers with another opportunity.
Well, Ollie Simon might feel a little bit frustrated there. Did a really good job at getting both of the middles up. Not on the same wavelength. Edwards to Simon. There is Edwards. Shut down by Sam Thorpe. They go quickly. Coming back over to Mellor. Mellor wanted to rip long. Chooses against it. Simon picking, stepping, trying to get over. Doesn't escape the touch from James Fay, who is typically one of the most explosive attacking players on the pitch, but showing his defensive chops in this game.
I'm so impressed with this start defensively from Northwest. They have been just raring to go on that D-line. Come back now.
Another turnover. And these error counts, Tigers have got to start making it pay. You can't keep turning the ball over, winning back possession and not capitalising on it. Because as we've seen, the Northwest, they've been so clinical so far. There's Mellor, Maynard, avoiding the touch from Cooper Bainbridge. Maynard, back to Edwards.
They have numbers on if they can use it on the left-hand side, but chops back against the grain.
Oh, it's danger. That should be try time. It looked pretty good to me.
We wait here.
Oh, Sam Grinter has saved Cooper Bainbridge.
Grinter putting in defensive work. His capabilities are so good, but Tigers will come back. Turnover here now for Northwest.
Again, Northwest just stay so regimented in their defence. They really back the system they're running. And the referee is given another, maybe a more niche rule. I know referees are looking out for it a lot this Nationals, not delivering the ball back to the mark, even a little roll away. There's another hard touch coming in. Josh Ingram feels so. Referees disagree. Ball down. And for the third set in a row, Northwest don't get into the Midlands Tigers half. No touch called by Josh Ingram. Touch then called by Richardson. This is becoming bitey.
You know, Joe, when you get two sides like this who are very equally matched in ability, it becomes like this, especially in touch, because there's not a lot of other ways to vent your aggression. So you get two sides who are very similar kind of ability-wise. It becomes extremely cagey, and then you kind of get a bit bitey, and then that kind of, as we talked about, staying in that blue zone, it starts to merge with the red, and well, we'll see what happens here, but I'm extremely excited.
Yeah, referees just come over and I chat with Dan Powell, just saying, look, we are happy with what's happening, but the chat's got to go. So even the referee's picking up on it as Dixon carries in. Can Northwest complete this set finally? There's Jake Morris getting into fifth. James Fay in motion. Sam Thorpe in the acting half. Here is Thorpe picking up, stepping off his left foot, beating a player. Was he onside? Must have been only just. The referees are happy that Maynard hit that 7-metre line.
Great footwork from the big man Sam Thorpe there, but to no avail this time. The Tigers will come back at it, attacking with grace down the right-hand side.
Yeah, Thorpe coming off the back of a very successful contact season for him personally at Sedgley Park. So bags of playing experience as Simon and Mellor look to connect on that switch again. A bit of a DNA of this Midlands Tigers team. That 5th touch running with purpose, trying to hit some late switches.
Again, no score so far. Northwest will come back for it.
Yeah, just got to watch the physicality here. They can't let this game get the better of them. There's Pennington. Back to Bainbridge. Bainbridge taking Edwards out. Better composure on display here. There's Richardson in an acting half. There's... I agree, Dan Powell. Apologies if you picked up any colourful language. They're a passionate bunch of boys at touch. And they know that a game that is locked at a dead heat could go either way on a turn of a coin.
Well, both teams, Joe, will believe that this game is theirs for the taking, and also they'll believe that any mistake can be so vital. And it's their game to lose as well, so it kind of sits in contention. As we see Tigers come through here. No cigar this time, though.
No, Trigo de Castro was trying to create a scoring opportunity, but Gabe Pennington just ate up the ground behind him. There's Bainbridge, but again, there's an infringement of the roll ball. The referees aren't happy with Northwest's work here in transition, and this is a sticking point for them, because you give the likes of Hawkins, Stockdale, Mellor and Trigo de Castro an opportunity, they might make you pay. There's Maynard trying to bounce around Ingram. Ingram says yes.
Joe, you give the Tigers 6 here.
Yeah.
And it's smelling like danger, to be honest.
They've got to finish, though. There's Stockdale. Stockdale gets on the outside of Dixon, but it's a good shut in there from Crossley.
Maybe a bit more depth on that outside, Joe, would have been key there for the Tigers.
Just gave Crossley an opportunity to get up and shut it down. Maynard, though, stepping. Ingram making a really good touch. But I agree, that play beforehand, the lack of depth gave the wing an opportunity to shut in and make a defensive play.
Well, Joe, it was kind of passed over quite easy there, but the Tigers just had 6 down in the depths of Northwest territory. And again, have come out with nothing.
Oh, there's Grinter with a lovely platform. Morris in at half. Morris feeding to Grant. Grant, we're going to get on the outside of Trigo de Castro. It's picked off. And now there's a foot race, and Stockdale does not quite have the legs to get there, but that's touch 0, so a really good platform. Hawkins taking on both Thorpe in the touch. Thorpe getting up and making another one. There's Oxford. This is now dangerous. This subset bursting into life for Midlands Tigers. Hobson in at half. Not taken. Looking to go to Theo Edwards. Stutter step. Thorpe feels comfortable. Thorpe marshals well.
Oh, again.
And that's 5 touches. Clark Hobson, what can he do? Gets into the in-goal area, needs to find a support and does beautifully. Connor Wharton. Apology, Guy Stewart with his second now. And that subset, it just exploded into life for Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, as soon as Stockdale made that interception, you knew it was red light spells danger for Northwest, and then the Midlands burst onto the scene. They counter-attacked with such venom there, and a great bit of play down in Northwest territory gives them a score.
Yeah, Fay picking up, accelerating, gets into the in-goal area. James Fay, flick pass to Pennington. Pennington is it ball down. It looks to be good, and James Fay, with his first real opportunity to strike at the line, flick pass to Pennington, and we're back to 7-all.
That's such a cheeky offload from James Fay in the in-goal area. I mean, the confidence to do that is nuts, isn't it, Joe?
Especially on game 1. No warm-up. Decides to rip a nice chicken wing pass.
Chicken wing out the back. And again, you wonder whether Midland's scoring there just probably put the fire in the belly of Northwest to go down and go, oh, we'll do the same then, shall we?
Stockdale, Trigo de Castro. These guys will be looking to make something happen. There is Stockdale in motion. Stockdale stepping. Stockdale. Did he get over Zach Richardson? Apologies, it's not Zach Richardson, that's Mike Rice.
Such a great turn of pace from Stockdale there. It's so impressive.
A little bit of a static roll ball there, not a lot of threat coming, and that's 6 touch and turnover. Bit of a pedestrian way to end that set for Tigers.
Yeah, Tigers will be disappointed with that set of 6 there. And again, they come out of Northwest territory with no points, but Northwest will come back. Here's Big Sam Thorpe.
Yeah, it's Bainbridge and Grant. There's Grant. Good bit of acceleration into the 5th touch platform. Bainbridge picking, dummying.
Oh.
Bainbridge gets into the in-goal area, needs to find some support. Drops a lovely pass over to Crossley and Cooper Bainbridge.
Well, you see here, Northwest have just gone a score up, but there was no big celebration.
No.
It was almost robotic, Joe.
Yeah.
He'd come back and his next job, next job, next job. Whereas, I think, I don't know, it's one of those ones where this game is held so tight on a knife edge. But Northwest showing such maturity and professionalism. They're 1 score up. Can they... oh, that might be a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, Mike Rice. I think he's just been told, just take the physicality level down a touch. And Clark Hobson using all of his experience to make it as clear as possible to the ref. There's Edwards in at link. Hobson feeding away. Oh, lovely dummy. Tries to beat Sam Dixon to the line. Not taken. That was Oliver Maynard this time. A band of brothers. Hobson. Edwards feeding to Oxford. Oxford platforming. Hobson to Edwards. Edwards diving. But again, Mike Rice with a good defensive touch. This is 5th touch now. Nothing remaining. One last play. Can they conjure something? I think they'll just come and kill it over this far side.
It's so tricky to call here, Joe. Tigers are playing such nice rugby. Hobson in there controlling the tempo. He's such a dictator in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
But again, they come out of Northwest territory with no points.
Yeah, Hobson really is the metronome in this Midlands Tigers team. Really sets the expectations for the game as Dixon with a lovely roll ball. Morris tries to escape, but Oxford reels him in and brings all that crashing momentum to a halt. There's Grant on 5th. Sam Grant stepping, coming over to the link. Quick hands, needs to go! With the balls just hit the floor beforehand. That's so close. A wonderful bit of magic there from Zach Richardson that just fell an inch short of finding the hands. So close. Fortunately, Connor Wharton, it just fell short of his bootlaces, but again, Northwest diving into their box of tricks.
There was actually a really, really lovely bit of play there from Sam Grant, and he controlled it so well, but unfortunately, the touches caught up with him, Joe, and Northwest will come out of that with no score, but still sit 1 score up. Some flying touch there from the Tigers.
Yeah,
just putting the press on this Northwest team now.
Yeah, they seem like a team that knows that they've got to make something happen at the moment. They find themselves a try down, and they've not really executed that in that red zone as much as they would have liked to. This midfield turnover will give them a wonderful platform to go and do so.
Yeah, Midlands with 6 in kind of nice territory here. Can they look to their more experienced heads? Stockdale will look for that box crashing line, but instead they go out wide.
Yeah, Oliver Maynard.
I mean, Maynard has been so good defensively today, Joe.
Yeah.
So impressive. Those last-ditch touches. Oh.
So close. Connor Wharton with a try-saving touch. There's that sweeper variation that I've been sort of expecting to see. Just feeding the ball back across that line of attack. Shifting the impetus to the open side rather than the short side. Dixon looks to go at the box side. That ball goes forward. There's a bit of a call for something in the Midlands Tigers box. I'm not quite sure what they were calling for because the pass wasn't accurate enough to really cause any threat there.
Yeah, not too sure there, Joe, but again they'll come back with 6 and another opportunity to put this game back in to 8-8.
Yeah, it's Simon Edwards in motion. Keep an eye on number 9, Theo Edwards. There is Edwards. Back to Simon, back to Edwards. Looking to play phase, and that'll be turnover ball. And again, Ben Grinter flexes his muscles in defence. Comes up with the ball for Northwest.
Yeah, he's been all over the park, Joe, as we said before.
And that should be another loss of control penalty. It is indeed.
presentation here, I have to say, they are a score down, but the presentation and the ball roll from Midlands Tigers has been so good and spot on. It's such a well-drilled side. Those silly little errors with the ball roll can't be something that we show off here today.
No, agreed. It just gives the opposition a good platform to go. Trigo de Castro gets to the line, but Sam Grant makes a world-class touch. Tigers got to be careful not to let these frustrations get the better of them. They thought that was in all day. Trigo de Castro checking away to Maynard. Trigo de Castro back to Maynard, 2-on-1, but Bainbridge says no, and on another day these calls might have gone their way. But as it stands, there's still a try down, 5 minutes to go.
Oh, good footwork there. Simon, once again.
There's Thorpe. You keep an eye, he just swaggers into every touch. No drama on the face. Pennington accelerating. Dixon with a one-handed scoop. Dixon beats a man, all ends up. Needs to find his support. Does. It's try time. However, I'll eat my words. Touch came in just before the pass, so it's been given a late pass. But my word, that acceleration from Pennington initially, backed up by Dixon. Both of these teams, on another day, well, on another day, we could be in double digits already in try scored.
That Northwest attack comes back to the ball roll in the final third. They were so explosive, and it's that set that allows you to do that. But it was a really, really lovely pickup. I didn't quite catch the number.
Switches, Dixon reads it well. Yeah, I think that final role that you're saying is Gabe Pennington.
That's it.
He just, again, he's the head coach of this Northwest side, so really leading by example on his expectations, as no touch was called. Good awareness there from Morris. Here is Grinter just swaggering into the touch. That's a loss of control at the roll ball. Play on call by the referees.
Ooh, okay.
Grinter gets another opportunity. Bainbridge picking. Bainbridge with a lovely ball off. Not taken, and now there's a foot race.
Now the cavalry will come through. Look at this space.
Connor Wharton is going to reel him in, is he? No, he's not. There was a moment where Theodore Tyler Lowe probably thought, hang about, the big man's coming, but Tyler Lowe with the pace in the end to get over.
The foot race was on, and I don't know, it kind of came out of Connor Wharton came out of nowhere there, Joe.
I tell you what,
kind of go, oh.
Tyler Lowe had about a 20-metre head start on Connor Wharton, and Wharton got so close to reeling him in. But 3 minutes left to go, 8 tries apiece.
Well, Joe, we are delivering, aren't we?
Nothing but nail biters as Thorpe dives over. Good touch there from Ollie Simon.
Great last-minute touch from Simon, and he's it's one of those ones where Joe, two superstar defences come up against each other. Both have been absolutely fantastic in that final third. Nice little switch.
Intercepted though, so that's touch 0, and again this is maybe Northwest are forcing things. That ball's away. That's first touch coming up there. Theo Edwards with a lovely bit of momentum. No touch called. We could see it here. Unfortunately, the ball was down first. And good work there from Dan Powell, keeping cool heads present. 2.5 minutes left to go. This game is locked all square. There's Dixon, Grant and Fay working alongside him. Here is Grant in 1, Fay in 2, Dixon in 4. Dixon accelerating, back to Fay, and James Fay with a stunning line off the ball. And Sam Grant, well, platformed that play to perfection.
Yeah, that Northwest try is kind of an encapsulation of what they've been doing here today. And James Fay gets over the line in the end. Fantastic work from the young man. Well, Joe, we sit, and this is probably what's going to decide it here.
Yeah, it's finally poised, isn't it? No touch called. Will Mallett dives over, gets the ball down. Josh Ingram with a good bit of honesty to say no, he didn't make it, but Will Mellor avoids the touch and then drives over. And this is why we gave him a shout out in the preview. Mellor accelerates. I mean, it's just heads up, isn't it?
Yeah, the wingspan for Will Mellor there has come into play. He's got such a long reach, Joe, it gives that extra metre of finishability, I suppose, as you would call it.
Indeed. And now, with less than a minute left to go, about 30 seconds, can Northwest steal a victory at the depth? There's Dixon, platforming, Dixon diving, that's ball down. Dixon gets under 4 defenders and gets what is potentially the winning score of this game. And the referees are happy. It is unreal from Sam Dixon, a player really hitting his prime at the moment. Beats 3 players to the try line. And that is all she wrote. Full time, Northwest edge it out at the last. And my word, Sam, we really do only do nail biters, don't we?
I'm stunned to silence there, Joe. That is, I mean, the confidence to do that in game 1 from Dixon is astronomical, Joe.
Yeah.
It's to reach under 4 and go, I'm not sure what touch they were on there, but mental to win the game as well.
I mean, what a statement of intent that is from Northwest, who, by all accounts, feel like this could be their year, and what a way to get their crusade for the title underway. And what a game to get us underway at the Nationals. Day 1, game 1 produces a Men's Open Classic, and Sam, we'll shift focus to the upcoming game in about 5 minutes' time. It's men's 40s. It's South East Taipans versus Southwest Saxons. It'll be our first opportunity to see what the senior men's category has to offer. And then after that, a game that really feels as even on paper as humanly possible. Northeast Raiders versus West Wildcats in the mixed open. The schedule this year looks stacked for games to watch.
It's sizzling, Joe. It's a summer barbecue. These sides have all come into form as the tournament has hit, and it's one of those ones where you can't call it on the day. Very excited to see the next game. Actually, obviously, much more about keeping that cool head and maturity as well.
Yeah, it's a tactical battle in the 40s this year, those senior men's, and we're going to take a very quick break to I suppose recompose ourselves after what has been an insane start to the day, and we'll be right back with you in about 4 minutes' time, where it will be the senior men's category, South East Taipans versus Southwest Saxons. And so welcome back, where there's a slight delay to the restart because there's no ball on the pitch. But it's the Saxons in blue getting us underway in this senior men's category, coming up against the Southeast Taipans. And the story here really is Saxons, really an emerging region that over the past few years have found some ungodly success in the opens categories. And now the seniors will be looking to replicate that in this 40s category. And the Taipans, well, they're really the old heads in the division. This is a category that they've found so much success with over recent years. So it'll be interesting to see if this Saxons team can really take it to this Taipan side.
From Southwest, sorry, I didn't turn my mic on. God, Joe. Experienced commentator, not really.
Cosplaying us.
But yeah, I've had a look at this Taipan side, and they do look extremely promising. As you say, Joe, a lot of success found in this division, and well, we'll see what happens here today. And Southwest, obviously a large side as well. Look like they've got a lot of athletes in this division.
Yeah, the couple to keep an eye out for in this Taipans team. Number 12, Chris Wall. 14, Shane Weston. 6, Tim Stoller. And then last but not least, Ash Grimsey, wearing number 5. I've got to give Ash Grimsey and Adam Faulkner a shout out personally. My coaches down at Horsham Tigers are Ash Grimsey and Adam Faulkner. So yeah, and also playing with someone that I coach, and Alex Berger. So there's a nice little snake eating its own tail there.
Full circle. Snake eating its own tail is really naughty from you, Joe, because we've got the Taipans on the pitch. So
I'm glad you picked that up. Thank you very much.
Getting them out early, aren't you, Joe?
Oh, we are literally here for 3 days. So you're gonna have 3 days of this.
Taipans on the attack. Good patience on the pass there.
Yeah, it was well shut down by Mark Garbers over on the wing. And then that ball to Alex Berger, just leaving a fair bit to be desired.
Yeah, ball down there from Taipans, and now Saxons with opportunity to play.
Yeah, just a bit stuttery at the moment for these sides, feeling their way into this game. There's one touch coming. There's the middle platform, accelerating through the gap, trying to bounce around the outside of Taipan's 19, Mark Chiverton. But that is 6 in turnover. And Chiverton does enough for his team, and Berger sets the pace on the transition. Coming over into the link channel. It's just a little bit of stop-start for both of these teams at the moment.
Well, again, Joe, game 1, day 1. It's
get out my way, sir.
Taipans again, touch 3 now.
Oh, Chris Wall causing mayhem. Late switch.
Lovely switch there on the plate.
Oh, now there's
Space
a good bit of pace.
up. Oh, does he get there?
Yeah, that's try time. That's ball down for Taipan's number 8, Lloyd Hook. Again, it was the late switch. It might be a bit of a theme of this year's Nationals.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice bit of play, and that's what touch rugby is all about. It's those late decisions, kind of making everything about illusion and magic in the middle of the park. But it's a really good shift of gears actually from Lloyd Hook in that final bit of play to get over the line.
And it's what I like about that finish is there was no other thought in his mind. If he'd second guessed going through that gap, the gap closes on him. He just decides, no, I'm going to go and make that mine. As Ash Grimsey gets up to make a nice touch in defence for the Taipans.
It's incredibly difficult, Joe, to change your line of running at such pace, and Hook does extremely well there, but the Saxons will come back, and they are in, bringing this game back to 1-1.
Yeah, that was number 14, Will Lush. And he just skates over, and I think there's just a misread in the defence. Yeah, it is. Just that middle separation way too big for the Taipans, and Lush just goes through the gap in the end.
Got to square your hips, Joe.
Yeah.
Got to square your hips, especially when this game is being played at such pace. We saw it in that last game. Got to square up in deep.
Yeah, we've got to keep it honest. There's Wall playing away now. Chris Wall picking, coming back against the grain. There should be an opportunity to get over for Colin Scott, not taken.
Colin Scott in two minds there, I'd say, Joe, for the Taipans. He thought about giving the pass, then the white line fever.
Agreed.
Saw in his eyes, it lit up. And Taipans will come out with no touch, no try after 6, but now Saxons with an opportunity.
Yeah, and Taipans just numbering up a little bit loose in this transition defence. Alex Berger makes a good touch, but there's an offside penalty that comes in. So a fresh set of 6 here for the Saxons. And you really wouldn't put it against them to just go and make something happen. Although they've not got a try scorer Will Lush on the field.
Nice bit of presentation, and it surges them down the field. The ball roll is excellent from the Saxons. Now they can attack the line with pace.
Yeah, it's really well defended there from the Taipans. Saxons 17, Ben Chappell, captain.
Last chance saloon here for the Saxons, and great bit of D though.
Yeah, but not killing the ball in a good area. From the Saxons' perspective, you don't want to give the Taipans an easy out, but one touch and they're parallel to their box, and now they've just got to use a bit of momentum to get up towards there. But this is third touch coming, not over halfway yet. That's a strong touch coming in. Chris Wall isn't happy. The referees are.
Wall actually made that try, that 6 on the...
This physicality level is peaking now. Stoller checking away. Late pass now to the wing. It should have gone earlier.
Yeah.
Just missed timing the delivery of that pass. And you can't help but feel like if this game was being played this afternoon, maybe that pass goes a bit earlier, potentially just shaking off some cobwebs, both these teams.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what's disappointing about that is Shane Weston had some good depth on the width.
Yeah.
And if that pass had came a bit earlier, Taipans with in a really good position with touches to spare.
Yeah, absolutely. But what you give the likes of Ash Grimsey and Tim Stoller an opportunity to go and make something happen. There is Grimsey now tracking over towards Brian Sibthorpe. Stoller just slowing things down. Grimsey getting on the link, punish. Stoller to Sibthorpe. Sibthorpe striking, just hesitating to really pull the trigger was Sibthorpe. Stoller getting the numbers a little bit confused here. Grimsey picking up from half, coming over to the short side. Grimsey with a late pass and just falling about a foot short of Sibthorpe. Otherwise, Taipans would have extended their lead. However, penalty ball for the Saxons. For the Taipans off the back of Saxons' infringement. There's Wall working with Sibthorpe and Stoller. Chris Wall coming over for the 32. Stoller, late pass to Sibthorpe, well shut down by Saxon's defence. This really is a mental battle right now. What play's going to unlock the defence? Wall getting on the quickie. Wall going
Wall.
long. Weston should finish. Try time.
Wall is such a key part of this Taipan side. Controls the tempo extremely well, and that battle of minds in this over 40s category is such a you need that player in the middle. You need that kind of, as you say before, Joe, that metronome who dictates the tempo. Chris Wall does it fantastically well for the Taipans.
He does, and it's easy to, it might feel easy when watching to see these plays, but when you're down there on the pitch and you've got 6 blokes who have one purpose in mind, and that is to turn you over, it takes a good bit of mental fortitude to maintain a level of composure. Chris Wall has that in bags as the Saxons look to re-establish parity on the scoreboard. Similarly, coming for a 32 platform. There's a nice late release, 2-on-1, pass goes potentially early, but there's enough pace on the wing for it to not matter. Kevin Kendall finishing a very nice set-piece play from the Saxons.
Well, the touchdown there, a bit under wraps, but Kendall finishes extremely well.
It's good for the Instagram, isn't it? Yeah. It's good for the Instagram.
Definitely. Straight on the highlights reel.
We'll use some AI editing to send another player flying in there to make that dive look as phenomenal as I am sure it felt.
Well, he definitely thought he had time, but the defender was coming across. He needed the dive, I suppose.
He probably could have sat down and had a cup of tea before before dotting the ball down there. And Grimsey and Wall working with, this time, Berger. There's Berger wearing 1. Back over to Wall. That look forward. Referee's not spotted it. Berger running the 32. Alex Berger stepping away from 1. Keep an eye out for the feet of Alex Berger. Not quite been able to use it so far in this game. But has it in the locker. This is 5th touch. Nothing coming. I wonder if they'll just go long to Weston. No, they come over to the short side. Late switch. Back on the inside. The ball's away, but Lush makes a covering touch to save the Taipans, going ahead once more.
Yeah, Lush for the Saxons has been, well, he's been lush, I suppose.
If it's staring you in the face, you've got to use it.
Saxons stacking the left-hand side now. Can they get out of their own half?
Oh, nice check away. Chris Wall wanted the off-the-mark penalty, but the ball hadn't been rolled yet. So an opportunity to come back to the mark. That's well straightened from Saxons. 5th coming, not on their box. It's a little bit sticky at the moment, but there's better acceleration. But just hesitating to get the ball down was Ian Stewart.
Oh, that's it. That pass is slightly loose from the Saxons. Again, giving Taipans another opportunity. Again, that dictator Wall gets on the ball. It's so dangerous. And there's 2 for the Taipans.
Yeah, there's Sib Thorpe. And coming on alongside is Colin Scott.
Oh, it's a good bit of handling there.
Oh,
and again,
shovel pass. This guy should have taken the 2-on-1, but in fact the play's coming back for a forward pass, so not quite needed in the end.
It's another one which is heavily in contention here. We don't know which way this game will go. Saxons have been incredibly mature in the contact areas. And there's 4 for the Saxons. Can they drive towards the line? Slows down a bit there, but good ball row from the Saxons. Can they get in here? And that will be 6, unfortunately. No score this time. Again, Saxons coming out of Taipan's territory with no cigar.
It's a good shot in the end from Sib Thorpe, who read the play well. He's got up to make a nice defensive intervention. Scott almost caught in an acting half, but he's played away in the end. This is 4th, 5th coming. There's Wall. Stoller on his left. Might look to come over back towards Stoller. Not taken. Now he does. Stoller platforming for Wall. It's a little bit static. Chris Wall trying to create something from nothing. Late switch again. It's that last play. They just lost all that momentum coming into the final touch and really undid all the damage that they did on touches 3 and 4.
Yeah, they look extremely dangerous in that kind of half space, do the Taipans. Especially with their superstar, Chris Wall. It's easy for them to build those phases, build those touches, but when you get into 5 and 6, it's crunch time and not making the most of it here for Taipans as Saxons with a nice ball roll. Ooh.
I think the Saxons were claiming 6 more, i.e. it's been played at, but it did just hit the back of Chris Wall's head, so
I think
would feel a bit harsh.
good touch there from the Saxons.
I think you can really tell when a player's like comfortable on a pitch, and at the moment Chris Wall never really looks like he's overexerting himself too much, just cruising through the touches.
Doesn't get out of second gear, does he, Joe? It's just a nice, comfortable Rolls Royce of a player.
Yeah, it's smooth. And now the Taipans come back into their attack. Colin Scott working with Grimsey. Berger in an acting half. Scott looking to feed back to Berger. The skip pass goes, but just lacking a bit of accuracy at the moment, the Taipans.
Possibly should have used Berger on that link there, but they chose to go for the miss, and it doesn't sit right for the Taipans.
Yeah, Saxons coming through their subset, and this game has sort of devolved into what we call the grind. Subset after subset, both teams trying to strike from deep and not really finding any success. There's a late pass there off the back of Rob Emery, trying to find Lush. He really does seem to be the bright spark, but neither team really finding any inroads over the opposition try line.
You know what was actually skipped out there, Joe? Your boy Alex Berger with a vital touch in his own territory to turn over the 6.
As Emery straightens, the Saxons with the early turnover will be thinking, well, we can get ourselves into the ascendancy. 4.5 minutes left to go in this half. There's Lush. He really does have a good show of pace when he needs to, working with Emery.
Needs some depth here, the Saxons.
Yeah, just getting caught behind the gain line. Actually, Taipans have driven them out of the red zone. So Emery and Lush need to make something happen. Lush picking, finding Emery. But again, maybe that play comes off if they hadn't retreated so much to get the setup that they wanted. It's an area that they'll look to fix in the halftime break.
Yeah, Joe, when you've broken that gain, it's one of those ones where you've got to kind of react as best as you can, and Saxon's not doing that at the moment. When players like Lush break that line and have a good ball roll on them, you've got to get off the back of your heels and really accelerate into the play.
And again, you can sort of see it here, the Saxon setup. It's really static. They're sort of moving the ball too laterally, not earning the right to go forward. That's a little bit better. And there's a good bit of pace shown, and the ball to the wing was almost good. But it's a defensive intervention by Dan Dyer, who might have felt like the interception was there, couldn't reel it in. So it's a fresh set here for Saxons.
Dan Dyer there. I mean, risk-reward kind of basis here, Joe, and Dyer definitely could have got the interception, just doesn't rein it in as best as possible.
Oh, there was a bit of frustration coming in there. That was 17, Captain Ben Chappell, barking orders. And Chappell trying to pick with the one hand, just bobbles the ball forward. And the Taipans, I feel, will take their time regaining this ball. They'll want to drain down the clock, maybe go and have another strike, but get into half-time all square and you can fix these unforced errors that have cost you so far. Ooh. Speaking of, what's the opposite of curse of the commentator?
I'm not actually sure. We don't really have that, Joe.
Is it just being a commentator? Is that
a good commentator?
Yeah, you could see that error coming a mile off. The body language from the Taipans is a little bit laborious. Open side quickie to Chappell. Chappell ripping long, and this time Dyer does make no mistake.
Makes the gamble there and comes off for him. Here goes Dyer. Good change of pace there, but he'll come back for the touch.
And you can see that the speed that was in this Taipans transition of 10 minutes ago just isn't as prominent right now. That set was stuck on for a long time. Wall in at half, just slowing things down. Alex Berger coming in, but that platform needs to go down, overrunning the mark too many times are the Taipans. And Berger looking for the switch with Wall, not doing. Berger finds his way into the in-goal area, now needs to find his support, finds Chris Wall. Did he get the ball down in time, or was he out of bounds? I think the referees are happy that it is ball down, and Berger does possess the key to unlock the defence, just uses the pace to get over, and then again, it's the Rolls-Royce who just purred his way into the in-goal area. And Taipans do get their lead, and with a minute to go, feels like that feels, well, it might make the Taipans feel like this half has been a bit better than, you know, a lot of their players sort of warranted at this stage.
Yeah, well, so Berger getting caught at half there, and he is one of those ones we were talking about earlier, Joe. It's you got to get off your haunches as soon as you see a player breaking that line, especially when they're at half. I mean, and luckily, who else but Chris Wall gets in for the touch there, for the try there.
Yeah, it was good play all round there. Just a little bit of a tired defence from the Saxons. However, 20 seconds left to go. They'll be looking to make something happen. But that is a miscount. So 6 touches and turnover. And barring any mistakes that we know this Taipans team are, well, they've shown us that they're capable of in this game, Taipans should end the half with possession and the lead. Grimsey shows a big dummy. And that is the half-time hooter. Will Sibthorpe and Wall look to make something happen? Sibthorpe had it in the back of his mind, but the Saxons shut it down. At half-time, 3 tries to 2 for the Taipans, and they've just deserved this lead so far.
Yeah, you saw the Taipans. I mean, the buzzer beater was on, the miss pass, the 2-man miss pass. They thought about it. It
was lingering in the mind.
You have it. It's the buzzer beater, 2-man miss pass. Can I do it? I'm on camera.
It's the devil on the shoulder, right? It's like, I should just take this ball in and just call it a day. But then you get a little devil on your shoulder saying, do it.
Do it.
Rip it.
Half time here. Fantastic work from the Southeast Taipans to go in 3-2 up. They hold the cards here in game 2 on pitch 1. See what is in store next half, but a really nice first game in this over 40s category. Both sides showing a lot of promise.
Indeed. And it'll be really interesting to see how they deal with the second half. The sun's coming out, the temperature is increasing. There is a light breeze making it feel a little bit more palatable, but make no bones about it. It's hot. It's Maybank holiday. It's always a scorcher. And myself and Sam Borg will be right back with you in about 2 minutes' time to bring you the second half of the first game in the men's 40s.
Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, 2-minute warning. and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
And so welcome back to the second half, and it's that familiar pairing of Wall, Stoller, Sibthorpe and Berger for the Taipans, who are looking to double their lead for the first time in the game. Establish a 2-try lead as Berger sweeping. Berger goes long to Sibthorpe, but it's a really good shot on the wing there for the Saxons. Number 70, Mark Garbers.
Taipans just waiting in. Oh, that's good footwork.
Oh, the last pass just didn't quite have enough on it.
And again, it's Wall making things happen in the middle of the park. But this side, Kevin Kendall. Oh no, wrong team. We don't have a name for number 3, I don't think, Joe.
No, you are absolutely right. Oh no, we do. It's Dan Dyer.
Oh, it is Dan Dyer, who had those good interceptions in the first half, but Wall making things happen once again for Taipans, and Dyer coming out with no cigar this time, but now the Saxons on attack. Berger. Now Wall. Wall with a good delay on the pass. Sibthorpe just gets caught in action there.
Yeah, ball down, turnover. I was just taking a moment to listen to what the calls were coming from the Saxon sub-box. And I think they'll be looking to change this subset because they're not happy with how it's been performing so far. We'll see if there's any change here. I think that third touch wanted to be a little bit narrower, but that ball drops short. It's just there's these moments of inaccuracy at the moment for both teams, and it's just eliminating any of the momentum that they build in their set. I wonder if that's the cause for concern for both these teams. Just eliminate these errors.
Oh, it's good hands.
Ooh,
Just ball down there and a bit of contact as well.
yeah, that was a fair old whack. Coming in on that far side. Not the start to the second half that Michael Bailey would have been wanting. Getting a big thud in the back. And Alex Berger on that far side just orchestrating the subbing of Bailey, who seems to be just a little bit worse for wear at the moment, or maybe that's knocked off any drowsiness.
Friday night in Nottingham is dangerous, I've heard.
Yeah, and if there was any lethargy in the head of Bailey, well, that's been knocked clean out. That's for certain. There was a heavy old contact, and off the back of that, Taipans will get another crack at it. There's Grimsey to Berger. Berger accelerating, now checking away. That's good hands on the far side for Hook, wearing 8. Wall in an acting half. Familiar face. You can't miss him with the bright white cap. Wall in motion. There is Chris Wall accelerating towards the line, diving at the line, and that is try time. And that's Chris Wall, who just decided for the first time in the game to get out of second gear and go to third.
Yeah, stretching. I mean, not the biggest of blokes, but that was fantastic from Chris Wall once again. Just such a dictator in the middle of the park, and starts that play off on the third, and then the fourth comes around and Wall gets into it, and that diving finish, as we see a lot in the open. It's not as familiar in the over 40s category, but Wall making absolutely the most of it there.
Yeah, and I think you'll see that a lot in this category. That the players who are able to just exert themselves a little bit more at diving at the line find a lot more success. As you see, Lush coming over, but the numbers don't complement the 2-on-1. They recycle back into the midfield, coming back over for a 32 platform. But again, it's stop-start, and it gives Lush no touches to work with, and that's 6 in turnover. And there will also be a penalty for throwing the ball away.
If you want to watch a player whose defensive capabilities really speak more about him, look at Ash Grimsey. Honestly, every time he steps on the field, he's so bright as he makes a mistake there.
Isn't that always the way?
Joe's going to have to take my temperature in a second because I could be coming down with commentator's curse.
Maybe. We'll see.
But yeah, Grimsey, watch him in the D set. He shows so much energy, and he gets those vital touches which cause pressure for this Saxon side, especially when they're getting into the later touches.
I think it's the line speed as well, as you see Lush accelerate. But again, there's another good example of that line speed, this time from Colin Scott. As soon as the Taipans hear that onside call from the referee, they're flying back up off the line, just shutting down any potential space for the Saxons as a speculative pass goes to the wing. And maybe a bit of a symptom of frustration there, that last pass. Not really, never really had any opportunity to find the wing there.
Definitely so, and it's one of those ones in touch where you get into the later touches and it is all about that mental battle. And do I do it all by myself? Do I throw that massive two-man miss pass, or do I keep it simple and we roll into 5 and 6? But I mean, here's the man who shows it in abundance, that maturity. Wall again giving off to one of his mates in red.
Yeah, Stoller now. And we've not seen the Chris Wall long ball yet. I wonder if it'll be this attacking set that we see it. But that's 4th, 5th coming. A little bit of a static roll ball there for Tim Stoller. And Stoller playing Matador with the Saxons defence, drawing them out of the line, trying to get the dropping early. Wall
Stoller
looking to go long. Instead, he just dives at the line. And Chris Wall with 2 now. In fact, that's a hat-trick for Chris Wall. It's been 5 Taipan scores. He's had 3 of them. Shows just how important he is for this attacking set.
Yeah, Wall put him in the hat. And again, you can't miss him, Joe. He's shining star in that bright white.
Ooh, although, just spotted on the replay, and he gets up from that dive, feels the back of the hamstring. So for the Taipans and Chris Wall, they'll be hoping, and he's there in that far sub box, just holding just the top of that hamstring. It's not comfortable. It's not good for Taipans. It's not good for the 40s category overall. But for Saxons, they might be thinking that, hang about, if the main weapon's not firing at full capacity, that there's an opportunity for us here.
Get some compression tape on it, son.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Couple of
and the magic sponge.
Yeah, magic sponge, couple of feed the chickens, and maybe a couple of single leg RDLs, and you'll be right as rain.
You're doubling up as a physio today as well.
Oh, well, I've had my fair share of hamstring injuries. They are an absolute pain, Joe. And also, if you do it badly, it feels like you've been absolutely blasted by a shotgun in the back of your leg.
Yeah, it's not a good one. We had quite a bad one on live stream last year, so fingers crossed, no more hammies pinging on pitch 1 as Stoller feeds the late rip. Sibthorpe with the tap on, it just goes forward. And you can hear Sibthorpe from an acre away screaming for that ball. Taipans are looking for that setup, that condensing of the defensive line and then back in the hands to go open. Not quite connecting with the ball skills, but the endeavours there. And Saxons need to find a way to shut it down.
Another good touch out of the line from the Taipans.
Oh, late pass, asked a lot of the winger, does well. Ooh. There's a good bit of Bosch going into the contact. 5th touches, nothing remaining. That's 6th touch and turnover. And it's a nightmare scenario for Saxons because that was the best platform that they'd manufactured in this stage.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. You gotta measure your touches, Joe, here, and when you're on 5 and you're still yet to get over the halfway, you've got to be so sparing with how you use the ball. But Saxons, again, not making the most of it. Here's the man, Grimsey.
Yeah, Berger straightening, Berger stepping, hits the miss pass, wants the ball down early, doesn't give it. Can Colin Scott make something happen? Late switch, 3-on-2, switching back onto the inside. And now there's a 4-on-3, feeds to Grimsey. Grimsey's got to go one more, and Taipans, that is gorgeous. Heads up play, starts from Scott, finished in the corner.
Dan Dyer once again.
They just do such a good job at not letting the play die, and then Grimsey with a late pass fixes the defender.
Maybe I should be a touch scout, Joe.
Mate, do it. Do it. I mean, we had a fun time at Gordon's discussing trying to pick out a player each game to keep an eye out for.
We did, and we became quite good at it, didn't we?
You know, we've got mixed open game coming up next. Is West Wildcats versus the North East Raiders, and I'll flash a team sheet up for you, and you can have a pick at
I don't do it blind, Joe. That's not something you do. That's where
at half time. I'll give you a half time shout. Half time shout.
That's fine. Yeah. Well.
Yes, if you wonder why next game Sam might be a bit quieter, he's got the notepad out taking notes.
Well, you know what, Joe? At Gordon's and at Hurst, we did pick out Brad Bomber, and he's just been called up to Scotland. So what can I say,
mate? We know him when we see him. We know him when we see him.
It's very true. As Saxons come through, they get to 6. Or I think it was a knock on actually.
Yeah.
Or ball down, but again coming out of Taipan's territory with no points on the board, but Saxons they are really a mature side, and they show that in abundance with the professionalism that they play with, and the ball roll's always fantastic, and it allows them to get onto the front foot, but Taipan's just stopping them in their tracks every single time. But this time Saxons with a good touch in their own half. Can they get over that halfway line before the 3?
Well, that's the big question, right? This is second. They've done a better job to get over here. Now they need momentum to go forward. The run is a little bit slow. That's 3, almost up to halfway. That's 4, bang on the line. The better platform here.
Bit of space on the width here. Great pick up from the captain.
Ooh, it's a nice bit of industry, just not capitalised on. And I think this is a case of one team that's maybe further down that track of establishing elite senior men's teams compared to one that's still just emerging a little bit. You know, Taipans, they're one of the familiar names in this category. We know that they're sort of a big feeder into that high performance setup. And Saxons, I think they're just a few years behind in that progression track. And there's no shame in this scoreline at the moment as a hard touch comes in from the Taipans, giving Saxons a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, I think this is a good introduction from Saxons in this kind of time period of the game. Chappell has really come on and showed what he's about. The captain controls the tempo. But ball down there, so Taipans with another 6. Sib Thorpe will go into contact, then they'll go swing out to the right-hand side. Taipans on 4. Now can they surge into Saxon's territory? Here goes Grimsey. Grimsey with the offload. Oh! Unfortunate. Grimsey making me look very good once again.
I'll make sure to remind him. Go have a look on the live stream because you get the big shout out. It's Ash Grimsey just using all of that pace and experience to make something happen, and unfortunately Jose Luis Diaz can't reel that pass in, that little basketball pass from Grimsey. There's 5th touch, Lush accelerating, Lush getting through the gap, finishes a 2-on-1, the dive comes in, but he's always short of the try line, and that's 6 touches in turnover. That's such better work from the Saxons.
Yeah, Will Lush makes things happen in the middle of the park, doesn't he? Switches gears so quickly, and that turbo boost comes on.
He does. He, as I like to say, he unhooks the trailer. Finds an extra bit of pace from somewhere. Stoller cannons into a lovely roll ball, gives Berger an opportunity to scoop. Berger accelerates. Berger goes to the wing, but that should be turnover ball because Saxons, yes, have picked it off, but stepped out of the in-goal area. So it'll be Taipan's ball once more with a fresh set of 6, but my word, the wheels on Alex Berger.
Yeah, making you look very good, Joe. Having coached him, do you see much of yourself in Will Berger?
Alex is unfortunately much faster than me. I might have the passing. But Alex has absolute gas. And purposefully looks after himself to the nth degree to preserve as much of that pace as possible. And you'll see it here in this attacking set. There's Berger to Stoller. Stoller stepping.
Oh.
Good touch comes in.
Stoller almost got away there.
Don't be surprised to see this same setup between Stoller and Berger, and then Berger will pick up and come against the grain. Although they come over to the sweeper setup, and now they do come back over towards Berger, but the miss pass from Stoller to the wing is good. And Dyer, I think that's his third now. A couple of hat tricks for the Taipans, and Tim Stoller, well, he was the orchestrator of that score.
Well, my head immediately goes to that kind of Neil Warnock quote when you look at Stoller. In those kind of boots, you better be bloody good.
Yeah, agreed. You'll notice that there's a distinct lack of overtly flash boots on this pitch.
Bright footwear is not one to be not a familiar one in the over 40s.
Stoller didn't get the memo.
Chappell will feed. Chappell at half. Here goes Chappell feeding off very well. And that will be 5. Can Chappell, the captain, make things happen? He's a big old boy.
Oh, danger as Chappell got the rip in him. Checks away. Oh, lovely out the back pass. Falls a little bit short, but Saxons get the penalty. Offside.
Fresh 6 for Chappell and co here.
There was a lovely drop pass from John Dowds on the wraparound, giving an outside edge opportunity. Not taken, but a fresh set here. Chappell feeding. Long ball is there, but the Saxons just not quite connecting with the passes once more.
That all comes from a lack of depth, Joe, and Taipans show it really well. Here goes Luis Diaz.
Oh, lovely ball play. Just gets around the single shooter. There's Grimsey checking to Berger. Berger cannoning in as 4th, 5th coming.
Berger now.
Sweeper set up. Grimsey carrying. Oh, this is lovely. Bailey, can he make something happen? It's tapped up and intercepted. And what a wonderful bit of defensive work from the Saxons wing in the far corner.
Yeah, Saxons, I suppose, playing for pride now, but we never know what can happen here in touch rugby. 5-point deficit. I'm sure that man in action, Chappell, will command the troops. It's not over yet.
No, it's not. And the other thing to be considered with how these pools are shaping up, points difference is important. You want to get as many points on the scores on the board as you can. And not only that, but these are long days. You know, games are spaced out. You have more than enough opportunity to come back, revisit live stream games, pick apart what went wrong, capitalise on what went right, and build throughout the rest of the tournament. And as you said, this Saxon side that has played with a lot of maturity certainly have the personnel to do just that, as we see probably a bit of fatigue creeping in as the disconnect appears for Taipans.
Yeah, as we creep into the final stages of this game, the cracks just showing here. There's another one, a bit of fatigue possibly showing. This time's Rob Emery, but again, Taipans just in such cruise control now with a 5-point deficit. They've holding all the cards in this game. The long ball comes. Here's Sibthorpe, who gives off well. It might come back to Sibthorpe here as he acts in at half. Ball slows down a bit. The presentation wasn't perhaps on the same wavelength for the Taipans.
Yeah, Scott, Sibthorpe, Stoller stepping, Stoller scoring. Although Rob Emery makes a really good defensive touch. It looked like Tim Stoller had gone over.
Stoller, unbalancing footwork there from the man in the blue cap. Sibthorpe is on, but this time they tried to go for the double miss over to Dan Dyer, who's on his 5th now, I believe, is it?
Yeah. He's had a wonderful game of it, finishing in the corner for the Taipans. And because it was played out in the air, it'll be a fresh set of 6. So Sibthorpe, Scott and Stoller will have another go. Should be try time. It is indeed, and they'll only need one crack at it to get their 8th score. It was Sibthorpe to Stoller to Scott.
Scott with a really nice bit of footwork actually under there. It probably goes under the radar quite a bit. Just unbalances and stepping off that left onto the right. It's a skill, Joe. I haven't mastered it yet, but
There's still time. There's still time.
Yeah, there is. It's still a very young career, but it's one that goes under the radar quite a lot and balances defenders extremely well. And Scott has bags of it there. And the Taipans with a famous victory here on pitch 1 to start us off.
Yeah, it's a relatively straightforward win in the end for the Taipans. They came through a little bit of adversity, a little bit of pushback from the Saxons, but in the end it feels relatively comfortable. And that is our second game done and dusted. Men's 40s categories over and out for now. Coming up for you next in about 5 minutes time, it's the Mixed Open, our first look at the Mixed Open division, and 2 more emerging regions in the Northeast Raiders, who have only entered 1 team as the Opens category, and that is this Mixed Open team. So the best of both worlds colliding for the Northeast. And they're up against the West Wildcats, who have been benefiting from a really profitable university setup in the west of England, and we'll be looking to see if that can translate into a nationals performance for them at the Mixed Open.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, Joe. I'm going to run down and give Chris Wall some hamstring stretches. And you'll catch us in a couple of moments' time here on Next Gen for what will be a fantastic game on pitch 1.
So welcome back to our third game of the day and our first look at mixed open action, where it's the North East Raiders in green and blue defending, and they'll be coming up against the West Wildcats in their familiar black and orange strip, with the ball attacking from left to right. I'm Joe Wright, joined by Sam Bork once more. And Sam, we were talking, there's a few players to keep an eye out for in this game as we see Wildcats pick the lock early and smuggle the ball over. It's finished in the corner by Freya Mullen. And if this is a statement of intent of how this game is going to go, we're in for another corker.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. And we'll start off by talking about number 42. I mean, that was exactly what we want to see. Excellent ball roll. And then tracks back with that little backward step and gets the assist in. Mullen goes untouched into the corner, but we have one score back.
Yeah. Good touch. That
Not
came
quite,
in.
actually. Sorry, commentator's curse again getting to me.
We will have to check your temperature.
Yeah, we will.
As you see the 32 platform, this is danger. Lovely light hole run, but it's a good touch that comes in from Ellie Brown. And now this is fifth touch. So the Raiders with not a lot of go forward. Late switches and wraparounds, but Charles Ganashord reels him in. So first blood Wildcats, and then they defend the northeast set. It's a good start for the West Wildcats.
Definitely so. The Wildcats have been, I mean, they look like they're attacking with such pace here, as we saw in the first score. And it's really good, actually.
Oh, lovely
roll,
fly. This is dangerous. Stepping back on the inside, just overstepping the mark ever so slightly, was Gabe Nicholson. There's a muscular touch comes in, leaves the attacking player in the dirt, and then a good bit of evasion. But Nathaniel Bauman was able to make the covering touch.
Mullen was open there, by
Again.
the way, Joe. And would have gone untouched in the corner. She might feel a bit hard done by there.
Oh, I tell you what, it's bad news if Wildcats want to go early, but they can't because they didn't roll the ball on the mark. As we see Tim Hogan with his relatively trademark bucket hat now, or the cowboy hat. However, there's nothing trademark about that attacking set, surrendering the intercept on first touch, which is as big of a coach killer as you could possibly see. Muscular touches coming in once more. This time it was 24, making big touches for the West Wildcats. Here's the scoop for the Raiders. Raiders accelerating into the in-goal area. Needs to find some support, but it's tapped back. But again, it's good work from Cam Herring. Raiders showing that they've got a bit of pace to unlock the door when they need it.
Yeah, Herring working through the phases there, and he gets caught at half, unfortunately, and that's an annoying one. We talked about it in the over 40s, Joe, and you've got to get off your haunches when you see your half go through like that, but Herring will go again.
Just denied at the last is Cam Herring, working in the midfield with John Munir, Matt Driscoll, one to watch, and Elwood wearing 9. Driscoll in an acting half, just Munir slowing things down. Now picking is Driscoll
no
ripping
way.
long.
Wow.
Driscoll delivers a peach of a ball out to the wing, and Emily Williams finishes in the corner. And I said to you earlier, keep an eye out for Driscoll. Well, I mean, this is gorgeous.
That was very special. That takes a lot of guts to pull that off, I have to say. I mean, Driscoll shows his absolute velvet hands to spin that out. I think it was double. Was it, Joe? Double miss pass, I think.
Yeah. And it's a bit of a trademark of this North East Raiders team. Their core skills are just phenomenal. They're really able to launch these long balls from both angles, as we see Wildcats coming back over into the middle, diving touch, comes in. But again, Milo Robinson, who is the new face in the North East, recently moving into the region, coming off the back of a very successful uni series with Bath, be looking to add maybe an extra bit of class to this North East Raiders teams that's just felt a little bit raw in recent years.
Yeah, definitely so, and he makes a couple of good touches there, which puts back the Wildcats, and they got caught on 6. So now the Raiders can have a try at it. They roll on the cavalry.
Yeah, this is 4th touch coming. It's a good, relatively decent setup. 5th touch now. That extra pass needs to go. It doesn't. So 5th touch and static, and that's a bit unceremonious as well.
Yeah, that's what happens when the ball roll isn't great and everything just slows down, Joe. But now the Wildcats.
That's an off-the-mark penalty. It's a good touch that comes in, and I tell you what, the North East have got a bit of open space in front of them. If they want to use their hands, they do come over to the link. Needs to play away. Does. It's a much better subset. That's 2nd touch coming over onto the Wildcats 10. That's 3. Needs to shift the ball a little bit more. They do. 4th touch coming over on that far edge. They might not need it. They play the extra pass. Has that ball gone away? Check back on the inside. Skip pass out to the middle.
Herring comes against the grain.
Oh, stunning.
Great show and go from Herring, really.
A little gritty celebration as well.
That's what you like to see. The baseball cap is a trademark, and that was some special stuff from Herring there.
It was indeed, and we like the celly as well. It's a lovely bit of work. Nice little gritty celebration. Put the icing on the cake for Cam Herring.
Made popular by Justin Jefferson in the NFL, and it's translated over to Nottingham.
Multi-sport interest over here. That's a great bit of knowledge to pick that name out the bag.
Indeed. The Minnesota Viking wide receiver. Well, actually, I mean,
not anymore, no?
Not anymore.
Oh,
yes.
Dangerous from Hogan. Hogan with the extra pass, 6 more.
And this is crunch time for the Wildcats here. Can they make the most of a 6 in dangerous territory? But also, the Raiders' defence has been astronomical so far, only allowing a few tries in the corner. And again, the Raiders stop the Wildcats in their tracks.
Yeah, a moment to forget there for Jack Morgan, just picking his head up before the ball's in his hands, loses control as Milo Robinson cruises through a roll ball and eats the contact for breakfast. West Wildcats trying to knock him off his balance, and Robinson with enough skill and composure to just deny it. There's 5th touch platform. There's a good bit of acceleration. There's a nice bit of hands as well. And I tell you what, when this North East Raiders team carry that acceleration through from touches 1 through 6, they really can take it to any team, and Wildcats are finding that out very quickly. Yeah, they pushed themselves to the nth degree there. Did the Raiders, and had a very good field position with touches to spare, but unfortunately that time didn't quite come off for them. Yeah, and we have Dan Driscoll in 48 in motion, not used. Skip pass was maybe the cause of the day. Not given. 4th touch coming, so the likes of Dan Driscoll will have another go. Here is Driscoll. Trying to get on the quickie. That's a big touch that comes in, an easy penalty. Driscoll's not an easy man to move. Firm touch. Fresh set of 6. Worrying signs here for Wildcats. Driscoll working with Williams. Williams back to Driscoll. Driscoll accelerates. Driscoll dishes a nice ball off. Recycle back into the midfield. Driscoll once more. Opportunity to go long, but not singing from the same hymn sheet at the moment are the Raiders. That's a better set up. Long ball to the wing. Wildcats do a good job at numbering up, but Raiders, that attacking set was a bit stuttery at times. Yeah, and Williams kept her width fantastically well and stuck to that touchline, which allowed the double miss to come through. But
just a bit static, and perhaps if they had a bit more deception in the middle of the park, Williams would have had a bit more time to think about what she was going to do with the ball before catching it.
Agreed. And it's that depth aspect that's really important, as there's a nice attacking platform that's set, whipping the ball open side.
Oh,
now
that's
there's
good
danger.
footwork.
Stutter steps done himself twice, coming back over into the inside. That's 6 and turnover. The Raiders scramble so efficiently to shut out any of that momentum.
Well, again, that Neil Warnock quote is living rent-free in my head. Ben Williams is wearing a Ferrari hat today. I think that's you definitely got to be given that quote in the huddle. You better be good. That's a bold one, Joe.
Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree, and I'm kind of here for it. As you see, John Muneer platforming, getting knocked off his haunches. Now coming over to the short side was Driscoll, and this time it was Matthew Driscoll.
Well, Ben Williams in the Ferrari hat makes a very important touch there. He's living up to the name.
It's a brave call, especially on live stream, isn't it? It is brave. The Ferrari hat. Maybe he's trying to angle the commentary in a certain way. He's given us a simile and a metaphor immediately.
He has indeed. And here go the Wildcats once more. Stutter step. They draw this ball out to the right-hand side.
Danger.
Then come
Ganashord
back again.
Oh, unfortunately, there was a 3-on-2 there for Charles Ganashord, just either not seeing it or not trusting that they can go and execute that. And 10 minutes into this game, 2-1 feels like a pretty fair result, but it also feels like the North East Raiders are certainly in the ascendancy right now. Here's Milo Robinson, not seeing him in attack as of yet. Robinson working with Maxi Small.
Slows the ball down now, does Robinson. Now he's acting
Oh,
hard.
good
Here's
pick.
the acceleration from Robinson.
Oh, lovely little dish off as well. Ganashord's unhappy, slams the hat down in frustration, but I tell you what, who's not. Milo Robinson.
We spoke about him before the game, Joe, and there's the shift of gears. But he gets caught at half, and then a nice little shovel pass off to Ben Simmons, I believe. Fantastic work from the young man. Switching counties, as you say, Joe.
Indeed. And he's very much, maybe sort of the missing piece of this North East team, dare I say. Just someone with that elite playing experience at a touch level might make all the difference at this year's Nationals for the North East Raiders. It's definitely an exciting story to keep an eye out for, as the Wildcats looking to just accelerate. There's a good bit of footwork coming in, but maybe just going a bit too much was Gabe Nicholson. Hogan in an acting half. Here is Hogan, back to Nicholson. Nicholson stepping, Nicholson scoring, no touch called. It's gorgeous footwork from Gabe Nicholson.
No Selly? Okay, that's all right. Nicholson there with some fantastic footwork. He steps back onto the inside after a nice ball roll actually as well. Evades the touch, and nice little try for the young man.
Yeah. It's that combination of Hogan and Nicholson that is definitely looking promising in line attack. Maybe not clicking together as of yet. It'd be interesting. I might try and pick some brains at the lunch break just to see how often these teams have been able to train together, because North East look like a team that's gelled together quickly, and West Wildcats they seem a bit like they're trying to piece it together on the fly. There's a lovely bit of interplay. Driscoll exposes a 2-on-1 on the far side. Can they finish? They can indeed. And that is gorgeous work in the midfield, crucifying lazy defenders. And North East Raiders re-establish that true try lead.
Yeah, exemplary touch rugby from the Raiders. And they using all of their different characteristics that, as you say, build up this team so well. And they extend that scoreline once more, but don't count the Wildcats out just yet. I know you want to, Joe.
Well, they've certainly got the firepower to make something happen, as Ganashord looked to platform something. Again, Milo Robinson just slams the door in his face and says, no, not yet. Here is Ganashord wearing 3, working in the midfield with Sam Thompson. Ganashord back to Thompson. Thompson dummying diving at the line, but it's a good covering touch from Emma Hutchings, and that is 6 and turnover. Better attacking set from the Wildcats, but North East, well, they stand up to it.
Brilliant footwork.
That's Small trying to get the ball down, but I think that's just going to be given loss of control. And I'll tell you what, there is nothing small about him.
That's very true.
That's a big fella in the midfield. It'd be interesting to see if his wingspan will help him. As Ganashord loses the hat in the breeze.
Is it another Ferrari hat? I'm not too sure. But Ganashore he's a one hell of a player, and it's another good bit of footwork, but the touch comes in just slightly from the Raiders.
I'd love to see more depth in this Wildcats attack. They're very flat. Use your footwork, literally a foot before the player, and you'll be able to make something happen. As the pick and rip comes, can the catch and ground follow in suit? No, it can't.
Unfortunately, that for Freya Mullen, it just doesn't come off. And I think, again, probably, Joe, it comes from that depth. And it's kind of one of those ones where the ball slows up and then you've got less time to think about it.
Yeah, you take time away from yourself. And there's enough to be said about, running flat to the line, but you want to be using all this footwork when you've got a bit of depth and time available to you. This is fifth coming. This is dangerous platform here for the North East Raiders if they can set a striking move. The scoop comes, little check off is there, but a wonderful touch to shut down the Raiders, potentially going 3 tries to the good. But, 5 minutes to go before half-time. Sam, the Raiders team, they're just running with such purpose now.
They definitely are, and something we've spoken about in the first 2 games, Joe. When that line is broken and it's a good ball roll, these Raiders they get off their haunches so well, and they excel into that half space, and it allows it's so much. As we were saying, it gives you more time on the ball because you're kind of already in that ascendancy where you're breaking game, and then it's so hard to defend against.
Absolutely. I just think the Raiders, they've got this balance of like structured, pre-planned touch and playing what you see. They've got that balance down so well so far in this game, as there's a bit of friendly fire coming into the midfield, which gives Wildcats an opportunity to just nullify a touch.
They flew up there. Absolutely flew.
And they need more of that, They've just not had enough of that. They're waiting for North East to present an opportunity for them to impose a bit of defensive footwork, but it's not quite happened yet. It's a nice pass. Well, it seemed like they was always destined to find that North East Raiders link.
Nicholson, the try scorer, with a nice interception there.
And then the refs just slowing things down, bringing the ball back to the mark. Wildcats won't be happy with it. They'd like a better bit of momentum. That ball maybe went forward off the base of the ruck. Sideline refs are happy.
Now here, Joe, this is where we need the depth from the Wildcats. They've broken game twice on those 2 touches. Now you need those oncoming deep players to just really step out.
And that ball's, it looked like it might have been given a touch and pass. That's 5th. And again, just miscounting the touches there. And there's a couple frustrated figures in that Wildcat sub box, just pulling at hair, getting... Well, maybe the decision's getting the better of them so far, because that was a decent enough subset. It was just, came to nothing because they didn't do anything on 5th touch. Contrastly, the Raiders, it seems like they're just able to run expansive almost at will as Driscoll, platforms, Munir, driving, but referees aren't happy, and they've given that one forward.
Yeah, forward pass just stops Herring in his tracks there, the try scorer. Now Wildcats again. Just a bit of friendly fire, as you say, Joe. Rolling the cavalry on, and they're a bit late to it as well. Ball roll is good, though.
As Ganashord will be looking to make an attacking set come to something for this Wildcats team. 32 short, coming for Ganashord. Ganashord picking, floats a lovely ball into the space. Can they finish? Extra pass needed to go. Just that hesitation just allows the scramble defence to shut out the space.
Ganashord's showing such good hands in this game. Absolutely lasered that one, and it needed it as well, Joe.
But again, not sort of err on the negative side of things. If they're a metre deeper, those extra hands go to the wing and they're able to execute. So there's definite areas to improve here for the Northeast Raiders, for the Wildcats. Conversely, the Raiders are able to just work it from right to left.
Yeah,
with ease.
they do show such maturity in the middle of the park. It is very impressive, and when you've got players who can link so well, and then sub and then go in at acting half and show their real promise, it's pretty special, and again, exciting times for the Northeast Raiders.
Indeed, and really, I suppose that they'll be coming into this tournament thinking like this is our opportunity here. We've added some really good teams, some really good players to the teams. The University Series, the likes of Durham University, having such good performances of it. It feels like this is a region that has come here to stamp its mark on potentially meddling. As Milo Robinson with a 5th touch, potential opportunity, but Brendan says no. And it is half-time. Northeast Raiders with not quite a commanding lead yet, but their performances, I mean, they could definitely just end up running away with this.
Definitely so, and as you say, Joe, it's the kind of the recipe for any good sports team. You have a lot of different characteristics, a lot of different people in that middle and link that can do several stuff really, really well, and then some really good finishers out on the width as well. So it's a recipe for a really, really good side.
Yeah.
Can the Raiders capitalise on that? I feel like when you get possibly 4 scores away, this Raiders side will be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I think that there's some opportunities, well, there were some scoring opportunities that they didn't quite capitalise on in that game, and they might be ruining those if the Wildcats can piece together what's not quite clicking for them so far. But that is all to come in the second half, and we will take a very quick break of about 5 minutes where it's the Northeast Raiders with a 2-try lead over the West Wildcats.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name: Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
And so welcome back, where the Northeast Raiders get us back underway with Driscoll. They'll be looking to establish a 3-try lead as Driscoll cannons the ball down, but Herring, the pass just leaving a bit to be desired off Elwood. So first blood in the second half to West Wildcats, who were needing a much better transition to get some fresh legs on the field and cause issues for the Raiders down the bottom end.
Yeah, it's a great start from the Wildcats. Good defensive set, stopping the Raiders at 2 and exactly what they want, and surging through the phases now.
It's a nice bit of endeavour, but half court and turnover. Maybe not the player to try and outgas is Cam Herring.
No.
He may be trying to attack some of the outside edge or the fringe players.
As we saw before, Joe, he is, and we see it again, and a lovely bit of footwork from Herring.
Oh, that's nice ball movement. And now there's a dangerous opportunity on the outside edge, but it's well step back on the infield. Does he have the pace? Oh, tap tackle comes in. Diving touch, it's last gasp stuff. And Raiders try and capitalise on a disjointed attack, but the Wildcats regroup well.
And that's actually quite worrying for the Raiders there, and the ball slows down quite a lot. And that's what we see, Joe. I mean, like, it's one of those ones where you attack with such pace and venom, and then the ball, with one mistake or one bad ball roll, it slows down completely, and your attack just fades.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Northeast, a golden opportunity that presented itself to them wasn't taken.
Now, Joe, we've got to talk about this, because number 10, Ben Williams, has taken off the Ferrari hat.
Oh, he's going to come all the way back. The diving touch comes in from 48, Dan Driscoll.
So
but the Ferrari hat comes off, and the wheels follow suit.
Joe, that was straight in front of you there. I mean, and he's just absolutely accelerated there, but unfortunately being caught at half, and then the offload just not possibly on the same wavelength for the Wildcats.
It's better desire in this Wildcats defence right now, but they've got to get this man under wraps. Milo Robinson spears a ball out to the wing, maybe expecting a bit more depth than he was given.
We're going to say it all day, aren't we, Joe? It's that metre and a half. You've got to base your depth off the ball carrier,
yeah.
even if they're throwing a massive miss pass, which we know that Milo Robinson can do. You've got to base your depth off the ball carrier, and I mean, it's true throughout all types of rugby, but especially in touch when you've got kind of less time after that contact phase.
Indeed, and Hogan will be looking to make something happen. There is Hogan stepping, trying to beat Milo Robinson. Little late pass away. Tries to find the extra one back to Hogan. But the organisation of the Northeast Raiders defence has been impressive so far. Wildcats finding themselves frustrated when they're coming up against it.
Yeah, when they get into those later stages of touch as well in the 5 and 6, it's finding that fluidity in the kind of red zone that Wildcats are really struggling with at the moment. They get there on the 3, and then as soon as they get into that kind of 4-5 territory, they kind of run out of ideas, Joe.
Yeah, it becomes just stop-start as John Manir just unhooks the trailer and drops a lovely pass back on the inside.
That's beautiful.
It's Manir to Driscoll, and it is that 3-try separation that the Raiders were looking for. And you'll see it here. John Manir just accelerates through the gap, recognises that he's not going to make it, drops a pass off to Driscoll. It's a wonderful finish. And Northeast Raiders, they're just crucifying the Wildcats in this transition.
Yeah, Manir there with a good outward step, and then he lifts up the knees, and he surges through into that red zone, and it's a really, really lovely offload as well.
I've got to say, and I know that this, I've been doing the Touch Nationals for a fair few years now, and this Northeast Raiders side looks about as complete as I've ever seen a Raiders side look. They've got a really good subset. I mean, the organisation and athleticism on display is just phenomenal. They've added some brilliant additions to the team, and they're underpinned by a brilliant coach in Leslie McCallion. This outfit, well, really showing what it can do. Is Milo Robinson with a lovely little pill. He throws that like a dagger through defences.
It is, and going back to basics. I mean, like basics. That left-hand pass to spin that it's difficult. I mean, most professionals can do it, obviously, because you wouldn't get picked up if you can't. But it's kind of your body has to be so fluid in that movement, especially when it's on your wrong hand. And Milo Robinson does it with ease, Joe.
Yeah, and what's nice is some players will just sort of arc their run towards where they're trying to throw to get some extra power from the feet, whereas Milo just explodes, bounces off the feet, and then is able, lovely play, but Ganashord says no. And yeah, Milo is able to just rip it from the hip without any real wind-up. I wonder if we'll see another example of it here. Just a little bit static there. Small and Robinson, as Robinson with a lovely left to right pass, stepping back on the inside a couple times, trying to escape Ganashord. Where's Emily Williams? But Charles Ganashord stays wise to it. But again, it's that weapon of Milo Robinson, the left to right long ball. And if you've got someone who can deliver it reliably, it's an almighty tool to unlock defences.
I mean, Joe, it was extremely impressive. I don't know if possibly that was the right touch to do it on. The width was there, but they possibly hadn't worked as hard as they needed to have worked.
Yeah.
On touch 2, and it possibly didn't need to go wide that early. You've got to use your superpower at the right time, I suppose, Joe.
Yeah, indeed. It's horses for courses, right? It's picking the right option, and that's what you'll see a lot in touch. It's more of a tactical battle on occasion, especially when you've got two regions that are very similar in terms of on-pitch calibre as we've got here. The tactics for Northeast are just proving the difference, and they've got their game plan really finely tuned. And I love the way that they're just playing around these shooters. They manufacture a 6 more. As I'm complimenting their composure, they go and deliver a fresh set of 6. It's a mature performance from a region that's pretty early in its inception.
Yeah, and it was very mature in that midfield from Herring and Elwood there. And you'll see it once again. There was just some nice little bits of handling in the middle of the park as they go down for 4. Herring comes back onto it. Elwood once again. Herring will act at half.
Danger. Driscoll rips. Back inside.
Ball.
Oh, John Manir maybe just picked the wrong option there, trying to go back down the short side. They just shift the emphasis from wing to wing with ease. They come back over to Elwood. Elwood stepping back to Herring. Herring, late pass over to Manir. Manir straightens, steps around a few. It's lazy defence right now. Herring accelerates. Herring will just ghost over. And you could see it coming a mile off. The Wildcats defence had written themselves off. And Herring gets over. The touch was made, but a fresh set of 6 for a penalty. It's ominous right now for Wildcats.
Yeah, definitely so. And that will come back to... I want to highlight Elwood handling there. I mean, she knows exactly when to give the pass, and it allows your players in the middle of the park, like Driscoll and Herring, to be at their best.
Yeah, and here is Driscoll. Herring. They'll go back to Manir. Sweeper play here, step back against the grain, Herring accelerates, Herring rips. That is a wonderful dagger. Caught with finesse on the far end. And now the Northeast Raiders, well, they're showing just what they've come to Nationals to do. They've come to upset the party for a lot of teams.
An absolute laser there from Herring and rips it out wide to the left. And it's a great finish in the corner as well, but she had so much time.
Yeah, that was Cassia Kurzko, who finished well in the corner. And you're right, she did have so much time because the damage was done sort of 5 or 6 touches beforehand. The Northeast Raiders were very much toying with that Wildcats defence, and Cassia had so much time to get it down. As Ganashord picking up from half, looking to repeat the favour. Just not quite connecting in the same way the Raiders were.
Again, I don't think Ganashord's a very special player, but I don't think they quite earned the right there. There wasn't enough space on the width, and unfortunately for Ganashort, didn't quite come off, and the timings just weren't right in that phase of play.
You've started the trend, so I'm going to continue with it, of Neil Warnock quotes. By all means enjoy it, but enjoy it by being disciplined. that's what's got to happen here.
He's a man of very few words, but they are choice words, aren't they?
Hey, you don't need to say a lot when what you've got is quality.
Yeah. Here go the Wildcats, looking for possibly some points on the board. Can they get a foot in this game? Ben Williams standing at middles, and then, oh, this is good footwork now, just making the defense guess, but Wildcats again not making the most of it.
Yeah, and there's another example of throwing the ball away. The referees, to give you a bit of insight as to why this is becoming such a topic for referees to keep an eye out for. Obviously, we've got the European Championships coming up later in the year at Vichy. A lot of these players will be representing their countries. And the chat from the Referees Commission is that they want the game to be restarted as quickly as humanly possible. When these turnovers come, as Elwood just gets around the outside, feeds away to Driscoll, checks back on the inside. Oh, this would be glorious if it goes, but it doesn't, unfortunately. But just, I was interrupted by a wonderful bit of work from Mariah Elwood. And once again, turnover ball. So you'll see here, if that ball isn't returned to the mark with urgency, I think is the wording, referees are just going to ping it instantly, and they're quite happy to do so.
And as they should, Joey. We want the game to be played quickly. That's the whole point of touch, isn't it? It's a fast, it's a fluid, it's a languid game, and it should be played at the top level as that. And yeah, returning the ball to sender should be the most important thing, even when you've been turned over through 6 or possibly another penalty. It's got to happen, unfortunately. I mean, you like a bit of a cheeky chappy who possibly kicks the ball away, but it's not in the favour of the sport, is it?
No, it's not. And I think the referees are really trying to all sing from the same hymn sheet in that respect, where they want to set some clear expectations of what's okay and what's not okay. So if you see it throughout the tournament, you know why they're pinging it, because we need to get these players ready for how it's going to get reffed at Europeans. As we see an open side quickie, the sweeper play, 3-on-2, lovely lecture pass, but the touch comes in, and it's well marshalled in the end by Gabe Nicholson, who's been a real bright spark for this West Wildcats team.
He definitely has, and he's got a couple. I think he's got a brace so far, and here go the Raiders once more. Fantastic try out on the width. And they carry on holding the cards. This is great work. The dummy switch comes in, just fools the defense. And again, we talk about illusion, we talk about deception, Joe. The Raiders do it so well, and I mean, I'll be one at fault here. I haven't watched probably as much touch as the next bloke, but this Raiders side, they do look extremely complete, Joe, and we talk about characteristics. They've got so many different avenues of attack.
They do, and what's quite funny is, as we talk about how many different ways they have of unlocking the door. It's two familiar names that do that. It's Dan and Matthew Driscoll that both have different weapons. They're brothers, but with different profiles. And it's just such a nightmare for teams to play against. As we see on this occasion, a little bit of a stumble at the roll ball from John Manier. Driscoll plays away. Herring taking Ganashord out wide. Herring coming back over towards Driscoll, and that's slapped down. And that is so frustrating for the Wildcats.
Indeed. I mean, you talk about the two brothers. It's probably one of those ones in defence where you go, okay, I'm lining up. I've got my hip square. Oh, wait, it's the other brother.
Yeah,
I need to do something different here.
Indeed. And the combination, as you see, Driscoll platforming, Driscoll getting out over to the open side. Did that touch come in? Referees are happy. And keep an eye out. I wonder if they'll try and condense that defence over on the short side and then whip it open side as John Manier sends Elwood to go add a little bit more width. I wonder if that's what we'll see. It is. Going back over to this open side. Little switch pass potentially coming from Manier, but Ganashord does a good job at reeling it in. And there's a little bit of back and forth between Ganashord and Herring. Doesn't quite lead to anything.
Battle of the flary headwear, I'd say.
Should get him in a foot race, and whoever wins gets to wear the hat for the rest of the week. You get the rest of the weekend. Only one man can have the headwear.
Well, no, I think it's a foot race, and then whoever wins that gets to wear Ben Williams' Ferrari hat.
Yeah, actually, I'm much more on board for that. Who wants to be the proud owner of a Ferrari hat? That's so good.
Anyway, here come the Raiders once more. They're again attacking with such venom. Good step inside.
Oh, yeah, 3 times, 4 times. He keeps going.
And Bauman's been late to the party here, but he's come on and showed us what he's about.
You can tell that this Northeast Raiders team are just enjoying themselves because they are bouncing around touches. The sub box is all smiles and giggles. They are flexing their muscles here on live stream. And with 4 minutes left to go, the result is a foregone conclusion at this stage. The only question is, what will be the deficit? Can West Wildcats claw a few scores back, or will the Raiders just go all the way? However, Wildcats will go and get something back. That was 24, Gabe Nicholson.
I think that's a hat-trick for Gabe Nicholson, I believe. It might be 2, actually, but such bouncing footwork from the young man, and he on those tippy toes, and then he breaks the touch. It's fantastic work from the number 24. I do agree, Joe. He's been that shining light for this Wildcats side. And him and Gunnar Shaw have been, both playing with such confidence in the middle of the park, even though this Raiders side have been really, really excelling so far. And here go the Raiders once again. It's try time. Try time after try time for the Raiders. Oh, no.
No.
Okay, temperature, check me, please, Joe.
We'll sort you out. We'll sort you out. Get a little bit of cowpole going. It'll feel right as rain as Robinson finds himself in a bit of a 1v1. Draw and pass, just a little bit late, but it was played out in the air. And Ben Simmons and Milo Robinson aren't happy with 7. They want 8. And they'll be working with Small and Emma Hutchings in an attempt to do so. There's Small, Robinson in at half. Back to Small. Small looking to dive at the line, but the defender squares up well and makes a good defensive touch. Again, watch for this fly. Robinson to Simmons. Simmons bouncing, electric. Gets so low to the ground as Simmons. The centre of gravity able to change direction with almost ease. Milo Robinson, platforming for a 32. There's Simmons. Can he make something happen? He accelerates over. But the touch does come in.
Simmons has looked untouchable so far. Well, again, play on words there. But he has looked really, really promising coming off the bench. Late to the party, Ben Simmons hasn't had much say in the affair so far. But Wildcats defence coming up strong there.
Yeah, and then ripping the ball out as well. They want to go quickly. They want to get another score on the board. They want to bring it back to a 3-score game. 3-score game feels pretty fair. As you see, just getting the numbers wrong in defence with the Raiders for a moment. Robinson has to scramble as Ganashaw checks away. Simmons flies out the line to make a good touch. Small wasn't happy with something, but not taken. And then just as the Wildcats burst into life, they surrender possession rather unceremoniously. And the North East Raiders once again hop back in cruise control.
Oh, it's good footwork from Simmons once again.
Oh, go all the way.
Driving at the line. Can he find someone? He finds another Raider.
Yes, it's Herring and Driscoll. Driscoll, can't reel that one in. Herring, hands on head for a moment. He knew that there was a try-scoring opportunity, but with 30 seconds left to go, it won't matter one bit. North East Raiders with a commanding victory over the West Wildcats. And barring a length-to-length score, potentially orchestrated by our pick of the bunch for the West Wildcats, Gabe Nicholson, it'll be a 4-score advantage for the Raiders.
Here's Williams. Now, Wildcats making the phases pay, but they get caught at 6, and that will be turnover.
Yeah, and it's just been straightforward for the Raiders at this stage. They have loved every minute of this game as Herring just cruises up, takes the final touch. Cam Herring will be very happy. He started the North East domination and he ends it as well. 7 tries to 3 in favour of the North East Raiders. And Sam, they were convincing, weren't they?
They really were, and so many names to pick out, but as you say, Cam Herring was really fantastic in this game on pitch 1. But I mean, you've got to talk about Miles Robinson as well. I mean, switching counties and, as you say, Joe, that kind of missing puzzle piece for this Raiders side, making them look ever more complete. But yeah, they look like a really good team, Joe. There's not much more to say about them. We'll see what happens for the next 2 days. But so far, this Raiders side and the 2 Driscoll brothers as well, I forget to mention. Also, shout out to Maria Elwood as well, who had some really mature phases in the middle of the park. Raiders, they look good, Joe.
They do, and it's one to keep an eye out on if they can cause some upsets in this division. But we move on back to men's open action, and one of the games to watch on day 1, it is the national pool stage, Southwest Saxons versus Southeast Sharks, a replay of last year's final where Saxons came out on top in emphatic fashion. And that'll be with you in about 5 minutes time, and me and Sam are going to quickly refuel for what might be game of the tournament.
officials. This is your 1 minute warning, boys and officials. 1 minute warning.
And so welcome back, where we are at the mercy of the hooter to get us underway in our second men's open game of day one. It's a repeat of last year's final. Southwest Saxons in defence, playing against the Southeast Sharks with ball in hand. Marcus Chung wearing 10, one of the most explosive players in England touch. He'll be looking to get the Sharks underway well. And these team sheets really are a who's who of England touch royalty. You've got one of the most decorated players of the game, Dom Tripp, England Men's Open captain for so many years, wearing 5 for the Sharks, and he'll be coming up against a bit of an individual battle against the new man on the block, wearing 5 for the Saxons, Archie Devlin. And we get underway with Marcus Chung. And Sam, this game promises excellence, and you see the pace already.
We've had some really good games so far.
Danger. That'll be 6 more. No, not played at. You can see the difference there. These teams don't want to hang around as Lawton Davies cannons into the roll ball, followed in suit by Rory Grant. And there's Connahan. And here he is, Louis Trays, working with Cole Graham. There's Trays and Graham, the familiar middle pairing, captain and vice captain working together. Picking, ripping, coming over to the short side, looking to finish in the corner. It's well marshalled by Sharks 15, Sam Clacker. And Sam, it's fast and frenetic early, isn't it?
Yeah, fast and furious between these two sides. I mean, it's some really good touch rugby off the bat, and the ripping passes, as we see a slight bit of mistake there from the Sharks, but not that bring them down.
No.
The Saxons just been on the ball so much in this first bit of play, and they get a new 6 as well.
Yeah, and watch out for number 1, Rory Fulton, in an acting half currently. There is Fulton. Trays, stepping, Trays, ripping a lovely dagger, but then just losing the footing on the far edge.
Turf just gives way there underneath the Saxon foot.
Here's Graham coming back over towards Louis Trays. Louis Trays scooping, Trays ripping long, trying to beat the ball in the corner, but Harry Richards for the Sharks had it well marshalled. But there's the early warning shots from the Southwest Saxons. That's the DNA that they're looking to pick open side and rip those long balls from right to left.
Yeah, the VC just stepping in there at first receiver and ripping out wide. I mean, when you've got a man like Trays on the ball, it's so dangerous when he can rip either side.
It's a lovely transition. Harry Richardson making something happen. Followed in suit. Here is Dom Tripp picking up from half. Dom Tripp trying to float a lovely ball over, but Felix DeCorno, a ball hawk in the midfield, picks off the intercept. So this is touch 1. Hand in the face of Sean O'Sullivan. Nothing doing. Cross getting involved as well. Game becoming a little bit bitey here, losing headwear, trying to get on to Dom Tripp. There is Archie Devlin wearing 5. Devlin in motion. Here is Devlin, but it's 5-on-5 violence, and Dom Tripp comes out on top.
That was, I mean, just a battle of the 5s in the middle of the park. Both middles just seeing each other, not giving any space. Devlin again, once more. He's got such a large wingspan, and he steps so well. Makes the other team guess, does Devlin, wearing the number 5.
I mean, there's a reason why he's been called the Ballon Boy for the past few years, because he really is the future, not only for the Southwest Saxons, but for England Men's Open as well. Here is Archie Devlin. What can Devlin conjure up? Can he go into his box of tricks? Devlin evading a few touches, now getting the ball down, but the shoot from the link is good. That's 6 more played at the roll ball. Dom Tripp wants the ball back, not given. It's 6 more. And the Saxons come into their subset as Ben Lenori comes off to take a much-needed break. In fact, it is going to be Sharks' ball.
Yeah, Clacker there with a vital touch coming up and beating that gain line. But Sharks will look to get over the half for 3. Can they do it? There's 2.
And here is the dangerous Max Pennicid, a player who's been growing, going from strength to strength in the region. Pennicid wanted the ball on the outside edge, not given. It's really well marshalled in the midfield. Keep an eye out for number 8, Max Pennicid, with the red bucket hat, working with Charlie Steed. The Saxons get their momentum building. Devlin with a good roll ball, physical touch coming in from Clacker. Clacker chatting to the on-pitch ref. Have a look at the 6 more. There's Anush Analanko, Lawton Davies, back to Anush Analanko. Did Analanko beat Pennicid to the line? He did indeed. And it's that familiar combination of Lawton Davies as Anush Analanko waves off the touch of Max Pennicid. 1-0 to the Southwest Saxons.
Analanko attacking that line, getting off his haunches, and he gets in a half and then makes a really, really nice play. Holds his feet actually really well, Joe, there, and picks his line fantastically, sees the half space on the inside shoulder, what we like to pick out on England touch. And this is, I mean, just high quality stuff all around, Joe.
It is, as Conahan's claiming a no touch on the far edge, nothing doing, coming back over to the link, Quickie trying to get around the outside of Seb Conahan, but Seb is stubborn in defence, makes a really good defensive touch. This is 5th, nothing more doing. So Sharks have got to conjure something from nothing. They might just look to kill it over that box side and put the press on in D. It looks like they will do exactly that. James Weston not having anything. It's a really good roll ball as well. And now it's danger. Conahan to Alanko. Alanko straightens, cannons through Sarah Cold. And there's Fulton. Fulton, swipe touch comes in. This is 5th coming. There's Cole Graham. There's Louis Trays feeding to Felix De Corno. But that pass, just not sympathetic enough for De Corno to reliably take it in his grasp. But the Saxons are able to go from try line to try line with such ferocious efficiency right now.
Yeah, but they'll rue those little mistakes where ball goes down, and especially in Sharks territory, it's such a vital stage of the game, especially when you're on 4 or 5.
Oh,
got to make it count.
Oh, picked off, and Felix De Corno will just surrender the touch. Will Coombs comes in. It was a nice set-up play, trying to run the splitter. But it was easily defended in the end as De Corno takes a big touch coming in from Dom Tripp. And Tripp using all of his experience to force the turnover. It feels like a harsh call for the Saxons, but for the Sharks it's elation as Tripp and Coombs look to conjure something. There is Tripp's O'Sullivan wearing 9, platforming. Coming in to half was James O'Donnell. There's Tripp to O'Donnell. Dummies back to Tripp, but they number up well to the Saxons. There is O'Donnell with that 6 touch and turnover, and the Saxons just didn't relent with that line speed.
No, they didn't, and it's fantastic defence. These two sides.
Will Coombs has manufactured 2 repeat sets of 6 for the Sharks, just out-muscling players in the touch. As Richard comes in to play half for just a little moment before escaping back out to the wing. That's James O'Donnell wearing 12. Charlie Steed joining him alongside.
I have to say, Tripp and Coombs have both been fantastic so far.
Steed as O'Donnell, as the ball works its way over to that far end, and that set sort of comes to nothing in the end. And there's a really physical touch, and again, Saxons can't handle the physicality right now.
Yeah, and another loss of control in their own half. And I mean, you give Sharks the 6 in your own territory. It's so dangerous, and you've got to go with that risk-reward basis here. But here go the Sharks, reaching for the line. Do they get there? Not quite, so we'll come back for 3.
This is a dangerous set here. Trying to get around the outside, but again, physical touches coming in.
Devlin meets him so well there. Just stops him in his tracks.
Yeah, working over towards Max Pennicid. There is Pennicid in an acting half. Feeds away. Max Pennicid gets the ball back from Weston. And that is turnover. And finally, Will the Saxons get out of their defensive set? Devlin does a good job, takes a knee to the back of the head for good measure. Seb Conahan immediately over to check on him. It is physical stuff out here.
It is indeed, and both sides are really showing up and showing out so far. We do hope that Devlin is okay.
Although it is smart from the Sharks. It's smart from the Sharks because not only have they subbed, so now they've got a fresh set of they've got a fresh set of defenders in, who are now the attackers because they've turned it over. They were also contesting the decision and got a miscount of the touches. So Sharks, using all of their playing experience to make something happen, is the familiar pairing of Chung and Seracold find themselves in the middle. There's Dom Tripp in and out there at link. Seracold caught by Anu Shanalanko, who's really added a lot of defensive prowess to his game. There's Marcus Chung coming in front of Seracold. Back to Chung. It's a bit wayward. It's a bit sticky right now for the Sharks, who look to go straight out towards Harry Richards.
Now they've got to set this on the width, but it didn't count the touches right there. And now the Saxons can play. Good dummy there.
The Sharks really are on top in their defence right now. Conahan gets the ball down well. Feeds over towards Ben Lenori. Ben Lenori wanted to go again. And the Sharks are just coming out on top in this transition defence. Just looking the more physical side right now. And Seracold and Chung look to get over. There's Chung. Dom Tripp coming back over, rips a lovely spear, and it's finished with ease because the damage was done from the long ball, but Sam Clacker establishes parity once more for the Sharks, and Sam, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, Clacker goes in untouched, but it's all made in the middle by Chung. They eat up those touches, draw the men in, and then give out to the experienced head Dom Tripp, who rips one off his right. And that's, touch rugby, isn't it, Joe?
It is. That's what this Shark side is built off of. Dom Tripp, really staple of this side, as we see Felix De Corno trying to get in to unleash Rory Fulton on the sweeper play. Nothing doing as Louis Trays picks, looks towards Cole Graham. But again, just not quite connecting in the way that we would expect them to.
Yeah, the Saxons with that early score through Alanko, and then not really conjured much up in the opposition half. And now possibly the Sharks are shifting the tables now as we see them come through on 3.
Yeah, this looks dangerous now. It's a really good pickup from half, but that's a hips not square penalty. So gaining an advantage from his hips being a bit askew at the roll ball. And now the question really is, can the Sharks force yet another roll ball error from the Saxons? Not on the first 3, that's better. There's Lenori feeding over towards Devlin. Devlin stepping, Devlin tried to escape the clutches of Will Bamber, but Bamber says no.
Bit of afters between Devlin and Bamber as well. We like to see that, I suppose. Bit of competitiveness, but Saxon will drive at the line once more, rips out wide. Little
tap pass is good.
inside.
It's still free. Devlin, can he finish? Archie Devlin. Oh, it's stunning. That is a textbook score from the Southwest Saxons. Tap back play to Ben Lenori. And then who else but the inevitable Archie Devlin?
That might be one of the tries of the tournament we've seen so far. Devlin with a really just reaching on that finish, evading the touches, but the tap back, the little punch was so good.
Yeah, the Sharks have stood down the bottom end querying the call. But I don't know about you, Sam, but I've never been able to convince a referee to overturn his decision.
No. Well, unless you know him or you've, I suppose, done something else like a little bribe or a cheeky 10 sheet in the dressing room. But that's obviously not what we're doing today.
That's a brave call there just being called off the mark. Rory Grant initially absolutely flew through Dom Tripp in the touch. Then it seemed like Dom Tripp was offside, and it just became a little bit uncouth after that.
Sarah Cole getting caught up there. That's a really nice dummy.
Yeah, that's good momentum. And now we're getting a bit bitey. Rolling the ball with purpose, not shying away from the contact. Oh, the Saxons. That's Bulldog carrying. Coming back over in front of Bulldog now. In an acting half. Devlin, Bulldog. The pass not meeting Devlin where he was.
I mean, we sound like a broken record here, Joe, but that metre and a half of depth off the ball carrier, especially if you're standing in at middles or off half. I mean, it's just, you know, what can you do?
There's O'Sullivan, Pennicid ripping, lovely ball out to the link. Can they go and finish? Archie Devlin with a world-class diving touch to save what would have been a surefire score. But that's our first real opportunity to see what Max Pennicid can do when he gets the ball in hand. Yeah,
it was a fantastic rip off the left, off the left, I believe, and great bit of.
They get away with a bit of wobble at the pass. When your luck's going your way, it really is. There's Grant platforming, wanted the roll ball infringement off Sean O'Sullivan, and then gets an extra 10 for chat.
Yeah, loss of control, and then gives Sharks another 6. Can they get back into this game? The Saxons have taken their opportunities extremely well so far, Joe.
They have, and Sharks now need to follow in suit as James O'Donnell is playing around in the midfield. Pennicid, he won't sub, he wants this score. There's Steed. There's Steed coming back over towards Pennicid, now checking back away. It's a bit matador at the moment. Pennicid picks, Pennicid trying to drop a hole into the link, but Seb Conahan got up with a good bit of line speed to make something happen, and then Lawton Davies just rips a spear to the wing, cuts out the midfield press altogether, and now the Saxons are into their transition. Grant checking away one extra. Fulton with a really good bit of go forward, and now Graham and Trays need to make something happen. Louis Trays stepping, skips out Graham to Felix DeCorno. DeCorno with an extra pass out to the wing, and the Southwest Saxons are running a clinic on how to score in that far corner. This time it's Tom Wilson who gets over.
Yeah, Wilson again goes in untouched, but it's all through Louis Trays. He makes everything happen in the middle of this park. It's really, really mature touch rugby.
It is. It's that captain-vice-captain combination, Cole Graham and Louis Trays. It's just untouchable at times. And then you add in the likes of Felix DeCorno, and, well, it's a bit of a recipe for success as Archie Devlin just eats up the yards and puts a roll ball down on a 5-pence piece. Lenori checking away to Seb Conahan. Here's Conahan once more. Grant on his left, doesn't opt to use it, checks the ball away last minute. Conahan teasing the Sharks' defensive line. Anushan Alanko pulling out. There's Grant, back to Alanko. Dom Tripp's offside. Anushan Alanko's got the fiery footwork. However, the referee has spotted something he's not happy with. He's given an offside penalty. But for me, the advantage is to just give the score there, unless there's something else he's seen out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, yeah, Sharks weren't retreating, and they didn't retreat as far as they should have, and Alanko made the most of it. But here go the Saxons once more, and the referee will call it back once again. So I love this Saxons attitude down on the touchline, don't you, Joe? It's next job, and again, and again. I mean, and they will go.
Grant's through, but there's a hips not square penalty. And you hear the chat here from the likes of Louis Trays. He's saying, next job. Saying, yes, that didn't quite happen for us. We got a roll ball penalty given against us, but that's the options, that's the plays, it's maturity. And obviously we can't quite hear the Sharks sub-box, but it definitely seems like the Saxons are winning the battle of the sub-boxes at the moment. As O'Sullivan cannons through a lovely platform. James O'Donnell picking up from half, dropping a late pass over. Didn't quite find its mark.
Just not quite there for the Sharks. And here's Alanko. Almost the double brace in the first half, but
in from the side, penalty there. So Tom Lawton-Davies, this will be touch 1. And Seb Connahan stepping and straightens, gets a lovely roll ball down. Connahan gets the ball away. And there's Fulton. Rory Fulton just sticks the hammer down. And can Rory Fulton go all the way? He can't, because it's a lovely touch that was made in the end by Sam Clacker.
Clacker, he's not one to try and beat on the outside. Again, we talk about kind of stature of men, and he's, what, 6'4", maybe 6'5".
He's a big boy.
Such a long wingspan. And when you think you've beaten him, he can manage to get that touch in that last gasp moment.
Danger, danger. Southwest Saxons. I mean, it was fifth touch, nothing else available to you. And Cole Graham gets a handshake from his partner in crime, Louis Trays, because he says, yeah, this is pretty bloody good, son. As Graham feeds a lovely ball out to Felix De Corno, and De Corno just draw and pass, execute in the corner. And what was a game that was locked all square and as tight as you would like, Southwest Saxons with a 4-1 lead going into half-time. And the Saxons, well, it took them a few minutes to kick into gear, but since they found their flow, they've been unstoppable. Yeah, definitely so, Joe. And what they do extremely well, and what the Sharks are kind of struggling to deal with at the moment, is those early touches. They eat up the yards, and then they have some really good footwork and phase play in the middle of the park, which allows their wingers to walk in untouched, basically. And De Corno gave us a great example just then. He did. And this performance from the Southwest Saxons has been absolutely breathless. And for the Sharks, there's a fair bit of problem solving to do at halftime, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely so. They need to be able to finish off their opportunities in the 4 and 5. They get there and they work so hard to eat up that halfway line, and they get into really good scoring positions on the 4th or maybe the 5th, but they're not quite making the most of it. And I wonder whether these Saxons players have had a lot more time together, and the Sharks look a bit disjointed in that kind of final third, which has been the story of the day so far.
It has been, and I think also for the Sharks, there might be a level of overplaying coming into their midfield drive, because in the first 10 minutes of that game they were forcing so many turnovers away from the Saxons. And then the referee's whistle started to blow in favour of the Saxons, and then the overplaying started to come. So I wonder if the experience in that sub-box is saying we just need to go back to basics, because that's what was working for us. Yeah, their handling has been really, really good so far, and we haven't seen many ball down, a bit of lost control, and we've had a few actually hip square penalties, which we don't see a lot, Joe. But the handling from the Sharks has been really impressive. They can zip the ball around with ease. They just need to, as you say, go back to basics and capitalise, finish off their chances, because they've been down in the red zone quite a lot. Yeah. They just need to be able to have that tee on the 5th, maybe even the 6th, that gets them into that scoring zone. Yeah, it's just not quite happening for them so far, but it is early doors. We've got another 20 minutes of action coming up for you in just a minute's time, where we're going to take a very quick break as we recompose and see what the second half of this men's open game has in store for us.
We are picking out those sourdough cheese toasties. You get various dressings inside, and you also do a vegan and gluten-free option as well. Finally, we've got Sammy's Kitchen, doing quesadillas, loaded hams, and loaded fries. Get yourself over, it's lunchtime. Those that are playing, you've got 20 minutes before your game finishes. Get yourself tickets to bed. Get yourself over there. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. This one we're going to be men's open Southwest Saxons versus Southeast Sharks. Saxons currently winning 4-1 Sharks. Second half starting in just a minute. Weigh-in officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Weigh-in officials, 1 minute warning. Weigh-in officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the pictures ready to play.
And so welcome back, where it's the Saxons with tap. And it's an ominous sign for the Sharks, because if they can establish a 4-try lead early in this second half, that is a bit more of a mountain to climb, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of that brink, isn't it, Joe, that you want to kind of get to in this touch setup. 4 tries, it's a long way to come back from.
It is, as we see a bit of variation off the tap-off, working the ball all the way to that outside edge, and then Trays tries to escape from Will Coombs, but Coombs says, definitely not.
It's an interesting reintroduction of Coombs. I thought he was fantastic in his short little remontada in the first half. That's a really fizzing ball out wide.
Oh, he's just stepped out, though, so it'll be turnover, and the tap and go. I don't think the referees, they have. You can't tap from that. It's not a penalty if you step out. It's just a roll ball restart. So this will be second touch coming here for the Sharks. But what a warning shot fired from the Saxons early.
Yeah, I mean, they were only at 3, and that fizzing ball just came staunching out wide. Really, really good play from the southwest.
Oh, Jimmy O'Donnell running a lovely faded line, and then very unceremoniously from Lewis Partridge just slaps that ball into the fans. Says, no, definitely not having that free score on me. There's 6 more to try again as Chung and Seracold work together. Jimmy O'Donnell on the left and James Weston on the right, coming over towards Weston. Weston picking back to Chung. Chung diving. Marcus Chung gets over and draws first blood for the Sharks in the second half.
And there's that 4-point cushion that we talked about, Joe. Chung making the most of it. Seracold and him linking up so well. He just gets in a half there and then retreats fantastically well. That back pedal is, I mean, it's not difficult, but to get it right in a high pressure situation, that is difficult, I would say.
It's the pace in which it's happening as well, right? The pace in which they're running these plays. That's what adds the level of difficulty. As Archie Devlin bounces away from Sean O'Sullivan with relative ease. And what can this team orchestrate? Lenuri, Devlin trying to get around Max Pennicid. Devlin diving at the line. Was Pennicid onside? I think they're happy, and that's 6 in turnover. So Max Pennicid withstands the most recent onslaught from Archie Devlin.
Pennicid, really, really good defence there from the young man, and he tags his opposite number very well, but this is good rolling thunder from the Sharks. Can they get in once more? The ball roll just not on the same wavelength there, so Saxons will have the ball back. Again, a 2-try cushion for the Saxons.
Lenuri orchestrating the subset. Seb Connahan straightens, gets him up over to halfway. Connahan once again driving at the offside steed. Here's Grant, Rory Grant with Anu Shanalanko in an acting half. There's Lawton Davies to Connahan. Connahan passes once more. They just run out of space on this near side. They fly on with such fluidity onto the pitch. It's for the Sharks, the tricky thing is, how do you stop it legally? Because you can just sort of hold your stance in the roll ball and just shut down that momentum. But then that's a fresh set of 6 and a penalty given against you.
Yeah.
How do you stop this within the laws? It's a tricky conundrum that the Sharks have found themselves in.
It's kind of the risk reward of do I give another 6 and back our defensive set on the line? I mean, that's a great line from Seracold, but apparently that was 6 and done. Here go the Saxons once more. Nice little pop up on the inside.
Yeah, it was Lawton Davies and Connahan combining. There's Rory Grant, DeCorno. And this is dangerous. This is fifth coming right on the 7-metre line. Louis Trays with Cole Graham in at half. Just evades the touch for one. Wants both middles up in the air. And Sarah Cold was hunting for the touch not given. DeCorno picking. DeCorno drops a lovely ball off. And Rory Fulton carves a lovely hole. It's a hot knife through butter for the Saxons.
And DeCorno has found Fulton on an absolute dime there. Just throws with exact precision. Doesn't fizz it in, but DeCorno has just met Fulton on the exact line where he wanted to be.
Yep.
Picks it so well, that line crashing that we talked about earlier, Joe, and it's another really nice try.
It is O'Sullivan looking a platform for something. There's O'Donnell, back to O'Sullivan, and it's a wonderful bit of combination and a nice little bounce to himself from Sean O'Sullivan. He's happy with his score. This is much better emphasis, spearheaded by O'Sullivan, and the exclamation was put on it by O'Donnell. O'Sullivan's score brings us back to a 2-try game. And that's much better from the Sharks, isn't it?
Yeah, Sharks playing with interest now. They don't believe they're out of this game, which is a healthy attitude to have. DeCorno, Fulton for the line.
Was Dom Tripp on the side? Yes, he was. It was a closely run race. Rory Fulton's one of the fastest in the business. And it's interesting to see the way that the Sharks are lining up. This defensive line is oh so tight as DeCorno receives once more, comes over towards Trays. Trays scoops, Trays rips. Oh, it's wonderful. And it's so easy. It's an easy sport when played like that as Louis Trays picks up from half and rips long to Tom Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson again going in untouched. He's got such a large frame on him. His reach is fantastic, and that's one of the many characteristics that you look for out wide. But Trays with a really, really nice ball, rips it off his right hand and allows Wilson to walk in unscathed.
It's a nice bit of momentum. O'Donnell looking to rip long himself, tries to get around the outside of Anushan Alanko. But Alanko, a player who has improved so much in his defensive work rate, really proving he's worth his weight in gold right now.
Alanko has been definitely one that's gone under the radar so far. He's got one to his name on the score sheet and a couple of fantastic touches as well. Really, really just not allowing them to get a gain over him.
Yeah, Anushan Alanko coming through the university setup down at Exeter, as are so many of these players from Southwest Saxons. There's a nice set-piece play to James O'Donnell. O'Donnell feeds back to Chung. Chung just surrenders the touch, burns one in favour of a cleaner setup. Marcus Chung sending Will Seracold. There is Seracold, looks to come over back towards Chung. Wanted to go quickly on the phase, but not taken. Referees are happy. Tom Lawton-Davies and Anushan Alanko staying staunch in defence. O'Donnell, Chung dummying, Chung ripping, but the pass is a bit loopy and doesn't give Harry Richardson any real opportunity to get that ball down.
Yeah, it was a nice bit of phase play there from the Sharks. But
oh, danger.
This Saxons defence is so good sometimes, and again they'll burst around the corner. Wilson's on the outside, Wilson in at half. Alanko now, Wilson again at half. Devlin.
There's a bit of afters there in the midfield. The referees are happy with it because Archie Devlin's in motion, and this is dangerous times. There's Archie Devlin, bit of footwork, checked back on the inside, and it's balled down, and it's stunning. And on this occasion, it's the number 12, who unfortunately for Southwest Saxons, it's Ellis Pearce. And the Sharks, well, once they number up on Devlin, he then finds the extra pass, this time to Ellis Pearce.
Yeah, Pearce and Devlin there linking really well with each other and creating a nice bit of back and forth, which confuses the defence. But here go the Sharks one more. This could be tit for tat here.
Yeah, there's O'Sullivan, Weston, back to O'Sullivan. Coombs on his left, Weston picks. Weston drops a nice pass off to Coombs, but it's the accuracy of these passes, and Will Coombs is pulled up holding his knee. And that doesn't look good for Will Coombs, although from a hobble to a run relatively quickly, we hope that that's nothing serious there for Will Coombs. DeCorno orchestrating the subset. There's Louis Trays, who just glides through touches, absorbs contact so easily. Conahan little stutter step. That's a penalty against Sean O'Sullivan. And that's the loudest cheer from the sub-box we've had so far for the Saxons.
Well, celebrating small victories is what this day is all about. And when you get fresh sticks, especially in enemy territory with this caliber of game, it's a real relief, and it's one way you can kind of go, right, now we can reset.
There's Grant. Alanko back to Grant. What can Rory Grant do? Well, Will Coombs shuts down the space he was trying to maraud into. Alanko. Granted an acting half on this occasion. Rory Grant ripping long. Grant just needed one more Weetabix in his porridge this morning.
You wonder whether Tom Wilson could have dove for that. I mean, such a big frame on the man.
I imagine if the game was closer.
Yes.
the dive comes. 7-3, he's probably saving his knees.
He's
saving
the grazes, yeah. It's a good call, Joe, right?
I try my best.
But then again, Joe, all points matter here. Tries difference, and there go. Ooh. Saxons once again. It's a great touch by Coombs, actually, on the line.
Yeah, it felt really close. You've got Tom Lawton-Davies wearing 2. Anushan Alanko now 19. And Rory Grant in at half. There's Grant. There's Tom Lawton-Davies. Back to Grant. Grant tries to get down, but Sean O'Sullivan makes a really good touch. And I wonder if maybe they'll go back to this familiar platform and then look to go rip long again. And they come over towards Seb Conahan. Tom Lawton-Davies with a lovely left to right peel, and then a stunning step and finish. It's disgusting on the far edge.
Louis Partridge. Wow. Take a bow, son. That was special. He's got a family, by the way. That's just that's a bit naughty. That's a bit rude.
Yeah, it's not the nicest thing to do to someone, but hey ho.
Yeah.
It's murderous from the Southwest Saxons. Louis Partridge. It's a disgusting finish.
Yeah.
But what about the pass? Left to right long ball.
It's pretty special from the Saxons, and they have been in absolute ascendancy so far, haven't they, Joe? It's so impressive, and the professionalism within this Saxon side is also one thing to watch out for. Celebrating those small victories, as the Sharks could go over for one back.
Yeah, that's lovely work there from Charlie Steed. Just dummies, picks, drives through. You'll see it on the replay. It's a really good decision make. It just glides through the gap and finds Will Bamber, who gets the ball down and brings it back to a 4-try game. And let's not get it twisted. We've got 8 minutes left to go. 4 tries is not enough of a cushion for the Saxons to feel all too comfortable just yet.
Well, yes, there's one of those. There's that. But there's also, you got to feel, as a Sharks player, all we need is a couple of loose balls, a couple of mistakes from this Saxon side, which they're not prone to be fair. But anything can happen. Oh, that's a bit naughty.
Yeah, DeCorno was lurking in that hole again. But James O'Donnell flying out the line to shut it down.
Fresh 6 for the Saxons. Here goes DeCorno. DeCorno with a great bit of footwork. DeCorno!
Oh, Felix. Max Pennicid makes a very good touch, but DeCorno conditioning this defence is saying, if you don't come and engage me, I am going to bounce around the outside and punish you.
That was excellent footwork there from Felix DeCorno, but now they'll shoot wide to Tom Wilson.
Oh, looking to go edge to edge. Wilson trying to beat Richardson, but James O'Donnell makes a very good touch.
Saxons working extremely hard on their own try line here. DeCorno. Trays at half. Trey spins out to Tom Wilson. Wow. Take a bow. Mr. Trays, that was special.
Yeah, this is vintage Louis Trays, scooping in from the 32 platform, and then a flat dagger to the near side, and Wilson with an easy finish. Harry Richards left with no opportunity to get that ball down. It's textbook from the Saxons, and this, we were saying earlier, this is a replay of the final last year. And it seems like one team has drastically improved on their performances last year, and the Southwest Saxons have played this game with a point to prove.
Definitely so, and I mean, to be kind of have the remontada against, oh, he almost went for a header there. Remontada of playing the final again on day one is it's a big thing that looms over you. But this Saxon side have taken it, and they've strapped their belt around it as well, and come out absolutely firing off the bat.
Yeah, Lenori, cannons, Bulldog in at half. What can Bulldog conjure? Trying to get the late pass away. Engaged both Coombs and O'Sullivan, and the pass just wasn't quite reeled in the end by Archie Devlin. And that would have been yet another try time. And we might see our first set of double digits if Saxons can get over for one more. And Coombs driving, followed in suit by O'Sullivan.
Saxons racing up out of the line to make these touches now.
O'Donnell ripping, goes deep. But again, Archie Devlin might not be the person you should be trying to gas around the outside.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Definitely not. It might need a bit of workshop in that.
Bit of work. Tried to make something happen there. Here goes Tom Wilson.
Here's Archie Devlin just strolling through the contact. There's Felix DeCorno following in suit. Cole Graham. This is the familiar pairing. There's Louis Trays. Trays stepping, floats a nice pass over. And there's a very good touch that comes in on Rory Fulton. Otherwise, the 2-on-1 would have gone.
Yeah, it's a nice touch, actually, and stops the momentum for the Saxons on the outside. And now the Sharks will have another try at it. Penaseed off to Chung, but referee not happy.
Yeah, it'll be Sharks penalty. They're claiming foot in the ruck. So Seracold, Chung and Penaseed and Tripp. I mean, this is the danger pod. They've sent on their biggest weapons to try and create something here. Here's Seracold. There's Chung coming over towards Dom Tripp. Seracold straightens, feeds a late pass to Dom Tripp. Little phase play, flash to the wing. Harry Richards can't quite beat his opposite man. Richards back to Seracold. Seracold now coming down for Chung. Back to Tripp. Will they conjure something here? It's a lovely rip over into the corner, and Harry Richards is happy, and so are the referees. And they bring on the dangerous quartet, and they're able to get over this Saxons try line. But my word, they had to work so hard to do it.
Yeah, they did, and it comes from a bit of, you just got to, when that ball comes back inside from the Sharks, Saxons have got to feel, they've got to kill that ball. They've got to get up on the inside. Otherwise, you know this dangerous pod from the Sharks is going to punish you, isn't it, Joe?
It is, and it's the way they recycle it there. It's a bit of a DNA for what works as Anushan Alanko looks to take on Sean O'Sullivan. And O'Sullivan's fired up, he wants the ball back, and Anushan Alanko, well, he's working off his own clock. He won't be rushed by anyone. As Alanko thought he got an off-the-mark penalty, but nothing doing. There's a good bit of physicality coming in, and it takes a big bit of contact to put Will Coombs on the ground. So it's a fresh set of 6 for the Sharks. But with only 2.5 minutes left to go, is it a bit too little too late now for the South East Sharks?
Yeah, maybe so, and that danger pod is just taking a rest as well. The cavalry have forced back onto the bench. So now Sharks will go once more. Bit of contact, bit of argy-bargy in that touch there. Penaseed striding onto the ball.
Not seeing a lot of Max Penaseed in line attack on this occasion. Charlie Steed coming down for Western. Back to Steed. Can Steed get over? Felix DeCorno explodes off the line to make a good touch.
DeCorno there just shows such good athleticism. But then all his hard work undone by
that's Tom Lawton-Davies.
And now Sharks with another opportunity. Again, I believe you're right in saying too little, too late, Joe, but Sharks team will fight for everything, we know that. Penaseed, good hands though. Touch comes in from Tom Wilson.
Yeah, it's really well executed, that defensive snipe from Link. Does such a good job at it. As Will Seracold just strolls into the fray. And yet another penalty for dropping early. So one more penalty and a Southwest Saxons player will go to the bin. 90 seconds left on the clock. What can Sharks create? There's Sericold down for Pennicid. Back to Sericold. Sericold looks to go one more, but it's shut down by Partridge. Seb Conahan just not looking as explosive as once was. Maybe something causing some issues for Seb Conahan.
Chung with great footwork and allows the Sharks to walk in once again. James Weston this time.
Oh no,
not quite got the touch in, but again Chung with fantastic footwork. Weston, lovely ball.
What a ball.
Sericold over the whitewash.
It does feel like the Sharks have just found, they found the key just a little bit too late. It's a lovely disguised pass there from James Weston to Will Sericold. But in 10 seconds left to go, he's just a little bit too late. Well, it's too little too late, isn't it?
They've brought the deficit back very quickly. But now, I mean, it's just no way back for this Sharks side. And you see the buzzer there. The last touch is made. Promising signs for both sides, but in the end, these Saxons are just ruthless, aren't they?
Yeah.
Much like the Vikings of old, Saxons defending their turf once again against the oncoming Sharks. Have to give a shout out to some of these players. Definitely Alanko had such a good defensive performance, Joe. But I also like to say Tom Wilson out on the width had a few lovely moments. That little punch back inside was beautiful, and also keeping his width very well. But you can't talk Saxons without talking Trays.
Yeah, Louis Trays, really sort of the one to watch, and has been for the past 6 or 7 years now. And I know the Saxons are definitely coming for back-to-back men's open titles this year. And the Sharks did find a way back into the game, but just left themselves too much of a mountain to climb. It was comfortable for the Saxons in the end. And we'll take a very quick break before our next game. And I'll be with you in about 5 minutes' time. And it's women's open action. And it's the Southeast Taipans versus the Southwest Saxons. And that'll be with you at 1:20.
You are approaching 3 minutes. Officials to the morning.
Welcome back to Next Gen Live here on this beautifully sunny day here in Nottingham for the Touch Nationals. And we have another very highly contested game. Southeast Taipans taking on Southwest Saxons in the Women's Open. And that will be a strong start for the Saxons as they'll come back and touch made. And that will be 6 and out for the Saxons, who first started very hot out the blocks. Thought they got the score, but to no avail. Now the Taipans work it wide. Good ball roll there and allows them to work onto the front foot. Sophia Barkham coming around and playing a large role in this Taipan side. Good footwork from the number 5, McNaught. Caught at 9 now, so needs to find another Taipan. She does on the width. Pemberton gets over. Referee's just having a word. See if Barkham got touched, and I think she did there, so Pemberton will not get the score. Saxon's turn to drive at the line. Now out to the width, working that ball in well. Show and go from the Saxons. Evading footwork from pulls, but strong contact there, so we'll come back to the women in blue. Again, good footwork from Pulls, who works it out wide. Hips not square there, I believe. So Taipans with the ball back. McNaught stands at half. Ball just a bit array there. Doesn't allow Barkham to really step onto it. Pulls now, show and go. Pulls working back inside. Loses control in the roll back though, so we'll retain the ball actually. Pulls will play half. Looking for an option here, Pulls. Ellie Groves acting half this time. Now back to Pulls. Pulls driving at the line. Here's Pulls again, who's really dictating play. Just touched there is Halsall, the VC. Pulls again. Pulls loses control of the ball, so it will be Taipans with possession. McNaught now. Really good attacking pace from the Taipans now. Hack this time. Jeffs. And here's Jeffs once again at half. Oh, that's a strong contact there. The ball goes down. So Saxon's ball. Really nice play on the inside from Jelfs, who's running the show for Taipan so far. Here's Pulls, who's controlling tempo for the Saxons. Pulls once again. Inside ball. Pulls at half. Given space to run the Saxons now, and they're on the front foot. Turned over there though, so Taipans will run it straight back. Heavy touch there, but Taipans straight back on their feet. Here's Barkham. Bit of miscommunication as to who was acting in at half there, but we'll work back. Rona Roper in the middle. Now Taipans with some space and room. The diving finish. But 6 and out. Great touch at the end by the Saxons. Working back inside. Oh, great footwork there and a heavy touch once again. So a penalty and a new 6 for the Saxons, the women in blue. Katie Nichols there. Now on 3, Saxons bearing down on the Taipans line. Still yet to score either side. Vital touch in there from the Taipans. And this will be 4 here. Spread wide, ball goes down. Again, the Saxons come out of Taipan's territory with no score. Working that ball really well. Barkham here. A bit of loss of control, but referee's happy with it. McNaught here. Forward. And turned over there, so now another Saxons opportunity. Ella Trays this time, forcing the substitutions. Good late pass there from Anna Cook. Pulls once more. Cook now. Pulls. Acting half. Cook. Acting half. Pulls once more. Good bit of evasion, but that's 6 and out. Again, the Saxons wander into Taipan's territory and come out empty-handed. McNaught. A great evasion. Pauls claims she made the touch, but Taipans didn't agree. And Erin Payton is marched back. Payton once again, acting half. This is 4 for the Taipans. Here's Jelfs. Last chance saloon here. And 6 and out. Final touch for the Taipans. Jelfs. Huget. Huget acting half. Buckingham now. Here's Huget once more, acting half. Buckingham, Huget for the line. They'll come back for it though. Jelfs. Staunching at the line, and they should be in here. Knocked down and played with. So a new 6 for the Taipans. Jelfs. Got to go through the hands rather quickly here. Buckingham. Oh. And that's a good finish in the corner. See, come back here. The back pedal from Kendall Buckingham is so good. And she manages to get over the whitewash. For the first score of the game, Taipans take the advantage. Trays. Trays acting half once more. Here you go, the Saxons coming back at them though. Libby Steele this time. Long ball over the top, searching for a blue vest, but no avail this time. Again, the Saxons come out of Taipan's territory with nothing to show for it. And the Taipans will work their way back. There's one. Here's Barkham. And there's Georgia Hack once more. Here's Hacker acting half. She's got McNaught outside. Doesn't need her this time. And that's 6 and out again for the Taipans. Holding the cards here at the moment. Worked out wide onto this right-hand side. Matheson, who's shown great pace on the outside, pulls with more good footwork and a show and go. Here's Pauls at acting half. Got a retreat to do the Taipans. But again, the Saxons possibly not having the measure of their touches here. They keep merging into Taipan's territory, and then just the touches catch up with them. And I'm very glad to have the velvety tones of Joe Wright back with me. Joe, story of the half so far. Taipans extremely aggressive, as the name suggests, but Saxons not having the measure of their touches. Number 53 Pauls is pulling the strings in the middle of the park. Yeah. But the Saxons constantly touches catching up with them and have had several visits into Taipan territory and have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, Bibby Pauls is definitely one to watch in this Saxon side, along with the likes of Chloe Hill, Libby Steele. It's an emerging group with, I think it's 7 new players in this division this year. So a bit of time gelling together, and they're coming up against really the most dominant team in Women's Open history in England, the South East Taipans, going for their 10th title today. However, the Saxons get over for a good score. That was Maya Matheson. But I say, go over for a score. It looked like it had been given, but not quite. And this Taipans team is absolutely stacked. Keep an eye out for number 4, Sophia Jelfs, ex-Southwest Saxons player. Used to play the University Series for Exeter when she was down there, now representing Taipans, having moved back into the region. There's a few stories to keep an eye out for, as well as the likes of Emily Rona Roper wearing 10. Keep an eye out for the absolute wheels that she has.
Yeah, I had to say, Jelfs has been a major character in this first half, and obviously contributed to that try they scored so far. Yeah. Obviously that Kendall Buckingham try in the left-hand corner showed great pace.
And why does it not surprise me that it was Kendall Buckingham, Women's 27s player, but coming and playing in the opens category today. There's Ella Trays picking up back against the grain, looks to go long, the ball connects, but the touch comes in first. Ella Trays, another emerging story, sister of Louis Trays, both playing for Southwest Saxons. It's a family of pedigree, is the Trays family.
Indeed, and they both show that they can sling it off that left hook as Trays there connects on the wing, but Bibby Pauls not possibly on the same wavelength as her fellow in blue.
As an offside penalty comes in. And the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to give Taipans a free platform to launch. It's self-crucifying, really, as we see Georgia Hack, who is a very mature player coming off the back of some very successful tournaments. And Hack, who's actually done a bit of commentary work as well, joined me on comms over in Spain for Touch and Tapas. One to watch out for, her combinations with the likes of Kenzie McNaught and Kendall Buckingham, as we see Kenzie McNaught pick and go. Dummies, Bibby Pauls with a lovely diving touch.
McNaught just runs such great lines here, and we've seen it so far in this first half, Joe. Really, really hard and makes the defence really honest. And another good characteristic to have in a touch team, I would say.
Absolutely, and there's a reason why on the commentary notes it says next to Kenzie McNaught, nothing needed. Her playing speaks for itself, because she really is the I mean, she's the marker of this Taipans team. Rolls through with such success and such precision in the way that she runs. It's phenomenal.
Here's Barkham. Now they'll shift. Jelfs. Barkham. Jelfs once again at acting half.
Oh, she's
Jelfs
gone.
staunching through, looking for another Taipan.
Eventually does find the spare player. I feel like the easier option was the women's MVP last year, Elia Huget, who you'll see on the replay was almost hugging the back of Sophia Jelfs, ready for the pass. Wasn't taken in the end. It was fed over to the open side, and the speed was destructive for the Saxons, finished by Kendall Buckingham.
Indeed, 2 on the day. That's a brace. Great day so far for Buckingham, wearing the number 7. But all made by Jelfs in the middle of the park, just splitting that defence open. Here goes Trays, though. Trays caught at half, unfortunately, so turnover for Taipans.
Yeah, and it's a good defensive shutdown by Anna Camilleri. And Camilleri, Australian player coming over to play in the Nationals, playing pedigree out in the National Touch League in Australia. When I got the comm sheet through a few weeks ago, really one that caught the eye was the pedigree of Camilleri. And Trays trying to make something happen for the Saxons. Finds the ball over to Libby Steele. Libby Steele should have given the extra pass. Not given on this occasion.
It was definitely on there, Joe. Steele, again, that white line fever is one that affects all of us.
He's back over towards Trays, checking away. Trays picking, receiving, Ella Trays scoring. It's a lovely setup and execution. That combination of Trays and Matheson. Well, it's the winning one at the moment for the Saxons.
Well, happy Christmas, Ella Trays. The space just opens up for her and allowed almost untouched to go in.
Yeah, Ella Trays emerging off the back of a really good, well, really successful university series with Cardiff Uni, working with the likes of Morgan Tagg, who is here, but not representing the South West Saxons, representing the Welsh Men's Open team that have turned up to, well, get their reps in before the Europeans, contributing towards what is the largest touch nationals, the likes of which we've seen. The 5th touch, here's Hack in at acting half, Buckingham driving, Buckingham fizzing a lovely ball out to the wing, and then finished expertly by Meg Pemberton. But that combination of Hack and Buckingham, it is furious.
Yeah, definitely so, and a really nice little switch on that as well. Allows Pemberton to just walk in, and a nice finish in the corner as well. Taipans making their name ever present and burning the retinas of this Saxon side. But here goes BB Pauls.
Yeah, they'll need a reply as quickly as possible. Libby Steele once more not giving that extra pass, and this time probably the smart move. Wing wasn't in motion, not showing the right body language to give that pass. There's Matheson playing away, Bibby Pauls stepping, diving, Bibby Pauls tried to get to the line, but Sophia Jelfs gets off the line and makes a wonderful defensive touch. And Jelfs, well, we know how good she can be in the mixed game. We saw it for years at the University Series, but now showing her chops in the women's game. Pulls, picking, pulls, driving into the in-goal area, goes to the wing. Is that ball down? The referees are happy. It's well finished by Janaea Thorpe. And Bibby Pauls, well, not to be outclassed by the pedigree that's out here on the pitch. Bibby Pauls is having a game of it so far.
She's all over the ball, and every time Saxons do something that shows promise, she is at the heart of it. And again, Pauls makes sweet work of that, acting in at half, and then giving a lovely little miss pass over the top and finished off nicely.
Indeed, and that does bring us to half-time, where it's 3-2 to the Taipans, but the Southwest Saxons, with this much-changed team, have come out and really put an honest challenge against the Taipans. As you were saying, so the pick of the bunch, Bibby pulls for the Saxons, and for me, so far, Sophia Jelfs for the Taipans, especially defensively. The work of Jelfs can't be understated, can it?
No, it definitely can't, and that try that stood out to me, Jelfs running through, splitting the defence like a hot knife through butter, Joe, and fantastic work from the Taipans, and they do hold the cards deservedly at half-time.
They do. They've worked so well for it, and we'll take a very quick break before the second half, where both sub-boxes will probably be going through a little bit of the nitpicky stuff to maybe establish their lead if you're a Taipan, or attain the lead if you're a Saxon. The second half will be with you in just 2 minutes' time. And so welcome back, where it's the Taipans with the tap, and Kendall Buckingham eats up the yards on the far end. Sophia Jelfs was back into the midfield, working with MVP of last year, Elia Huget. Huget feeds away. Jelfs steps back on the inside. It's good recycling. Huget platforming. Jelfs, this is dangerous. Sophia Jelfs, that's ball down. And we were singing her praises beforehand for her defensive work. And Jelfs just reminding us she's not just a defensive player.
Yeah, Jelfs has been the heart, as we said in this first half. Joe, Jelfs has been the heart of this Taipans attack. That moment for the second Buckingham try where she split the defence open. And then there with a lovely, lovely diving finish to put the Taipans 2 to the good. But again, you cannot get away from this Saxons attack. They will come straight back at you. Here's Trays. Matheson, Trays again, linking up well with each other. Trays acting half, and she is caught as well.
And it's good defence there from the Taipans. They just number up, back themselves 1v1. It's a brave thing to do, especially with the likes of Ella Trays coming at you and Maya Matheson, but Taipans stay wise to it. It's a really nice drive up the box. Touch evaded, that's fourth touch, fifth coming. Here's Kenzie McNaught. Dummying and straightens. McNaught platforming well, driving through, but Ella Trays makes the touch. His call is play on. So now there's a bit of an option. Can you find the spare player? Yes, you can. It's wonderful stuff. Eliana Ennis with a good bit of composure. Clear calls there from the referee. And Ennis finds the spare player. Dummies to McNaught. And then eventually finds that pass. And I can't quite get the number. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Kendall Buckingham once more.
Oh, I was going to go out on a limb and say it might have been the far winger. But I'll defer to your good judgment. Now you've got glasses on. I'll defer to you.
To the recent next gen viewer, after a bit of well, I'll tell the story now. We up at said Pretends, and we had a pitch move, so I was up on pitch 2 without a monitor, and the numbers and the names became a bit hard to see as we get another important touch from the Taipans. So yeah, Sandbolt constantly has to wear glasses now, which is a change to most of the next gen viewer.
Yeah, so now the glasses are firmly fixed to the face. I'll trust your judgment with names and numbers, eh?
Yes, indeed. And that's just unfortunate. Slips out the hands from the Taipans. So a new 6 for the Saxons. Spun out. Here's BB Pulls.
Yeah,
Pulls holds the ball very well. Given back inside. The Saxons continuing this attack. Now pushing the ball wider. Cuts back against the grain. They do have numbers on.
It's good recycling to get up and engage that link, but now they've got to go forward and threaten, but it's well defended. Erin Payton.
Erin Payton with a great touch there.
One of those players, Erin Payton, it just glues this Taipans team together. You need those players.
She works extremely hard, actually, Payton, working all through the first half. But Saxons go over once more.
And there's a disappointed figure in the Taipans defence, thinking the gaps are just a bit too big, but just compliment the good work of the Saxons. Picking, dummying. It's the little pump and then deliver on a dime to the diving support.
Yeah, it's actually Roni Rojek who makes that whole phase happen. Little dummy back inside. She was acting half and giving back inside. I didn't quite catch the number with my new specs, actually, Joe.
Ella Halsall.
There we go.
Number 5, Ella Halsall. There's Buckingham working with McNaught. This is a dangerous pod here. McNaught feeding away to Sophia Barkham. Barkham in motion. McNaught dummies. McNaught rips. It's a lovely ball. And unfortunately for Stella Buddle, the ball just slips out of the grasp in the last minute. But what a diving attempt that was from Buddle.
Yeah, but all credit goes to McNaught on the inside. Great hands from the middle, and She really, really shows her composure there. Another nice pass out wide from the Saxons. Here's Trays skipping through one tackle.
Yeah, coming up over to the halfway. That's a really good platform there. Bibby pulls, benefiting from it. Pulls, checking away, coming over to the 5th touch and platform. Bibby pulls, trying to get around Kenzie McNaught, but McNaught just eats up the space, gets onside, flicks a hand out, and is able to shut down the dangerous Bibby pulls relatively easily. And then just a bit of a giggle as the Taipans roll into their subset. Buckingham.
Peyton there, surrendering the touch. Here's Jelfs once more. Good little ball inside. Jelfs will act at half. Here goes Jelfs.
She's gone.
More.
She's gone.
Oh, this is fantastic. Chooses the pass. In they go. Taipans have another.
Oh, this is absolutely stunning from Sophia Jelfs. And you'll see it on the replay. She just picks and dummies, and the damage was done. Actually, before this replay started, the little dummy switch fixed both defenders. And not only did she have the presence of mind to know where the space was, the acceleration to get through the gap. And this time, she does connect with number 13, Elia Huget. And my word, is Sophia Jelf showing just what a wonderful touch player she is.
She's having a day of it, Joe, and that's the way that she keeps her hips square throughout the whole movement. It sells so many defenders because you never know where she's going to go. And Jelf's again proving why she's one of the big names here at the Nationals, but Saxons come back to it. The touch is made on the width.
Yeah, it was Libby Steele trying to get the link punish going. Not quite happening for them on this occasion. There's a nice rip there from Steele. Delayed pass trying to get through the defensive line. Not quite happened. And I feel a little bit for Libby Steele because we know one of her really big weapons is her right to left long ball. And she's just not really been given the right platform to unleash that as of yet. I wonder if that will change as we move into the latter stages of this half.
Yeah, Steele, and again, both number 12s for both sides. Peyton and Steele have fantastic passing ability, but haven't been given much platform to use it. This is some gas on the outside. Fantastic touch, though, from the number 14. Can't see who it was, Joe.
Hannah Lewis.
Hannah Lewis on the width. I mean, last-ditch touch there.
You talk about wingers sort of proving their weight, right? It's players like Hannah Lewis who initially the outside edge is then beaten, but the diving touch to just stunt all progression is wonderful. And Hannah Lewis out there, I mean, wingers of that caliber, I mean, they make or break a team, and Taipans have certainly got a world-class one out there for them, as the likes of Matheson and Trays roll into their attack. Ella Trays looking to come back over towards Maya Matheson, not quite happening on this occasion. Katie Nicholas on the right, Matheson on the left. There's Matheson back to Trays. Trays are going to dive at the line, but it's well defended. Penalty against Jelfs on this occasion. Dropping early is the call. Opportunity here for the Saxons to get over once more, and they've certainly got the personnel to do it. Trays coming over now to Nicholas. Nicholas on the link punish, trying to take Erin Payton out wide. Nicholas diving at the line. Is it ball down? The referee seems pretty happy, and Katie Nicholas just beats Erin Payton to the line. And it was patient work from the Saxons, and it gets them over.
Yeah, Saxons working through the touches. It's good work to start off from Trays, actually, who makes this whole attack possible. And then through the phases, and it's a really, really good finish from Katie Nicholas.
Yeah, and what was a bit of a difference of 4 tries is now only 2 in favour of the Taipans. So the Saxons within touching distance of parity. As there's a dummy and a platform. Nice splitter setup. Oh, it's executed to perfection.
That is class.
That is pure perfection from a chalkboard's perspective. Emily Rona-Roper platforming for a wonderful splitter plate. And my word, was it all too easy in the end.
Yeah, definitely so. The try scorer, Buckingham and Rona-Roper, combining fantastically well on this right-hand side and allows Pemberton to just steal one in unscathed.
I mean, you talk about the sort of the tactical battle. Well, it seems like at the moment the Saxons are relying on sort of Trays, Pulls and Matheson and Nicholas to create something on their own. Whereas this Taipans team, they've just got the platforms to really make stuff happen all over the pitch. As Trays escapes a touch, comes back into the midfield, gets touched by Kenzie McNaught, squares her hips up lovely, drops a nice hole into the link area. Not quite taken.
Was the right call there from Trays. Seemed to rip one off the right-hand side and was looking for the width. But then a really nice hole appeared on the inside. Unfortunately, just weren't on the same wavelength.
It's almost like there was too many options there and just couldn't quite commit to one wholeheartedly. It's a tricky position to find yourself in as McNaught just cannons up the box side, swipe touch to get the ball down clean. Payton checking away to Jelfs. Jelfs with Huget. Doesn't use Huget, use Buckingham. There is Elia Huget. And Sophia Jelfs platforms on 5th. Elia Huget, but there's a roll ball infringement. Taipans, I mean, they're just able to go the full length of the pitch with no real hesitancy about their play. They run with such conviction.
It's very true, and they all work in kind of 5th, 6th gear all the time, which is crazy. The stamina to be able to do that, it makes it so hard to defend against, but you just got to keep pushing yourself, I suppose. It makes it so hard for this Saxon side to defend against, and especially when you've got all of these different characteristics in middles and links, that it really just a superb side to watch, Taipans.
It is Stella Buddle looks to go around the outside. Stella Buddle will go all the way. It's a diving finish, and it's a textbook transition. And Stella Buddle has the gas to finish around the outside. And as you were saying, Sam, it really is a case of all gas, no brakes. Taipans unrelenting, and Buddle capitalising on this occasion. And what more is there to say about this Taipans team other than they really are the favourites in this division?
I definitely agree, and it all comes from the try scorer Kendall Buckingham, who puts that ball on a plate so that the winger can take it in stride, Joe, and doesn't have to slow up, meaning that the acceleration is killed. But here come the Saxons once again. They will.
What a touch.
That is impressive. His Trays at acting half. Oh,
it's a wave. Maya Matheson almost benefiting. I think there was an element of surprise for all players on the pitch there. Ella Trays producing a bit of magic. So well worked over to this near side. Just Saxons finding themselves chasing shadows. There's a bit of a nudge that comes in from Janaea Thorpe. Not giving us a hard touch, so 3rd is coming. Georgia Hack platforms. Kenzie McNaught flying onto the field. That's 4. They might not need the 5th. Just the hammer goes down. Delayed pass back on the inside. Now that's 5th.
I believe that Maya Matheson got a touch there on Lena Ennis. So that was a cool acting half, but here's BB Pools.
Oh, the referees aren't happy. Off the mark penalty given. And I love that from the coach. Not happy. Tap offset. Here we go. Let's run the set piece. As McNaught dragging over to this far side to Georgia Hack. Back to McNaught. There's Huget. Elia Huget representing Taipans. French national. As McNaught. Hack to Huget. Huget stepping back to McNaught potentially. There was a hole that appeared, but on this rare occasion, not quite connecting.
Yeah, the line was on there. If McNaught had carried on her run, she would have been cleaning away, but not on the same vibe there. Here goes Trays. Now shifting out wide again. Saxons making mistakes with their handling, which leaves this Taipan side completely cleaning away.
I think it's indicative of a team that's finding themselves up against it and that's feeling the pressure, where you're trying to force things open side as Kenzie McNaught just steps 2 players in a phone booth oh so easily. And the fast hands from Elia Huget to Georgia Hack puts a punctuation on this first stage of the subset. Huget drives.
Needs some width here. Can Barkham spill the ball out? It's a good dummy from the Taipans. Here's Barkham. Now working round to Rona Roper. Barkham once more. Barkham, Rona Roper. Unfortunately, ball goes to floor right before it gets over to Pemberton, who's on a hat-trick now.
Yeah, and that attacking set just so well executed until the last moment as Bibby pulls with a lovely roll ball. Ella Trays orchestrating another subset, followed in suit by Libby Steele. And this is fifth coming now. So what can the Saxons pull out of their boxer tricks? Avoiding the good touch. And there's fifth touch now. What can they do? Scoopers come round. There was numbers for just a moment, but again, not a lot of depth on the plate. So the supporting cast, never really a viable option. It allows the Taipans just to crowd them out a bit too easily. And Rona Roper left a bit isolated, so hooks a big pass out to the wing. And it's well gathered above the head, but that subset leaves a lot to be desired. And if the Saxons go quickly, there's opportunities on this outside edge if they want to take it. Libby Steele's an acres of space. Here is Libby Steele, but the ball goes to ground and potentially a bit of fatigue coming in. 3 minutes left to go in this game. It was a bit unceremonious from both teams there.
Yeah, Saxons had a lot of space, so due to the substitutions from the Taipans, possibly caught them off a bit of guard. So the Saxons had a lot of space there if they could find Steele, who was in at link. But they couldn't, unfortunately, get there in time. And now Taipans will staunch down the pitch. Buckingham here.
We'll come back for an off-the-mark penalty.
Off-the-mark penalty there.
There's pulls. I'm a bit. So I know Bibby pulls, and I've played against Bibby pulls quite a lot, and I've also commentated over Bibby pulls quite a lot. And she's opted this season to not wear the cowboy hat while she's playing and only wear a visor, which I've got to say, Bibby, it's not a fan favourite. We want the cowboy hat to come back, please.
Bring back the Pools cowboy hat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get it started on the socials. And then tag Joe Wright in every single one, please.
Yes, please. That's all I want. Come on, you're not allowed to wear headwear in any other form of rugby. You can at least wear the cowboy hat in touch.
Well, apart from a scrum cap, I suppose.
Although if you're wearing a scrum cap on a touch pitch, there's less said about that, the better, I suppose.
Here goes Ennis. Now Taipans working it well. McNaught inside to Ennis once more. McNaught acting half. Good stutter step from McNaught, who fizzes the ball wide. That's fantastic.
Oh, that's Kenzie McNaught in a nutshell. It's a lovely ball out to Hannah Lewis. There was an extra touch in the chamber, not needed. It's good platforming initially, and then McNaught just releases this from the hip. It's nice and flat, allows the wing just to dive onto it, and that puts a punctuation on the Taipans' performance. 90 seconds left to go, and it's been convincing for the Southeast team.
Yeah, Hannah Lewis goes in once more, but all, as you say, created by McNaught, and that little stutter stepper goes so underrated, Joe. Puts the defence at 6s and 7s and allows everyone to have so much more space and time. And then that absolute bullet from the hip. Well, very impressive from Kenzie McNaught.
It is, and there's a reason why she's been a mainstay in this, not only this Taipans Women's Open team, but also the England Women's Opens team. She's just improved strength on strength, and it's hard to stand out in a team that boasts such calibre of player as this Southeast Taipan side. But Kenzie McNaught is doing that in this game. Well, I say that, but the likes of Sophia Jelfs might have something to say about it. Avoiding a few touches. There's Elia Huget. Jelfs accelerating, trying to get around the outside of Bibby Pulls. Bibby Pulls with a wonderful diving touch. Not to be shown up in defence. Pulls really does put it all on the line.
I think the cowboy hat would have flown off if she was wearing it, Joe, there. So,
or maybe provided extra resistance and she wouldn't have made the touch. So maybe it's an aerodynamic decision to get the cowboy hat in the bin.
I think so.
I mean, I'll pick your brain, Sam. There's 20 seconds left to go in this game. Who's the pick of the bunch? Is there anyone that's really stood out in this game, or who has influenced the result more than anyone else?
You know what, you have to. This Taipan side have been really, really fantastic. Kendall Buckingham's a name in there, finishing off loads of fantastic tries. Obviously, Kenzie McNaught, but my pick of the bunch has got to be Sophia Jelfs. I mean, that moment where the defence parted like the Red Sea because she stepped left and right, then went through the gap. It was just fantastic, and yeah, she's definitely going to be a one to watch today, I would say.
And a commanding performance against her old region. She was the South West Saxons Women's Open captain and has switched allegiances to the South East Taipans, has put on an absolute clinic in attacking, well, not only attacking demonstration, but also the defensive work as well. Sophia Jelfs fully deserve of that. And the South East Taipans do take a very comfortable lead in the end over the full-time whistle, 9 tries to 4 over the South West Saxons, who were pretty valiant in their performance, especially the likes of Bibi Pauls and Maya Matheson.
Yeah, Maya Matheson making things happen constantly. Those two linking up really, really well. Bibi Pauls constantly making things happen in this Saxon side. But yeah, also shout out to Livy Steele. I thought she didn't get the opportunity, as you said, Joe, earlier. She didn't get the opportunity in that kind of link play to really fizz that right hand hook out. But yeah, Saxons valiant once again. Taipans victorious.
And that is the story. Taipans go marching on to go and reclaim their Women's Open title after getting pipped by the post by the rowdy neighbours, the South East Sharks. And that'll be it for me and Sam for just a minute as we head into a bit of a prolonged break, and coming back up for you in just a few moments' time will be, I believe, seniors action in the Northwest, or the Midlands Tigers category. It'll be senior men's, and that might be with you at 3 o'clock.
So during that time you can have either access to the sauna or cold pumps. That's £1 for 25 minutes. There's a booking link on the tournament pack, or whenever you see at the sauna tent. You just need some swimwear and a towel to make it cover. That's all the plan for today. We have the game still going on. We're good way through day 1 now. With a few games left to play. Tap on pitch 2, we have mixed opponents, Midland Tigers versus West Wildcats. Field 3, we have France versus South West Saxons. Pitch 4, North East Raiders versus South East Tigers. Field 6. West Touch versus South East Sharks. Field 7. West Touch versus South East Tigers. Field 8. Scotland versus South West Saxons. Less than a minute to go for the next game. This is your 30-second warning. Please take to the pitches. Ready to play. Where's officials? Stand by. players, this is your 2-minute warning. So 3 o'clock on pitch 1, senior men's Midland Tigers versus West Wildcats. Field 3, we have senior men's Ireland versus Northeast Raiders. Field 4, men's open, Southwest Saxons versus Northwest Touch. Field 5, men's open, international game, Scotland versus Wales. Field 7, the senior men's Southwest Saxons versus Scotland. Field 8, men's open, Midlands Tigers versus Southeast Sharks. That's your line for the next 6 games, which way cut off at 3 o'clock. Control. Where's the visuals? Less than 2 minutes. This is your 30-second warning. Please take to the pitches, ready to play.
And welcome back post lunch break, where we have the men's 30s category, the senior men's Midlands Tigers versus West Wildcats. The West Wildcats with ball in hand, attacking from left to right. And the Midlands Tigers currently in their defensive set, and it's Joe Wright and Sam Bork once more. And Sam, our first opportunity to have a look at this men's 30s tie. Is there anything that you're expecting, having done both men's open and then the men's 40s?
Yeah, I mean, some people say that you should be in your prime when you hit 30. I don't agree. But yeah, some of these boys look extremely athletic for their age category and looking very well for it. So I'm expecting to see some fluid touch rugby, which we've seen so far exactly from both sides.
Absolutely, and I'll give you a fair shout as we see a lovely left to right long ball just die short of the support. Keep an eye out for Midlands Tigers, and they have got one of the fastest players we have ever seen on a touch circuit. Number 7, Tom Davies. He's the Viking down in the sub box below us, and when he gets on the pitch, he has one thing that he does better than anyone else, which is run. He is rapid. He's definitely one to keep an eye out for. And then for the West Wildcats, Ollie Yu is a phenomenal player wearing 95, and he'll be looking to impose his will on this game. As the West Wildcats set a nice platform and look to drive hard at the line. Good pace, but it's reeled in well by Midlands Tigers number 2, Neil Guess. Well, there was no guesswork about that touch, it was certain.
Oh, Joseph, that is naughty. Yeah, no, 6 and out there for the Wildcats. Nice attack, though, but yeah, Tigers having an opportunity to come straight back at them. It's a good little roll ball, and the Tigers with an opportunity. Here's your man, Tom Davis.
Yeah, he'll try and make something happen. Davies picking, accelerating, flick pass. Well, it was in the breadbasket, but the basket had a hole in it.
Yep.
Ball goes to ground.
See what you mean, though. The acceleration there on Davies is quite something to behold. Good footwork on the outside. Nice little line inside as well.
Yeah, a little bit stop-start at the moment. But the ferry it back on the inside. Here is Olayu now joining the fray. Half picks up. Looks to skip Olayu and go straight to the wing. It's picked off. No, it's not. It's battered into the hands of Nick Gallo.
Gallo there had a man on the outside. Probably could have used him there. Maybe didn't see him.
Ooh, little bobble at the roll ball. Gets away with it for an offside penalty. That was almost criminal from Charlie Newton.
Yeah, Newton gets away with one there, but we'll see what happens. Can they create something with this fresh 6? Hard touch comes in from the Tigers.
Got to work harder to get underneath that touch. Don't get held up by it. There's Olayu looking for the sweeper setup. Doesn't. Picks. Comes back against the grain. Nick Gallo switches. Doesn't give.
And the chance goes begging for the Wildcats, who have really asserted themselves so far here. Not many visits into opposition territory for the Tigers. Can they change that now?
Yeah, it was Owen Richardson who grounded the ball without taking the ball with him. And Tigers do just need a bit of go forward, struggling with their momentum at the moment.
Yeah, they're on 3 approaching the half, and another good touch by Olayu. He's been defensively quite sound so far. Ooh, hard touch comes in there, but Tigers will play. This is good acceleration and a swinging ball out wide.
I think the referee is just going to bring a stop to the game to make sure that player is okay, but isn't giving it as a hard touch. So it was just play on, play through. The set comes to its natural conclusion.
I think he just got a bit caught on his haunches there, Joe. It wasn't an incredibly hard touch, but again, when a player comes out of nowhere.
Although they are giving the penalty.
It was played with in the air, I believe, by the Wildcats. So a fresh 6 for the Tigers.
Yeah, they'll need to use it. First real opportunity to go have a proper strike. Tom Davies, the dangerous Tom Davies, now in motion. There is Davies striking at the line. Early release. People just not quite on the same wavelength. Davies comes back over to his 32 platform, wants to get Olayu up in the touch. Does on that occasion. Half's a little bit static, but now there's a 3-on-2. Ripping long. Just died at the feet of number 34, Daniel Kirk.
And again, when we talk about that left-hand rip, Joe, it's one of those ones where you really got to get those shoulders across your body.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's what happens. The ball dies in the air.
Yeah.
There's not much force behind it. And we've seen a fair few examples of some fantastic rips off the left, but not quite there. But here go the Wildcats, escaping touches.
And that's 6 more. It's a really good pick and drive off the back of the Wildcats. Marching subset. That's number 5, Chris Ray. just accelerating through, causing all sorts of havoc. Fresh set of 6, it's danger.
Here's Ray again. Ray once more. Little stop-start.
Forward pass off the base of the ruck. So they let the Midlands Tigers off with just a warning shot as Tom Davies just marauds his way forward unopposed. And that's a better bit of subset work from the Tigers. It's much more put together, however, becomes a little bit sticky for just a moment, and then that pass leaves a lot to be desired. And once again, that subset is the problem area for the Tigers seniors.
Yeah, it was Neil Guess at fault this time, and, well, different for the first time. He did guess in the little offload there, but the Wildcats will staunch forward. Wildcats on the approach.
Oh, lovely ball.
That's a really nice ball, and the first score of the game goes Wildcats' way. Really, really nice from the Westerners.
Yeah, Chris Blanford getting over. It's a nice setup. And there's a nice bit of delay on the pass that just gives Blanford enough of an opportunity to get over.
It's actually started, Joe, by that really, really good carry. I think it's number 30. Maybe I'm wrong.
It might be 80. Romain
80.
Baudet.
That really nice carry and a lovely, lovely languid
ball
roll. But this time, the Tigers look like they're in once more. Phil Shire cutting through the defence with some really fancy footwork. But then he knocks the ball on.
Feels like a fine.
It probably is.
It feels like a fine as the West Wildcats get their subset rolling. Olu gets trapped behind the ball, and then that pass refuses to connect with Baudet. And now the Tigers with a premier platform to make something happen. The seniors just burning a couple touches to get some fresh legs on the field. Slowing the play ever so slightly for just a minute. And now there's an open side quickie, and now it's danger. The extra pass had to go out to the wing. They come back on the inside. It doesn't matter because the Midlands Tigers, with Joe Story, level the scoring.
I mean, this is all made by Jacob Whitehead. Playing acting half twice there. And he's just rolled onto the field as well, Joe. It was really, really impressive.
Just get those fresh legs on, and then you need to get them connecting. And Whitehead and Story do exactly that. Is Martin Bunt moving over towards the link channel. Going back over into the mids now are the Wildcats. Bit of a static roll ball. And then the acceleration comes, and the pass is reeled in. Odell Beckham Jr., eat your heart out.
It's Paris there, who's been really, really exciting on the width so far. Slots into that link channel quite well as well.
Oh, gets away with a wobbly roll ball there. That was a bit sticky for Max Perez. Now the Tigers. Well, this has really been the problem area for them so far. They've not managed to get off the field effectively. That's first touch taken in a really good area. Second, up towards the box. Hard touch comes in. A free set of 6 here for the Midlands Tigers. 1. Much better placement. Nice chainsaw pass as well out into the midfield. There's second touch up over halfway. Tom Davies on the pitch. Keep an eye out for the wheels. There's 3. A little bit of a static fall, so we'll only have 1 proper strike here. Although they might not need it, but they will. And now there's no platform to play off of on 5th. Defence always onside, and that subset ends deep in Wildcats half. It's not a bad area to end the set, but just lacked a bit of cutting edge, didn't it? It was a bit pedestrian.
Very, very lackadaisical there from the Tigers. Not enough depth on the play either, and a lot of running sideways. It got to interest some men on the way. But this is interesting at its most from the Wildcats. Now they slow the play up a bit.
Yeah, there's Gallo looking to platform. Gallo in an acting half. There's Ollie Yu going to the wing. It was the right option, not taken.
Yeah, that skip pass there was on. Yu sees it and just not on the same wavelength. The big winger.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? The difference. You know, you enter this 30s category. It's a much more of a tactical game. Both teams relying on their structures and subsets to create scoring opportunities. And these are two regions that do boast some great caliber in this division. There's really good line speed coming from the Wildcats, and there's Shire. Ollie Yu just reminding him that he's off the mark. And now this is fifth coming. What can Phil Shire conjure? It's a nice strike. It's a set defensive line though, so they've got to create a bit of incision from somewhere. There's a nice disguise on the wraparound play. And that is 6 and turnover. Again, there's moments of magic from the Midlands Tigers. They're not able to stem together something that's wholly threatening throughout their entire set.
Might be able to here now. Fresh 6 right in the red zone. It's good work from Phil Shire. Can he get it all the way? Might be touched before there.
That's a nice battle, isn't it, between Shire and Yu. The two players that are going hammer and tongs at each other. Coming over into the 32 setup. It's a nice bit of momentum added to the play, and then that's ball down. It's a disguised little step from Elliot Russell. Apologies, that's Finton McLaughlin looking at the wrong team sheet. McLaughlin just shows the dummy. Ollie Yu buys it. Then he gets over in between the likes of Yu and Galla.
Yeah, McLaughlin, who took that heavy touch earlier on, has come back onto the field, shaking all of that off. He's done really well there. Really nice finish as well, actually, Joe, evading the touch.
Yeah, almost like slam dunk style, getting that ball down with a bit of flamboyancy.
Is Ray. Ray to play acting half. Chainsaw pass as well.
Oh,
off to Perez,
yes.
out on the width.
Oh, it's gone forward.
Unfortunate there.
I've got to say, I've not seen nearly as many chainsaw passes in any game of touch than I have so far here, and I'm so here for it.
I mean, it's something you don't really see in other than touch, I suppose, Joe.
Yeah, I just love it. I think, why not? Sometimes your body position sort of lends itself to ripping a bit of a chainsaw pass over.
I do agree. I would never try it.
We'll have to get you on live stream later. I'll give it it's just giving a rip of a chainsaw, right? Show people how it's done. It's Davies.
There again.
Shire. This is a dangerous combination. Two explosive players of Davies and Phil Shire. And moving back over into this 32 platform. Tom Davies getting on the long. This is danger. Stepping back on the inside. Just a little bit of overplaying in the end.
And he didn't quite mirror his line there. Davies stepped on the out and then came back on the in. As a touch player, you've got to be able to read your outside man and copy his body language. Come on an outer's line and find that little bit of gap, because the defender's already committed himself to going outwards.
Agreed, and that's really what separates the good from the great. Being able to recognise that on the fly, as there's an off-the-mark penalty coming in for Perez. And Midlands Tigers were certainly up against it in the first 10 minutes of this game, but in the last 5, they've asserted a bit of dominance over the West Wildcats. This subset is still causing them issues, though. McLaughlin comes in at acting half, feeds away. McLaughlin now once more doubling up on his workload. And this is 5th touch coming now. That is 5. Can the Tigers scoop through? Max Perez eats up the ground and makes 2 touches to shut out the play. And then there's a late pass coming in, so it'll be a tap penalty for Martin Bunt and Perez. Can't help but feel like if the Tigers can just fix up this subset and just add a bit more consistency to their subbing, they'll be really dangerous in the second half.
And when subbing, stacking round on that close side, it's a difficult concept to kind of get your head around. I mean, obviously if you're a newbie, but yeah, getting it right is probably one of the key core things that you need as a team.
Yeah, and getting the fresh legs on efficiently, it will change a game if a team can't do that. And what we're seeing is Midlands Tigers having to work so hard to get the fresh legs on the field, it's just leaving them a lot of work to do when they finally get the fresh legs on. Whereas the West Wildcats just run with such power that they're able to work so much easier in getting these fresh legs on. And now, with a fresh set of 6, Ollie Yu and Elliot Russell will be looking to re-establish some parity on the score sheet.
You lost control there. So it will be 6 for the Tigers. Eats up a bit of ground there, and now we'll go.
That's a much better subset. Getting up to 3 up on halfway. But then the half is isolated, and that just slows the entire play down.
They had some really good momentum there, Joe, and they've just ruined it. Good pickup from Tom Davies, but he's off the mark.
It is, yeah. And it's just... They are problem solving. The Tigers are problem solving these issues on the fly, and they're doing a relatively good job at doing it, because the difference between the most recent subset and the one we saw at the start of the game is drastic, but it's still just not quite clicking together. And now both teams guilty of some unforced roll ball errors, surrendering possession to one another. 3 minutes to go to half time, and neither team is really grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, not quite just yet, but this is... Oh, that was naughty.
It's a good bit of awareness, hey? And then it is picked off. And that touch comes in first, but there's a good bit of work on that outside edge for Paris.
Yeah, Paris with that almost Michael Jordan-esque take out on the width earlier on.
Yeah, it's a stunning bit of athleticism. Paris again, we spoke about having wingers who can do a bit of everything. Paris is one of those. Perez, though, picks up, checks back against the grain. Max Perez in an acting half at 5th. Can he scoop through and create some opportunities? Ooh. That's 6 more. That was slapped down with a vengeance.
Yeah. Bit naughty from number 30, the Midland Tigers, Jacob Whitehead.
There's Martin Bunt. Blandford split a play. Perez was lurking in a hole and the winger shut it. So the option is to go long here for the Wildcats. Whether they'll see it and execute is a different story. Switch out for Bunn. Bunn caught behind the gain line. Good line speed from Midlands Tigers. Blandford coming over towards Perez. Perez picking, receiving. And then the ball does go long, and it is lovely execution from the West Wildcats.
Wayne Richardson, he kept his width so well. Same in the first half, actually. Ball didn't manage to skip out to him, but this time it's good work from Perez at acting half. And then the middles allow the ball over to Owen Richardson, who walks in unscathed.
He does, and it's that textbook bit of conditioning that you see on a touch pitch. You know, constantly going for one option, condensing the defence, luring them into a false sense of security, and then whipping that ball open. Skip pass out to the wing. And now Shire in an acting half. There's Phil Shire with a lovely rip out to the wing, and Tom Davies diving over. Was the touch made? It was initially.
It was.
But Phil Shire demonstrating he's got a lovely rip, and then there's a huge right to left long ball comes out. Forward pass though, so penalty ball, 30 seconds left to go, locked. 2 tries apiece. Sam, do you reckon 2 tries apiece is relatively fair for what we've seen so far?
I would say so, but both sides have had some really good phases of play. I think the Wildcats definitely were better in the attacking situations, but this constant defence from the Midland Tigers to put pressure on the Wildcats and force them into errors has definitely earned them a draw here.
Absolutely, and they are locked neck and neck, 2 tries apiece going into half-time. It's a question of who will stay consistent over the next 20 minutes and take the victory, potentially, here on live stream. And that second half will be with you in just a few minutes' time, and it gives me an opportunity to shout out some of the games that are coming up on the schedule following this game as we wind into our late afternoon games. We finish right at the very end of the day with West Wildcats versus Northwest Mixed Open, and that'll be a great game to watch. Northwest just beating last year's finalists Southeast Sharks over on pitch 6 in a very good game. The following game is women's open action. That'll be Midlands Tigers versus West Wildcats, a repeat of regions, different division, and that'll be at 3:50. And then following that, back into the men's 40s, where we have Midlands Tigers again versus the Southwest Saxons, and then that does bring us to our final game of the day at 5:30, Northeast Raiders versus Northwest Touch. That'll be a phenomenal game. Northeast putting on a brilliant display earlier on. All that's yet to come. And the second half will be with you here on Next Gen in just a few minutes' time.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured, to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer Mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of shown me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.
And so welcome back to the second half, Tigers v Wildcats. Tigers this time with a tap-off. And can they establish a bit of ascendancy in this game? There's Phil Shire driving at the line. Oh, lovely dummy, not bought by Max Perez.
And that'll be 6 and out for the Tigers. The Wildcats with another opportunity to come through. Big left to right, and it gives Parise a good chance to run and stretch those legs. Parise acting half. Again, Parise will play acting half for the 3rd time as well.
Yeah, your screen hasn't just stuttered. It did just happen 3 times in a row.
That's a 4th as well there, actually. But here go the Wildcats on 5 now. Ray will storm through. Can he find someone else? Oh, well marshalled by the Tigers.
He just needs someone showing for the ball there. Chris Ray had done all the work, and his supporting cast weren't following in suit.
Yeah, he split the gap extremely well there, Chris Ray, and no one's helping him out.
That's a better subset from Midlands Tigers. That's the best of the lot so far. And just as I'm saying that, the hands don't connect.
Unfortunately for the try scorer, Elliot Russell there.
Oh, but they get a bit of a reprieve as Wildcats also surrendering the ball. But this Midlands Tigers team are just making their own life really difficult. These unforced errors. The error count at the moment is greatly in favour of the Midlands Tigers as they look to go around. That's a lovely execution, and McLaughlin gets over once more. Finton McLaughlin.
It is McLaughlin, I do apologise. I called him Elliot Russell earlier. But McLaughlin gets over once more. Brace in this game. He's a speedy chap. And he reads the ball quite well there.
He's made up for his error, because in that subset, it was McLaughlin who dropped the ball down. And it's a mark of a good player to put that error to one side and then just go and do your other job well. McLaughlin did exactly that. Midlands Tigers establish a 3-2 lead. And now the Wildcats playing on the outside edges. There's Perez. Perez gets the ball back, tries to beat a man to the line, check back on the inside. Not quite connecting on this occasion. There's Blandford working with Perez. There's Blandford. Perez picking, stepping. 3-on-2 if they want to execute. They come back over to the short side, and that's played at. So that'll be a repeat set of 6, and it had to be. Otherwise, Max Perez was going in untouched for another score.
He was, and he was always already on his way down as well. Just got to... You get said multiple times, but that is, again, fantastic from Perez, but gets touched on his way in. But you've got to think about catching the ball before thinking about what you're going to do with it.
Yep.
Joe, and I've been told that many a time before in my rugby career.
It's easier said than done, isn't it?
It's very true, because you kind of think about, oh, am I going to beat this guy? Am I going to score the try? Am I going to do all this? But catching is probably the hardest part, I'd say.
It's definitely the part that needs to happen first. As Blandfield checking over, that's try time. That's a lovely bit of execution for the West Wildcats. And that's number 13, Tom Simpson, who skates his way over.
Simpson just played really well and slotted in the back pedal. It's a casual theme of today. That cheeky back pedal and then receiving the ball on your tiptoes, ready to take it towards the line.
Yeah, that quickie play is what you'll hear it be called a lot. A lot of teams want to send these, as they call them, quickies. As Phil Shire tries to use the footwork to get around Christopher Ray, but and that's a good battle of footwork there between Ray and Shire.
Indeed, both have been marvellous so far.
Oh, that's naughty.
And Beaton all ends up there.
Yeah, look at this on the replay. This is Brent McDougall, who just left foot step, leaves a man lying on the floor, and then decides, you know what, this is on my time. Put on a bit of a show for the live stream. Brent McDougall establishes a Midlands Tigers league once more.
And I think this is the first time that the Tigers have led today. After having some rather disappointing subsets earlier on in the game, they've fixed that issue. Now running the show. Wildcats caught at 6s and 7s here.
It's so indicative, I think, of any and all Midlands Tigers team at the moment. Predominantly, the club that's most dominant in the Midlands is the Nottingham Touch Club. As you see, Tom Davies just unhooked the trailer, dropped the extra pass away, and that's vintage Tom Davies, apart from the forward pass that came in suit. Although I'm sure some would say that is still vintage Tom Davies.
And some were still convinced that the try had been scored there, so we're jogging off the field, but have to stay on to another subset. Paris off to you. Paris to play acting half once more as well. Perez runs through, intercepted. Now the chase is on.
What an interception that is. Daniel Kirk over on the far side, picking. Recognises he's not going to go full length, just steadies the ship, gets the ball back down, allows Midlands Tigers to come over and get some fresh legs on the field. Tom Davies doesn't want to sub. Brent McDougall joins him now. There's Davies, back to McDougall. Just playing a game of...
Who wants it?
Yeah. It's a bit of a piggy in the middle at the moment. McDougall checking away. Tom Davies on the sweeper.
Oh.
But backing away were the Wildcats defence. And if you're new to touch, when you're in your 7-metre line, that dotted dash that you see where Brent McDougall and Tom Davies are currently stood, you cannot back out of the touch. You've got to go engage from a defensive point of view. If you do back out, penalty against you. And that's what we saw there as McDougall and Davies look to make something happen. McDougall just taking the touch, trying to dive at the line. It's interesting that Davies, the fastest player on the pitch, currently operating in the middles, would normally expected him to see him at link. However, there's McDougall, maybe looking to go back to Davies, not taken. Still persisting to go down the line. And no wonder that was where his first score came from.
McDougall looks desperate to get his name on the score sheet once more.
He wants the brace.
And he does want the brace, and here he is again, fizzing that ball out wide. Good defence from Paris, and he gets the turnover as well. It's been quite impressive so far today, actually, Paris, out on the width for the Wildcats.
And sometimes it's a thankless job getting out there. You've got a lot of things to do. I don't necessarily get the highlights, but Paris, the vast majority, has been faultless. But the Wildcats' mistake give McDougall. However, I was about to say they give McDougall and Davies another opportunity to score, but they don't, because then there's another unforced error that once again turns the ball back over to West Wildcats. And it feels like when it rains, it pours. And now there's an extra 10 metres for Chat, which is and a forced sub, which is the first one that we've seen today. So the Chat's too much. The referee sends him off. And he's got to wait until he exits the field of play for someone else to come. So momentarily you're 6v5, and it's not a good picture to paint to the referees.
That's very true. You've got to keep the referees on the right side here.
And there's a fresh set of 6 for playing the ball in the air. Paris doing a really good job at manufacturing that repeat set. Gallo in at left link. There's Russell, Yu. This is a dangerous pod now. Combining with Newton. Yu tracking over. Gallo to Newton. Newton looks to drop a little pass off to Gallo, but it's well shut down by McDougall.
It was a good pick from Gallo there, and he really set up the play well, but picks that line possibly too early because the space probably wasn't there. Now I have to come back, and the momentum's mostly gone, but that's a really nice lift. Lovely play.
So as you were saying, picking the line late. Not showing the hand early. Newton carries, and Russell, he just fades away, and as soon as Phil Shire bites on the plate, it's a good bit of hands away from Newton. Textbook draw and pass.
Indeed. What we like to see, and he picks that outers line very well, as you say, Joe, at the right time from Russell. Not early, not late. And now here goes McLaughlin. Turned over. Now Wildcats ball. Another opportunity to attack. They've drawn it back to 4-all here, so still hangs in the balance this game.
It really does, and it doesn't feel like either of these teams are fully in the ascendancy at the moment. There's a fresh set of 6 here for the Wildcats, so they'll finish a subset and then just fly the fresh legs on the field. There's second touch up over the 10-metre line. Third touch not making many metres off the back of it. Going too lateral, not forward, and then the pass Again, just slips through the hands of the Wildcats, and 10 minutes left to go. Seems like neither of these teams really want to put their hands up to win it here.
I don't think so, and that pass from Ray was just a bit awry.
Yeah, nice.
That was a good one.
I think we're 1-1 today.
Maybe. I think I might get a -1 at some point. That can't remember who I said earlier. Something bad. Anyway.
Oh, Archie Devlin.
Yeah. Definitely.
Definitely.
Oh,
Definitely.
yeah, no. I'm back to 0 now, though, so it's fine.
Yeah, you're in the green for now.
Anyway, Tigers with a fresh 6.
You could see what he was shaping for there. He wants that inside pass, but the angle in which he's running doesn't quite complement that inside ball, and then the long ball to the wing just finds its way into touch. No real drama for the West Wildcats.
Yeah, McDougall trying to find Disbury on the outside, and probably wasn't the right play to hit a right rip off that. Here's Ray.
Good awareness to come back to the mark, but needs to predict these touches and get the ball down cleanly. Back to Ray. Third touch.
There's a good ball roll.
A bit of a tricky subset for now. 4. This is 5th coming, not over the halfway yet. What can Russell and Gallo conjure? Gallo gets it over the halfway. Elliot Russell picks. Ball to the wing, just a little bit low.
If he gets that on the money, I believe that Owen Richardson is away.
Although, tap penalty for off the mark. Lloyd Dafford, good call. I did say to him earlier, you better not make any mistakes, because if you ever come up and join me on commentary, you then leave yourself wide open to me really nitpicking any mistakes you make when you're playing. And Lloyd knows that all too well. So he's doing a pretty good job so far, is Lloyd Dafford. Phil Shire now working in the midfield. And it'd be interesting to see what him and Whitehead can conjure. There is Whitehead picking, getting into the in-goal area. Needs to find the spare player. Ball goes all the way out to the wing. There's a bit of a head knock on that far side, but George Bunn might not mind it all too much, because that score might be the one that gives Midlands Tigers the platform to get the victory. But make no bones about it, this is a bit of a head knock here. And you see Paris just trying to hurdle him, and it's completely accidental, but even if it's an accident, it's not going to make it feel any better. Apologies don't cover bruises.
Very true. Not much for plaster is saying sorry.
And there's a hips not square penalty. Lloyd Dafford hot on it. You hear the calls from the sub box. They want the tap-off move. And Sam, you might not be all too familiar with what we would call a tap-off move. So when you repeat the game from the middle of the park, almost every team will have like a set phase play that you'll run for 4 or 5 touches, with the whole idea of then running some predetermined strike on the 5th. And then whenever you hear that called tap-off, you know it's something that they want to orchestrate for exactly one reason, which will be they've got something cool conjuring up on 5th touch.
Yeah, not able to make it there, unfortunately, and that tap off is always familiar. You do hear it a lot down on the sidelines, don't you, Joe? But yeah, these was not something to be marvelled at from the Tigers, but now the Wildcats straight back into it.
Yeah, it's really good momentum that they build, but then look, they just become a little bit stop-start and static. That's 5th touch. A ball to Ray isn't taken, but it's well gathered on the outside edge, and then the dummy almost gets himself through a little gap. Not quite happening on that occasion for Niemand, but he wasn't far away. And that's a loss of control at the roll ball. But it's a Midlands Tigers penalty for foot in the ruck. Not too sure about that one, Lloyd, but okay. I can't give him all the
Oh,
compliments.
God, you're getting really into him, aren't you, Joe?
Yeah.
I'm worried if I ever play touch that I'll be straight up on the chopping block.
Oh,
That would have been away. Owen Richardson, who's already got one so far, he would have been away there, but to no avail. McDougall takes quick. Then off to Neil Guess. McDougall again. Guess it. Acting half. Here's Shire. Shire's away. The space opened up. The touch was there. Shire maybe could have leaned a bit more to his right-hand side and evaded that touch, but not this time.
Well, he's got to dive. He had all the space in the world, just had to dive. McDougall, though, trying to bounce around Ray. Easier said than done. There's Brent McDougall.
Shire in the link. McDougall acting half. Big ball there. Probably too high, too lofted there.
Yeah.
And McDougall acting at half has read that a bit wrong. Richardson. Here's Ray. Oh, he could have been away there.
Yeah, he just opted for ball security over potentially going full length. Paris is left isolated. And eventually, the likes of Gallo and Newton and Russell alleviate the pressure. Well, there is Newton trying to step away. Newton accelerates through the gap, but it's a good swiping touch comes in from Neil Guess.
And Newton caught at half there, so turnover for the Tigers. Here's Shire. Shire squirrels away from the tackle. McDougall.
This is a better platform. Tom Davies has to pivot on the roll ball to make something happen, and then trying to bounce around Elliot Russell. It's Owen Richardson shuts down the play for the Wildcats, and Wildcats, it's becoming a bit of a nervy time now. 2 minutes left to go. You find yourself a try down. Newton just left isolated, and Gallo has to work hard to get there at half, and Newton again. Unfortunately, it felt like that infringement was always coming. That subset never got going.
Really didn't. That pod was not the one there for the Wildcats. Gallo and Newton having a lot of miscommunication in the middles. Here's Davies. Then caught. So now they'll have a set off, I believe, 3. Davies acting half. Can swing back now, but doesn't need to. Again.
Oh, danger.
Oh.
They'll be given late pass. So again, Wildcats have an opportunity to just manufacture some scoring chances late in the day, and they'll get another penalty for offside.
Offside there. The discipline from the Tigers proving a bit unworthy.
This is better momentum, and there's a nice bit of hands. Perez feeds away to Bunn. There's only a minute left, so Bunn might have to create something from nothing, but he's reeled in rather easily by his namesake on the other half, George Bunn.
I wonder whether they're related.
I don't think so. I used to know Martin quite well. I don't think so. Perez floats the ball out to Martin Bunn, checks back on the inside. And there are just seconds remaining in this game. The Wildcats have got to go quickly. 20 seconds remaining. Max Perez on the open side quickie. Picks up against the grain. Diving touch comes in from Jousey, and it's wonderful work. And with 10 seconds left to go in this game of touch.
That's a fantastic tuck, and that swings the momentum of the game as well from Jousey. He's really, really reached there. Really impressive bit of athleticism.
And do you know what that is from Tom Davies? That's an impressive bit of games management. Taking the ball off the mark, bringing it all the way back, and then getting the refs to finish it without any shadow of a doubt. 5-4 to Midlands Tigers over West Wildcats. I mean, the Tigers really came through a bit of a storm because their first half was a bit lackluster, and then their second half, they just fixed their problems on the fly. That's a marker of a good team.
They did, and all their pods were working well and had a lot of cohesion. And the main thing that we spoke about a lot, Joe, was the subset, and they got it right in the second half, and that kind of fixed everything else. That subset meant that they could play with momentum, and once they'd broken gain, their ball roll was really, really good. And that means they could play on the front foot, and they did, and they got some really, really nice tries out of it as well.
Absolutely. And coming up for you next, we all shift focus back to the Women's Open category, where it's a repeat of regions, but a different division. Midlands Tigers versus West Wildcats Women's Open, and I'll be with you in about 5 minutes' time. And so welcome for our second game of the afternoon session. It's Women's Open action, Midlands Tigers versus West Wildcats, and it's the Tigers to get us underway. And Loveridge starts the Tigers onslaught on the Wildcats line. Good ball movement. Getting up onto the 7 with ease at the moment. And then recycling back over towards Loveridge. Loveridge accelerates over the line, and that should be try time, and it would have been, apart from a forward pass at the base of the ruck. And that was the first warning shot of this Midlands Tigers Women's Open team.
Indeed, playing with such confidence down that left-hand side. Really taking it to the Wiggly Worms, as we've been told to call them.
Thank you, indeed. Yes, Claire Rylance coming up to us earlier and saying, can we be the West Wiggly Worms for this broadcast? You can.
You can be, definitely.
Whether we'll remember for 40 minutes is a different story.
And changing the graphics might be a tad difficult, but
verbally, you can be the Wiggly Worms.
Exactly. Kate Allen on the outside there.
Yeah, forward pass, so tap penalty. And this Midlands Tigers side are so well drilled, and look at the depth in which they're running, and that's the difference that we've not seen in these divisions so far, or in any game really.
Hard touch coming in there.
And look at the momentum in which they fly onto the field.
Yeah, great subset there, Joe, and increases the momentum, as you say.
And there's Summers, Alice Summers driving at the line, and they've saved a touch, so they've got an extra one here. What can Alice Summers create? Big dummy, tries to drive at the line. But if you're wondering what Midlands Tigers are all about, it's exactly that. Running at depth, running hard, fixing defenders. I mean, it looks beautiful when it happens. And now, the Wiggly Worms. That ball wiggling free of the grasp of Mia Perriment. There's Summers firing a pass infield towards Tamani Kambabi. And again, this subset runs with just furious efficiency as Rance look to play the extra pass, but ball just drops to the floor. And that mistake celebrated by the Wildcat sub-box. Certainly the louder of the two sub-boxes at this stage, Sam.
Well, we might be a bit biased as we can't hear the Tigers sub-box over there, but it's definitely making a lot of noise.
There's a good subset, but this is fifth coming, not over halfway yet. Late pass is fine. That's fifth touch. What can they create? There's a nice bit of pace on display.
That's good pace. Frederici Priest there. Frederici Priest, maybe.
Yeah, Federici Priest, I reckon.
Oh, you've outdone me with the
I'm sorry.
Italian silent C.
I've had a lot of experience doing covering Italian teams, so yeah, Federici Priest.
Oh, and just not quite coming to avail that time for the
ball.
Tigers, but half was almost caught out there. Now the Wiggly Worms will play.
Yes, they will. And they'll look to drive up the sub-box. It's a good covering touch that comes in from Freya Betts for the Midlands Tigers. And now the West Wildcats. That's illegal contact there. Quite evident for the referees to call it. Ella Loveridge just...
Bit hard on Grace Wilm there, but Wilm will go again.
There's good Pistons defence coming in that time from Simon. This is three, fourth touch coming. Can the Wildcats manufacture a scoring opportunity? And I think I'm coming down with something, Sam.
I might have to take your temperature in 2 seconds, mate. Yeah, unfortunately there, Hickman, ball slipping out of her grasp, but the Tigers purring back into motion now. See what I did there?
They did. 1-1.
Yeah.
You're off the mark.
There we go. We're back in four, but Tigers gunning at the line now.
Alice Summers with a good bit of footwork finds the extra pass, but it's just behind Freya Betts. But what about the right foot step from Alice Summers?
Yeah, pressure applied there from the Worms, and to no avail. Summers gets into the score zone, but couldn't find a Tiger who was with her.
That's a much better subset again. Saving touches were the West Wildcats. Cara Edwards feeding a nice late pass away, but this is fifth touch coming, and Edwards will have one opportunity to strike. There is Cara Edwards picking, driving, trying to step away from Alice Summers, but Summers treads water and shadows her and makes a good defensive touch. We're still locked at 0-0.
Summers kept her hips so square there and just didn't fall for any kind of dummy.
It's good hands from Kambabi. And again, this subset is finding its feet once more. Skip pass comes out into the link channel, feeding back on the inside.
They cut against the grain once more, the Tigers. Again, bearing down on the Worms.
Yeah, Phoebe Simon just accelerates round, throws a big dummy, gets the ball down, and Phoebe Simon decides, well, I can just do it myself, and kicks around the covering defence, shows the dummy, accelerates through the gap that appeared, and make no bones about it, this is a score that was manufactured solely by Phoebe Simon.
Yeah, lovely little show and go from Simon, and allows her to just get away from the outreaching touch that was coming. And that's the first score of the game. Tigers holding the cards.
Yeah, this Midlands Tigers team, I was saying earlier that a lot of these players coming from Nottingham being the touch club in Nottingham, really at the forefront of the club circuit, winning the men's NTS, developing players. I think they've got over 100 players in their ranks at the moment. They've sent around 60 players to this tournament. That touch club really sort of fielding and providing a lot of players for this Midlands Tigers team. Not only the Women's Open, but for the men's, the mixed and the seniors. So
there's a really good carry there from Loveridge as well.
Yeah, this is danger. There's Alice Summers. This is 4-touch, fifth coming. Do you want to reset? They do. There's Simon. Summers. Back to Simon. That's danger. That should be try time. It is indeed. And just as soon as there's one, Phoebe Simon doubles her account.
Yeah, Phoebe Simon again bearing down on that line. But it's made by Summers, to be honest. She really gets in quickly over that ball and gets in at half, and the pick is really good. The ball placement as well is fantastic from the Tigers, and Summers allowing her mate Simon to get in over the whitewash. And a good finish as well, actually, a nice diving finish.
Absolutely. And Phoebe Simon and Alice Summers really stamping their mark on this game early. But here are the Wiggly Worms. It takes my brain a minute.
It does.
Default to Wildcats. No, Wiggly Worms.
Wiggly Worms.
Nice pick. Looking for the inside pass, but the spacing from the Midlands Tigers defence enough to crowd out any threat.
And again, the Worms come out of Tigers territory with nothing to show for it. They've probably not counted their touches too right here. That might have had an essence of a forward pass there, but we'll play on.
It's a nice check back on the inside, and now this is dangerous. That's Loveridge platforming, but has to come back to the mark. There's M. Simon this time. Skip pass out to the wing. Recycled back on the inside. M. Simon looking to make a scoring opportunity down that far side. And if you're thinking, well, why are you saying Simon so much? Well, there is two of them, M and Phoebe Simon. And then in the Midlands Tigers Men's Open, there's also Ollie Simon. And then CFO of International Touch, Chris Simon. Yeah, it's a very big touch family out here in the Midlands.
Yeah, the Simon family have a blood running through the veins of this touch tournament. And we can see why, all ultra talented, Joe.
Absolutely, it is a phenomenal team. But one of the future stars to watch out for, number 38, Ruby Odell, currently on the pitch working with M. Simon. And there's a nice bit of gas shown on the outside. And again, it's the draw and pass. It's oh so easy. M. Simon just accelerates, fixes, dishes. And it's finished in the corner by Freya Betts. And you'll see M. Simon just bounces around the opposition. And Betts able to just get that ball down. 3 tries to the good now are the Midlands Tigers over the newly named Wiggly Worms.
Yeah. 3 to the good now, showing their absolute confidence here today, the Tigers. I mean, helped by fantastic performances so far from Summers and the Simon family.
Trying to dive at the line there was Maddie Miles Kingston. Not quite happening for them at the moment. Federici Priest taking the ball down, back to attacking at the line. A good diving touch comes in, and the spacing from this Midlands Tigers defence is impressive. They're so narrow. They back themselves to be able to chase out if that long ball comes, and it's a frustrating defence to play against.
Yeah, definitely so. And again, good touch comes in from the Worms. But this Tigers side is ever present.
How good, how good.
This might be one of the best tries you see.
Ella Dean, it's phenomenal. And in and amongst the world-class talent in this Midlands Tigers team are some of fresh up-and-coming players. And Ella Dean bounces around her opposite man, beats her all ends up, and then just sticks the hammer down.
Ella Dean, 2 hands on the ball, hips square, just using that illusion, that deception in there to be able to create that opportunity for herself, and the holes open up. She slides through.
And now this West Wiggly Worms are going to need to get a score on the board, and quickly. That's a nice dummy. Cara Edwards gets into the in-goal area. Can she find a spare player? Pop the ball a bit hopefully onto that try-line area, but no. One of her teammates could get over and make something happen as the Midlands Tigers look to go away from their box and run a bit of an away set. That's wonderfully manufactured. I mean, this team can just do a bit of everything at this moment. They've got the Midas touch. Nothing can go wrong.
Such good ball roll on the attack, and they've worked their way. They've chomped up the ground here, Joe. And they could be in once more into the in-goal area. Ball comes up.
Oh, I think they're going to give a late pass, but if anyone is watching this and wants an example of how to do an away subbing set, but the Midlands Tigers have just given you something that is absolutely textbook. Running against basically no oncoming opposition. They ran with such force and precision. It is worrying for Tigers right now. As the Wildcats drive, try and manufacture an overlap. There was a 4-on-3 on that far side, but Tigers able to just chase and shut down any space that was initially available to them. And again comes this subset. As Cambaby. Alice Summers in at half. Cambaby. Summers. Simon now in at half.
Oh, great little hitch kick from Summers, and it creates some space for the Tigers once again, and it's try time.
Oh, unfortunately, no. Not on this occasion. Wildcats touch comes in, the referees were happy with it. But I was with you, Sam. I thought, once again, that would be another one down. Not quite happening for them as of yet. And unfortunately for Federici Priest, that one's just behind her.
Ball comes down, unfortunately, and Summers
just enjoying herself out there now.
So low centre of gravity, Joe, is such a thing. I don't have it. You kind of do.
I'm in that.
You're in that region.
I'm in that disadvantaged mid region where I'm not tall enough to be like a big body, and I'm not low enough to have a small centre of gravity. Feel for us 5'8" boys. Oh, stunning. And that's Ruby O'Dell getting the ball down, running a lovely line at link. And it's a great pick initially. And then dished out to Ruby O'Dell. And it was relatively straightforward in the end for Ruby, but Ella Loveridge with a good pick and pass.
Yeah, all of the components coming in there. The half play was fantastic, and then the middles play really, really great, and then great line at link from Ruby O'Dell. Just a great touch try, isn't it, Joe?
It is. It absolutely is. And I think you're so right. All the components married up wonderfully there. And it was finished with maturity beyond her years. Ruby O'Dell. And now the Wiggly Worms with shaping a nice pass out to the wing. Cara Edwards with a somewhat apologetic hand. Pass didn't quite have the beans to find the winger.
Maisie Pollard out there on the width. Couldn't quite get to it, but this is good hard running for number 14, Phoebe Simon. Simon will play halves again. Here goes Canbaby. Summers in the middles. Can she find anyone? Good though, good touch on the edge. Kate Allen uses that big frame to stretch out an arm and stop Summers in her tracks.
And that's no mean feat, because when Alice Summers gets going, she's rapid, especially in that 7 meter zone. Such acceleration on Alice Summers, but as you say, Kate Allen just denies Summers any opportunities. This is fifth coming. Can the Wildcats platform for something of purpose? That's better, and there's a good bit of gas shown to get all the way through. She needs to find some support. And she does, but Alice Summers stuck to her. It's unfortunate because Keris Godwin just found that extra bit of pace when she needed it.
She did indeed, and the defence split open. But again, you've just got to get off your heels, get on your bike, and support your fellow wiggly worm.
I like it. I like it. Hey, if you ask us to call you a different name, we're going to do our best to fit it in at any opportunity possible.
We definitely will. There's a song about wiggly worms, isn't there? And his name is Wiggly Woo. Is that the right one? There's a worm at the bottom of the garden.
I don't know actually.
Oh, you need to catch up on your preschool nursery rhymes, Joe. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's an area of knowledge that I'm yet to expand on. I'm not quite found my way to preschool nursery rhymes. I'm yet to do national anthems. To be fair, I'll do those first. Godwin.
Here goes Godwin.
That's ball down. And that's try time. That's Keris Godwin to Becca Hickman. And the Wiggly Worms do wriggle themselves over.
2-1. I'll give you it. I'll give you it. I'll give you it. I'll give you it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, great try. I mean, Goodwin's looked so promising off the back of that pick she did at half a couple of moments ago, and she finds a nice little basketball pass over the top. And I've just almost been attacked by a bee up here. It's because we're talking about worms too much. The bees want some action as well.
It's so true.
2-2, thank you.
I love it. Oh, Simon dishing, Betts finishing. And that is simple. And touch is a simple game when you can play it like that. And this time it was M. Simon just getting that quickie play and then feeding out to the wing, and Betts just in the right position to finish.
Yeah, fantastic work from the Tigers. Game as Simon says out there.
Ooh. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, 3-2.
That's Sam Bork.
I'm working my way into it, Joe.
That's textbook Sam Bork. That. I'm gonna rob that for finals day.
Go for it, mate. Go for it. Go for it. You can do that.
I'm actually so jealous. I can't believe that I didn't think of that first. I've been commentating over the Simons for so long, and I've never put Simon Says together.
Yep.
How good.
Yeah, I think the Wiggly Worms have kind of just bought it out of me.
Oh yeah. Just sort of like got the creative juices flowing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
The floodgates are open.
They don't expect too much more from me, mate.
Well, we'll find a way. We'll find a way.
Here go the Tigers once more. Do they get the ball down?
Yep.
And another try for this Midlands Tigers side. Again, working so well in all areas of the pitch.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to not only break your heart, but break Midlands Tigers' heart. It's come back for another forward pass off the base of the ruck.
I seem to be coming down with something, Joe. I think I need to be.
It's contagious.
I need to be rushed to A&E. This is well, can the Worms get a foothold in this game now? The touch is fantastic. The line pressure.
They're just able to get such line speed going in the Midlands Tigers. Their defensive work has really given them a platform to launch for all of their offensive brilliance. It's this defensive work, the line speed, the way they just eat up the ground. It's really given them a platform to launch, and launch they have, because they are in a commanding 5-try lead, 6 tries to 1 over. Ignore your screen. It's not the West Wildcats. It's the West Wiggly Worms, and for all of their good work, Midlands Tigers, it's their structures that have just been phenomenal, and that's what's really done the damage, isn't it?
Yeah, as we said before, all compartments of the game really marrying up, Joe. Everyone who's in at acting half, just playing their role, and then the middles and links. They haven't had too much play on the width, to be fair, but these link lines that they've been running are absolutely phenomenal.
I think encapsulated by that Ruby Odell score in the corner, running a lovely line at link. And it's something that I know a lot of touch players are trying to add into their repertoire, this ability to start from deep and cannon on, as we've been saying, just crash through those spaces.
A bit like line crashing.
Yeah.
We'll call it. But yeah, this Tigers side are doing it fantastically well, Joe.
They are, and for the Wiggly Worms, there's a bit of problem solving to do. Namely, how do you stop the repeat sets that Tigers are being able to have?
Well, I suppose you kind of got to focus on yourself a bit. The Tigers, they get the subset really right, and they do it really well. This kind of line break, box crashing kind of thing that they do off a subset, and they allow all of their pods, even if they've got a few weaker players in that pod, they look so strong. You've got to focus on yourself, and you've got to go, right, first of all, we've got to sort out our slightly slower subset, which is allowing these Tigers women's to come round at such quick pace. We're going to sort out our subset first. That will lead into other parts of our game being quicker.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, and the West Wildcats certainly have the experience to fix it. But we're going to take advantage of the 2 minutes left of this half-time break just to regather, and then we'll see if the West Wildcats can execute those changes when they need to.
Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, 2-minute warning. This is your 30-second warning. Please stick to the pitches. We're ready to play. Ready to officials stand by.
And so welcome back on this occasion, Wildcats, or shall I say the Wiggly Worms, with tap-off, but surrendering that ball back over to the Midlands Tigers, who do have a commanding lead, 6 tries to 1. And me and Sam were discussing how do the Wiggly Worms get back into this game and make it a real competition. Well, not giving up the ball on first touch would be a really good start, as Ruby O'Dell comes in acting half and feeds over to Simon. Simon driving at the line, stepping, that's better spacing, but then the ball to Ruby O'Dell is wonderful. And she might be one of the youngest in the team, but she's proving her weight in gold. Ruby O'Dell with a brace.
Yeah, really, really good finish there from O'Dell. Just grabs onto it, and it's already in that movement of coming down when she receives the ball, which is really, really showing maturity for her age, I'd say, Joe.
Absolutely, and I know it's something that a lot of coaches are starting to drill into players, is when you're trying to make those extra passes on the line, they don't need to be chest height, they want to be at your shins, and you're almost encouraging your supporting cast. You already start getting down there and I'll put the ball in your hands. And Ruby O'Dell with, again, another textbook example of just what she can do. And I think, as well, just as a bit of a wider chat on the Women's Open division, it's a division that's really been dominated by a few names. And, like Kenzie McNaught, one of them, Emma Phoebe Simon, two more. Emily Irons, who we've not quite seen yet, but you will be introduced to Emily Irons tomorrow, and she is a phenomenal player. But there's this really exciting cohort of young talent that are starting to disrupt the dominance that some of these women have had on the division for so long. And Ruby O'Dell is certainly one of those players. And another one of them is Ella Dean, who's getting over for her second off the back of a full-length try. This time it's a bit more of a static play, but the quickie setup gets Ella Dean over the score for her brace.
Yeah, this time Ella Dean getting on the end of it. She, her first try was fantastic. Second try, even more so. Again, in that downward falling motion, just really, again, shows what they're about. Here goes Katie Keys. Acting half.
Yeah, that's Godwin setting for a quickie, working with Grace Wilm. There's Wilm, Godwin, Keys. On a drive at the line, but Hickman's just a little bit on the haunches.
Again, we're going to sound like a broken record here, Joe, but that 1.5 meters of depth is what the Tigers do so well, coming onto the ball at pace. There's the long pass. Just dropped there, but now the Tigers will attack, baring their teeth.
Oh, they just waste no time. Alice Summers cannoning through the roll ball, followed in suit, and then there's third touch up over the halfway. This has to result in a score. The fly option is on. It's a 3-on-1. If they want to give the extra pass, they don't, because Imogen Loveridge has the wheels to skate her way over. And make no bones about it, that try started in the far corner with a quick tap. And then Loveridge puts an exclamation point on the plate.
Yeah, Emma Loveridge there, just going from second to fifth in a matter of seconds. And didn't need the two women outside her. She knew if she just sprayed that show and go, there'd be a gap opening up.
And what a horrible position to find yourself in for the Wiggly Worms winger, where you've got three of the most athletic Women's Open players cannoning at you, and you've just got to pick a player. And Ella Dean fixes, shows the dummy.
I think we've got to also highlight the brilliance of Alice Summers there, who cannoned through her roll ball, and fantastic presentation allowed the Tigers to play on the front foot for, the millionth time in this game.
Yeah, and I think that's what they do so well. They just don't wait around. They don't wait for something to happen. As Cara Edwards, I think, just skates her way all the way around the outside. I'd love to see this on the replay, because it looked like she hopped back into the field of play. She gets around Freya Betts, and then, he's walking that touchline like an expert tightrope.
Is it a little goosey, maybe?
Setting the goose loose for the Wiggly Worms to feed.
Yeah. There you go, Joe. Well done. Well done.
It was there. I'm not proud of it.
No, you shouldn't be.
But it was there.
Here you go, the Tigers, again bearing down on the Worms' defensive line. Ball comes back against the grain.
Yeah, that's Abigail Wolf. Wolf feeding away. Wolf dishing. Ella Dean with a hat trick.
Yeah, Dean putting them into the top hat there. collecting 3. Eladine just on the right angle there to angle away from all of the oncoming defensive prowess of the Worms.
And it feels like we've probably not done the Midlands Tigers team justice as of yet, because the comms have been very much dominated by Eladine, the Simon, Summers, and Ruby O'Dell. But
and a lot of awful puns, Joe.
Yes, unfortunately so. But the likes of Tamani Kambaby and Abigail Wolfe and Sophia Rance also playing their part. This is it's the quintessential team, right? Everyone has their part to play, and the scoreboard accurately reflects that. You can't have 10 tries if not everyone's doing their job. As you see Ruby O'Dell flash a nice pass out and back over into Summers. Summers stepping away, avoiding a few, and then getting the ball down with ruthless efficiency. Tigers are feeling comfortable. There's Phoebe Simon, back to Summers. Simon showing the dummy, fixing. Simon gives the extra pass to Freya Betts. And I mean, it's textbook play from this Midlands Tigers team. Spearheaded by Simon and Summers, but finished by Freya Betts.
Yeah, once again, breaking the line, but I will highlight it once more. Alice Summers, really good ball roll and allows the Tigers to get on front foot. It feels like when they get to these second, third touches and they're around the halfway line, that's where they really want to get on and step onto that front foot.
And they do it with no mercy. They don't take their foot off the gas. It is, well, I mean, we said it before about a very similar team. It's all gas, no brakes. They don't stop. They want these fast roll balls. They don't want to allow teams to breathe.
I mean, you just see here, probably the difference between the two sides. That touch comes in on 4th, I believe. Oh, no.
Try time.
God, Joe, I don't feel too good, mate.
It's a good setup. It's a good finish. I believe that was Kate Edwards getting over. Or
second of the game, I believe. No?
Yeah. But the Wiggly Worms do find their way over, and it must be a tricky position to find yourselves in for a Worm, because the Tigers are just running with such purpose. You must feel like you're focusing on your game and you're delivering as best as you can be, but it's the momentum that they can roll through here is terrifying.
Yeah, it is, and they will go again. Simon. Now Simon in the middles.
Oh, it's gone again. Try time. And once again, it's Simon's.
This time Phoebe, I think with her second of the day. And not a lot of answer from the Wiggly Worms at the moment. I mean, how do you do that? I don't know how you stop the kind of rolling thunder from the Tigers.
I think job one is take the time away. I think what we're seeing a Midlands Tigers team that is just having a lot of time afforded to them. And if you can shut down the time, so that's a good bit of... But again, you try and put the line speed on and shut it down, but if you go as a single shooter, players like Alice Summers are just going to step around you. It is such a tricky task to be able to shut down this Tigers team as Summers, again, rolls into the roll ball. Bit of loss of communication between Kambaby and Ruby O'Dell. Summers now checking over for a 32, picking, then coming over towards Ruby O'Dell. Ruby O'Dell, dummies, scores, well, attempts to score herself. Extra pass maybe was the cause of the day. Not taken on that occasion.
That's a fine, I do believe. If I'm any nous in rugby, that was definitely on. The man outside was away, and Ruby O'Donnell chose to go herself.
This is 5th touch coming. Cara Edwards with not a lot of platform. Does a good job of getting the roll ball down. Switch play. Cara Edwards fizzing over.
Oh, it's good footwork.
And then good footwork to get around Ruby O'Dell, but the extra pass not quite there. And it's such a shame because the footwork initially was phenomenal.
Kate Allen there really showing us what it's all about inside and out. But unfortunately, Maisie Pollard didn't quite read and mirror the actions of Kate Allen, which meant she was a bit too deep on the width.
Oh, that one's gone forward. Unfortunate, just bouncing between a few. So, Wiggly Worms with an opportunity to go and get their 4th score on the board, but coming down with something. Back to Midlands Tigers.
Joe, I think it's airborne, this infection.
It's been really bad, this game.
It has been.
It's been really bad.
It has been. I suppose it's one of those ones. It's probably a bit harder to call than 15s rugby, but this is another one. Oh,
that's such a
just
shame.
Not quite in the corner.
Sophie Lloyd, so close, but again, on this occasion, Imogen Loveridge just scooped through, just found such momentum, and that'll be turnover. And again, look at the speed in which the Tigers want to roll this ball. There's no hanging around. They're currently, there's like a 4-on-2 on the far side. If they want to use the hands, it does eventually make its way there. Loveridge straightens, takes the touch. Wolf feeds on the out. Simon dishes, and on this occasion, Lloyd does finish. And when you think you've got them covered, they just rip the long ball open.
Yeah, this time Lloyd gets her try and just keeps her width. Oh God, her width very well out on that touch line. Tigers will come in again, cutting her back against the grain here really well. Yeah. It's a really nice long pass right to left, and Lloyd gets over the whitewash.
It's a nice variation because you run something called a 32 short, which is that similar platform that we've seen all day, where a middle drags out towards a link, and then the other middle is hitting a really short line off the back of that roll ball. And then they run the variation. They run that long, where that following middle just hangs around and then bounces on the outline. And Tigers are they're just picking the right options so consistently. And it is a frustrating thing to play against when the team opposite you can do no wrong. As Keris Godwin tries to manufacture a scoring opportunity for her team. Here is Godwin. Hickman in at link, not taken. Godwin stepping, but it's well crowded, and it's such a comfortable defensive set at the moment for the Midlands Tigers. They just find ways of building this level of confidence in their defensive work. I mean, it must be a brilliant team to play in, right? If everyone is just so in tune with their jobs, it must feel like such a good team.
That's very true, and it's very easy to get caught out here.
A good roll ball there from Freya Betts, but just fumbled by the hat-trick scorer Ella Dean.
And that's a good subset from the Wiggly Worms there, as they get players onto the field and attacking at the same time. Kate Allen will carry once again. Swung out. That's a razor-sharp ball, but read fantastically by the Tigers.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's a great pass. It's the right option. It's just shut down by the Tigers, and again, I'm sort of lost for words in terms of what else there is to do for this Wiggly Worms team. They've just come up against probably the premier team in this division right now. I mean, I'd love to see this Midlands Tigers side go up against the Taipans, that's for certain.
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be two top teams showing what they're worth against each other, but this is a good example if you want to play some touch. This Tigers side, they really know how to do everything right. And again, they cut up against the grain, and Alice Summers goes in. And they force a mistake there, the Wiggly Worms. Allen. Now they shift the ball. Pollard acting half. Pollard acting half once more. Here's Allen with a big driving run. Pollard once more acting half. Good dish off the base there. A good carry from number 9, Abby Kirkman that time. Now Tigers having seen through another Wiggly Worm 6 and out. carrying on through the phases. Now interesting in touch 3. Oh, this is gas on the outside from Simon. Gives the pass out to Betts, but not finished that time. Familiar combination. That is Phoebe Simon on the outside with an arcing run out to Betts. But this time Betts wasn't quite on the same tune. And there's another subset from the Wiggly Worms. What can they conjure up this time?
Oh, sorry. Apologies for leaving you on your own there for a minute, Sam. I was just thinking, I wonder when Midlands Tigers and South East Taipans do play each other in the pool. Well, it's the last game of the pool is Midlands Tigers versus Women's Open. So the pool standings could come down to that game. It'll be on Field 6 on Monday morning at the early tap-off at 9 o'clock in the morning. It'll be one to keep an eye out for. We'll probably end up... Well, I'll probably end up sending someone to go report on that game as it happens, because that'll have massive implications for the pool standings. Part of me thinks, let's get it on live stream.
Well,
let's find a way.
We should find a way, possibly. Because that Taipan side, they looked just ready to roar in that first game. But this Tigers side roaring at the same time as they get into the end zone and knocked forward there, ball dropped.
Yeah, the Wiggly Worms have done over the past few minutes, just done a good job at shutting down some of this Midlands Tigers attack, but a part of me feels like Tigers are maybe taking their foot off the gas ever so slightly. One eye on the fact that this is a long old tournament. No injuries is probably the recipe of the day. We saw in last year's Nationals, injuries playing a huge part in some regions, and some teams really struggling in the latter stages of the tournament because of the injuries that were picked up. My mind is instantly cast into the Northwest Men's Open, where they were ravaged by injuries on day 2. So their early morning last pool game of the Monday was just it was an impossible task for them to overcome. So tournament management here, really important. You don't want to overexert yourself and take any injuries.
Definitely so. And we spoke before about one of the most important muscles in your legs, the hamstrings. They want to look after. Make sure you roll them out. Make sure you get those stretches in before. But the other thing also, Joe, to think about as the Tigers get into the end zone once more, and they do put the ball down.
Oh, Ruby O'Dell. And she does get a hat-trick.
And that is hat-trick time for Ruby O'Dell. Before I was so rudely interrupted, but yeah, O'Dell, as you say, Joe, one of the young stars coming up through this open setup for the Midlands Tigers. She has been all over it today.
She has, and it's been full worth the hat-trick scores. 90 seconds left to go. The result of this game, a bit of a foregone conclusion. The only question is, can the Wiggly Worms get over for a couple more scores in that time? Again, the line speed is just so prominent from the Tigers. It's a DNA of this team. It's just this ferocity in the line speed. Well, there's a nice disguised switch.
Perhaps that's comes kind of down to game management there for the Wiggly Worms. It's or I suppose pass management. That ball did not need to be lasered in. It needed a lovely little soft offload, and they perhaps just got it a bit wrong there.
Yeah. No, agreed. Absolutely agreed. It's just not quite happened for this Wildcats team. Wiggly Worms team.
Wiggly Worms,
it'll stick with me,
Joseph,
I promise.
come on.
Oh, lovely pick and go on this occasion from Lottie Saunders. Saunders with a speculative pass back on the inside that almost found the supporting cast.
Almost worked out there for the Tigers once again.
And to be fair, Lottie Saunders, one of those names that probably would have got more airtime, but we've been obsessed with sort of the new blood of talent that's coming through this Midlands Tigers team, and to take a 14 tries to 3 win over the West Wildcats, that's no mean feat.
No, and I think it came to a stage in that game there, Joe, where the Wiggly Worms, kind of just accepted their fate. I'd kind of suppose, and it all comes from that confidence that the Tigers are playing in. I'm sure I haven't seen their other results from around the ground today, but I mean, I'm sure I don't think they've lost, if I'm right in saying.
No, I think you'd be very fair in assuming that. The Midlands Tigers side look wonderfully well drilled. But that does bring us to our penultimate game of the day. Only 2 more left for you. Here on Field 1, coming up for you in 5 minutes' time, men's 40s action, Midlands Tigers versus Southwest Saxons, and that's followed by our final game of the day, mixed open game. North East Raiders versus Northwest Touch. It's a North derby. It's always feisty and fiery, and it's a great way to round off what has been a brilliant first day of Touch here, Sam.
It has indeed, Joe, and very impressive rugby being played, very impressive rugby skills being on show, and all teams giving it their best. And the sun's gone down now, we've got a bit of cloud over the top, but at the same time, that's no damning the rugby. It's been fast, it's been furious, it's been kind of ever-present work rate from everyone on the pitch, and everyone who's played their part here today should be extremely proud.
Absolutely, and the games have sort of spoke for themselves, but as we were saying, Midlands Tigers 14, West Wildcats 3, coming up for you in now 4 minutes' time, men's 40s. Once again, Midlands Tigers, but they'll be up against the Southwest Saxons.
I think you're well within your rights to go on about it.
Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning for the next game. We have had a phone after this. If you answer the phone, we'll put the pin in and you hand it back to you. I think you do know explicit because you did press find my phone, find my location. So I know you're missing your phone. If you are missing your phone, come and see us. Sit on an iPhone or the iPhone. Come and bring it. So put the pin in and you can take it away. We are also looking for a pink top. If you see a pink top hoodie lying around that's not appears to be attended, pink top hoodie is missing. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute.
Well, welcome back to Next Gen Live as we have our penultimate game of the day here at the England Touch Tournament Nationals in Nottingham. I'm Sam Bork and I'll be taking you through the next game here, which we have the Southwest Saxons taking on the Midlands Tigers in the over 40s. We've already had a brief showing of the Saxons in this department. On pitch 1, they looked ever present, and their captain will tap us off, Ben Chappell, the big number 17. Chappell at half, and he will play there again, lifting the ball very nicely. Into the try scorer on multiple occasions in that first game, Will Lush. Lush on the ball again. Chappell involved once more. Long searching ball out from Chapel. And that's a great score to start us off. The captain providing once more a captain's contribution from Will Chapel. A lovely long pass right to left, I believe. And it's number 3, Kevin Kendall, that finishes it off. But now the Tigers will bare their teeth. Can they get into Saxon territory? Fizzed out now. Here's the number 9, Dave Little. Little will give off, and the diving finish is almost there. Lost control, though. So we'll come back for the touch. Matt Hall at half here. Little stands at left middle, but chooses to go the other way. He does. Hall. Here's Hall off to Little. Hall will play halves again. Little squirming around the other way. This could be try time, and it is. One on the board for the Tigers. Really well set up play there. Really good quickie from Dave Little, and then finished in the corner from Jonathan Wheater. Quickie played with such good intent there. Little squirming round onto the right middles and then giving the pass out to Wheaton. Here's Lush again. Dowds one more time. Lush attacking the line with pace. Just touched there, so we'll come back for 3. This time it's Gavin Hart at halves. And a bit of miscommunication between the wings and the links there, so not quite this time. Now the Tigers will get a fresh 6. Ducking and diving inside, that's Scott Singh. Dummy is played. Good bit of work from Kevin Foley to direct his man back to the mark. And that's 5, 6 to come. Can the Tigers muster something up? That's great play. Just caught on the edge. Mark Garbers this time making that also important touch on the outside. But it all started with Kevin Foley and almost finished by the number 20. Here's Lush at middles, now gives off to his link on the left-hand side. Here's Chapel back on the pitch. This is nice, and that's 5, 6 to come. Rob Emery this time. Emery goes on a marauding run. Emery touched there, so 6 and out for the Saxons. 1-1 here. Game hanging in the balance. Just check up on one of the Tigers players who took a bit of a knockdown there. Good fizzing passing. Foley at halves. That's good play, actually. Foley will play halves again. And didn't quite see it there, Foley, but Chapel was retreating and managed to pass his opposite man the ball. Chapel. Emery. Emery surrenders the touch. Good subset from Saxons. They'll come round this way. And in goes Saxons into the in-goal area. Unfortunately, the ball's just lost control of. But promising again from the Saxons. Here's Dave Little. Little surrenders the touch that time. That ball cannoned into the chest of the Tigers player. Now they'll move wide. Foley at halves. And again, they'll search off to the right-hand side so they can get a subset through. Foley will play halves once more. Singh gives a nice pass out wide, but doesn't come into fruition for the Tigers. As that ball out wide from middle to link gets caught a bit up. Here you go. Saxons, Chappell at halves. Chappell with a nice pickup once more. Touch late pass, so that will come back to the Saxons and the captain Chappell. Hart, Chappell. Marauding here, but again touched, so we'll come back for 3. Hart off to Chappell once more, then back to Hart. Chappell with a nice line in the middle. Diving for the line, goes in unscathed. This time it's John Dowds. Really nice linkage play, and the middles both having an effect on that. One little play, Dowds and Hart. Emery makes the touch. Travis Kenny keeping the Saxons defence honest. Dan Lewis now. Dan Lewis with a show and go. Then off to Lewis once more. Looks for the big pass. Touched in the middle there. Travis Kenny thought he was in, but no cigar this time. Chainsaw pass off to Dan Lewis. Lewis with another show and go. Then a big pass out to the left, and that'll be 6 and done for the Midlands Tigers. Emery now lifted. Emery again will play at halves. Lush out wide now. Lush with a cutting line back against the grain. Subset coming on. And a new original pod for the Saxons. And another good D set. These both sides going tit for tat at this current point. The Saxons just with a little bit more edge, leading 2-1. Can the Tigers get back into it? That's a good grab from Kenny. That's a heavy touch on the outside from Foley. Subset comes once more. Dave Little in at middles. Matt Hall once again. Little will play halves. Here's Little with a nice loop round. They've got to set their feet now and stay square. And turned over there, unfortunately, for the Tigers, who are looking back to get into this. Good pick up of the base from Hart. John Dowds, the try score, will go again. Harris, Chappell. Chappell out to Emery now. Harris to Chappell. Porritt at halves. Emery with a nice cutting grain line. Emery dives for it. Foley, sorry. Little caught up to by Porritt. But they'll be brought back for the penalty and a new 6. Foley at halves, then swung out. That's a nice ball. Little skip pass. Kasra Powell's there, wearing the number 13. Here's Singh. Now out to Callum Richards. Richards slowing up the play. Singh. Heavy touch there. So we'll come back for 6. Referee just showing where the mark is, asserting his authority. Powell's off to Singh. Now Craston. Singh at halves. Craston once again. Craston chooses the ball out wide. Foley finishes. Really, really nice rugby from the Midlands Tigers over 40s. All created in midfield. Great ball out wide from Craston. Foley finishes. Really nice linkage play from Craston. Just wading into unfamiliar territory in the middles and then producing a lovely pass out wide. Lush. Now here's the number 27. Saxon's attacking the line again. Lush will dive for it. Try time, and that's a familiar setting. Lush getting over the whitewash once more, putting his team back into the driving seat. Will Lush once more. As you see here, really nice play by Garbers, and then Lush comes crashing in. No stopping him there. Bingley. Little. Now here's Little again. Checks off, but lost in contact there and gone down a bit hard on his knee. Dave Little will carry on. That was a bit uncomfortable, it looked like anyway, for Dave Little, the number 9. Well, good show and go there. Matt Hall once again, but caught at 6, so Saxons will have the ball back. Chappell, the captain. Hart now, swinging ball out wide. Nice subset from the Saxons, taking time, eating up yards. Emery. Emery with a lovely little basketball pass over the top. Garbers caught there. Foley at halves. Dave Little now. Foley will play at halves again. Again, redirecting his teammates on where the mark is. Shining ball out wide. Now the race is on. This could be some gas on the width, and it is another try for the Tigers. John Wheater again on the score sheet, showing some real gas on the outside. Bringing this game back into the hanging balance at 3-all. Hart here. Now into the number 27, Ian Stewart, then crashing on. Hart looks for the long option, but doesn't get it. Hart will play at halves. Stewart now. Stewart looks for it once more. Hart comes crashing in. And then Stewart was looking for the option out on the width, but doesn't get it, and that will be 6 and out for the Saxons. Another unsuccessful visit for the Southwesterners. Travis Kenny gets caught up there. Foley at 9, the subset swinging around. Josh Bingley with some good pace and off to the gas man. Caught up to, though, very well by Mark Westlake. It's a challenge to catch John Wheater, but Westlake does on the edge. Good footwork from Matt Hall. Hall again at middles. Little moving the ball on. The ball goes down, so Saxon's ball it will be. Hart off to Stewart. Stewart again. Here's Hart. Delay on the pass. Just allowing his subset to come round. Here goes Will Lush, still on the ball. Lush will try it on the outside. Good touch, though. Not Lush, sorry. That is John Dowds, the try scorer. Chappell. Now here's Lush. Offside penalty there. And you wonder whether Lush could have just seethed through there if the man wasn't off. And Lush will come back, caught her halves there, so Chappell will play. Here's Lush. Excelling that pace once again. Does the touch come in? Apparently not this time, so Will Lush gets his another assist for the captain this time. Ben Chappell with a long reach. One of those bigger boys, Will Chappell. He's got such a big frame on him, and he's also an athlete. It's a dangerous pairing. Here's Singh. Singh will give off. Then it gets cut back inside to Callum Richards. Then received Powell's. Brought back. Powell's once more at half. Craston. Powell's plays half once again. Singh now shifting off. Here's the danger man in the corner. They get to him so well, though. Whenever John Wheater is on the ball, it's very hard to stop. Singh, nice little chicken wing offload. Tapped down, played within the air, so we'll come back for the Tigers. Saxon's in ascendancy at the moment. Singh. And a good try. Do they get over there? Making it 4-all. And that will be Craston again, I believe. Very, very patient work from the Tigers. And a little 4-all in this game. And Saxon's giving up possession early on here. Here goes Dan Lewis. Lewis into the hands of McPherson. Fraser McPherson we haven't seen much of so far. Kenny off to Dan Lewis. McPherson, Lewis will at halves. Big ball from McPherson. Foley will finish. That puts the Tigers up just before the half. Really well worked try. McPherson hasn't had many touches of ball so far, but he gets in at middles here and swings a lovely ball out wide. And Foley does the rest. Tigers up at half-time against the strong Saxon side in the over 40s regiment. And the Tigers go in with smiles on faces as their bench are in a very happy mood down in front of me. That score just before the half puts them up 5-4 at half-time. Just a short break now until the second half, but it'll be one that hangs in the balance, I'm very sure. Both sides showing up and showing out so far. Good work within all departments of the touch side. And we'll see what happens in the second half in about 2 minutes or so. Catch it all here on Next Gen Live. Half-time, Midlands Tigers 5, Southwest Saxons 4.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
Well, welcome back to what's becoming a bit of a blustery evening here in Nottingham. The clouds just covering up the sun at the moment. We would be seeing a beautiful sunset, over the over the tall trees, but not this time. Instead, we have a game on our hands. Midlands Tigers in the driving seat at half-time against this Southwest Saxon side, both very similar ability-wise. Both have some key players who can make some magic out of thin air. Kevin Foley with a brace in the first half for the Tigers. But always you got to watch the number 14 for the Southwest Saxons, Will Lush. The ref's just gonna do that one again as we tapped off just before the buzzer sounded. Kenny. Lewis at halves. McPherson now. Lewis off to Oh, Lewis has got in. And that's a great try off the bat. Dan Lewis being fed the ball from McPherson. Lewis gets in for a lovely little score. That one be straight on his scorecard. Lovely bit of middles play. Here's Hart. Dowds now, the try scorer from the first half. Hart, who's been so influential in the middles for Saxons. He's got such good handling and a diving finish. And that's a touch from Matt Hall, which saves Tigers blushes once again on Stewart. Here's Hart. Stewart. Out to Dowds. Ball down there. So Tigers ball. Little. Hall. Little at halves. They've got to shift the ball. Show and go. Comes through. Little once more. Foley at halves. Waiting for the subset to come round. Hall will play. Richards. Foley. Singh. Powell's once more. Now running round. Powell's has a bit of space here. And we're going to give a late pass, I believe. Now, another opportunity for the Saxons. Can they get into that Tigers red zone? Westlake, then into the captain Chapel. Westlake once more. Fed into the path of Harris. Lush. Chapel. Lush with a nice pick-up at halves. He's found himself in the scoring area, then gives a really nice offload. Will it be given for late pass? No. Try time for the Saxons. Bringing it back to a one-score deficit. Will Lush has so much pace on him. When you give him that much time in the score zone, he's going to finish. But the Tigers still up by 1. 6-5 the score here in the 40s category. McPherson will play. Now the try scorer from the second half, Dan Lewis. Daybell in. Now Kenny will play halves into McPherson. He's got Dan Lewis outside in the link. He chooses to go the other way. Now here's Daybell. Oh, and a good touch on the outside. John Dowds with the touch on the pace merchant, John Wheater. Dan Lewis. Kenny. Lewis at halves. McPherson chosen goes, then slides in for another score. McPherson adding his element onto this game, having not featured much in the first half of the first half, and showing up and showing out in the second. Chapel for Saxons, the captain. Porritt, Chapel again. Stewart. Porritt in at link. Here goes Stewart, now Chapel. Chapel will try and find some space, but covered extremely well by Matt Hall, whose defensive prowess speaks for itself. Foley at halves. Dave Little. Here's Foley. Now into Josh Bingley. Foley will feed from halves once more. Here's Singh now in middles. Oh, and that's been played with in the air. So Tigers will have another 6. They sit 2 points up, 7-5. This is an important time. Can they get that 3-score cushion against a strong Saxon side? Craston again. Chooses to cut back and will come back for 3, I believe, maybe 2. Foley, Craston, Singh. Singh with a long searching ball out wide. Powell's off to Singh, and then Richards. Singh with a nice skip pass. Just ball down there. Possibly a bit of depth would have helped the Tigers there. But they won't look back in anger now. They have to play what's in front of them. Stewart. Chappell. Inside again to Porritt. Chappell once more. Westlake. Emery. Lush into Emery. They've slowed the ball down here. They need to gain some depth, do the Saxons. Here's Lush. Oh, and was that a touch in there? I believe that was a touch from Singh. Now Singh at middles. Got to get the pass now. Oh, ball just down, so Saxons have another try at it. Lush inside. Bandel, that is. Bandel gives out. And that's really fantastic defence once again from Kevin Foley on the width. Lush, Emery. Emery drawing in the men. Lush with a really nice line, dives for it. Now we'll come back for 3. Lush again once more. Emery puts it up the jumper. Lush has a bit of space now. Emery will put the ball down. Try time for Saxons. No longer do Tigers have that 2-score cushion. They've drawn it back to 1. The Southwesterners. Rob Emery this time. Draws the men in so well, and Will Lush at halves creates the space for Emery in the middles. Dan Lewis now. Tigers have surged their way down here. Dan Lewis once again with a diving finish. 2 in the second half from Lewis. Really helping his team to gain some supremacy in this game. Lewis did really well there. The way that the Tigers worked their way into the territory was astronomical. Dowds, Chappell, Emery. Chappell coming round. Chappell, Emery. Emery dives for it. Touch from Josh Bingley that time. 6 and out for the Saxons, so Little will play halves. Little again. Good subset from the Tigers. Foley at halves. Good touch though from Dowds. Craston, Singh. He's a bit outnumbered on the right-hand side, so ball over the top, ball down. Emery, Chappell. Still have that 2-score cushion, do the Midlands Tigers. Good evasion from the Saxons. Stewart. Hart. Hart puts the ball down. Here go the Tigers once more. Foley into McPherson, playing with some real venom now, the Tigers. Dan Lewis has found a bit of space. McPherson again. Lewis might go by himself. Could that be the hat trick? No, unfortunately not. Hart shipping that ball out to Stewart. Bit of a harsh touch there on the outside from the pace merchant Jonathan Wheater. Dowds, Emery. Emery will play halves. Coming back for a forward pass off the base though. Lewis. McPherson. Foley. Foley at halves once more. It's where he's comfortable. Ball tries to return back to Bingley. But ball down. Lush off to Emery. Dowds once again. And not on the mark. Hips not square, I do believe, for the roll back. Foley. Richards. Foley once again. Tigers getting down and into it now. Then they slow the ball up. Craston. And we'll come back for Tigers ball. Craston. Singh. Singh succeeds to the touch. Craston has Powell's on his outside. And we'll come back for the touch. We'll come back for number 3, I believe. Singh, just a bit of tiredness probably coming into this game now. 6 minutes left. Singh, that was a nice play. Nice lift off the base there. Craston gets touched. Begging for a subset now. Singh. Singh at halves. And he will look for that inside line again. But a good touch from Rum Emery. And that's 6 and turnover. Emery making a very important touch to stop that 3-point cushion coming through. And here's the break now. The foot race is on. Great touch from Callum Richards, who managed to keep up with Mark Garbers. And will be put back for a late pass as well. McPherson. Got Kenny in the middles on the outside. Saxon's looking for a subset, but none coming. Lush. Now it will come. Emery. Good inside line. Hart with some great footwork and a nice chicken wing as well to go with. But unfortunately, Dowds doesn't keep it in his hands and the ball goes down. Kenny. Daybell, now McPherson with dancing footwork. Foley escapes the challenge of Chappell. Hall. Hall again at halves. Then Bingley runs into a bit of trouble. Still has the ball, Bingley. Will he get there? We'll come back for the touch. Really, really impressive bit of athleticism from the captain, Ben Chappell. Bingley. Quickie being called for. That's a ball roll penalty. Chappell. Into Dowds. Chappell again. Porritt. Runs in some trouble. Goes back to the mark as well. Hart. Not anticipating these touches too well, are Saxons, but now they seem to have gotten back into their swing. Lush with a burst of pace. Oh, that's clever. Now they've got numbers on the outside if they can use them. Westlake. That's a really good defensive set from the Tigers. Shutting down all options. Westlake found himself on the width. Even with that short burst of pace from Will Lush, there was no way through. Tigers shutting it down once again. Lush saying that was my foot actually in the end. Foley. Foley at halves, into Singh in the link play. Craston driving at the line. Good hands, but doesn't quite come off for Kasra-Powles. Lush, Stewart. Lush again. That's a really cool pickup from Westlake. Westlake again at halves. Emery comes onto the field. Emery breaks through into the score zone. Can he find another Saxon? He does find Hart. But it's another touch, another important touch. From Callum Richards, I believe, who got that one out on the left-hand side. And that will be full time here. The Tigers prevail over a strong Saxon side. Standout performances from hat-trick hero Dan Lewis. But a really, really good bit of play midfield-wise Ben Chappell, the captain, again proving why he wears that armband for the Saxons, but in the end, the Midlands Tigers were too well drilled. Foley getting a couple on the width as well for the Tigers, but a real team performance. The introduction of McPherson was so instrumental for the Tigers in that middles department, just linking play with the link on the outside, allowing the Tigers to really play how they want to play. But that will be full time here on pitch 1 in the 40s category. The Midlands Tigers prevail once again as they found so much success in this department. Full time here on pitch 1. Midlands Tigers 8, Southwest Saxons 6.
So the 5:30 top half will take us to 5:30 on field 1 we have Rugby Raiders versus Northwest Touch mixed opens. On field 2 senior men's Northwest Touch versus Ireland. Field 3 Northeast Raiders versus Scotland. And field 4 we have Midland Tigers versus Southwest Saxons senior men's.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face like exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer miles so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of shown me like using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to like do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me.
And so welcome back to our last game of the day. Here at the England Touch Nationals, it's the North East Raiders versus Northwest Touch. It's an all-North derby. The North East Raiders we saw earlier on, and get off to a flying start to the North East Raiders. Ben Simmons carving Northwest to ribbons to give us the opening score less than 20 seconds into this game, and I'm joined by the old Northwest boy, Oliver Holmes. Ollie, this is not a good start for Northwest.
No, but there's a big sort of long time to go, isn't there? 40 minutes of touch, and here is the main man, Ben Nurse, donning the number 2.
Yeah, Nurse working with Jack Slesser. Here is Nurse working over to Dylan Sharp. Sharp looking to set a platform for Nurse, checking away from the shooter. Now there's Sharp, Nurse. Dylan Sharp looks to go long. He does. Is it
Yes,
catch
Bex.
and finish? Bex Holmes, the best in her family, showing exactly why that's the case.
You're a funny man, Joe. The best Holmes to don the touch field.
And it's a lovely long ball there from Dylan Sharp. And I was sort of jokingly saying to Sam Delaney, selfishly, I'm looking for a shootout here for the last game of the day. Well, the first minute has delivered 2 wonderful scores and then a hips not square penalty. So Northwest with a good platform to launch. There's a roll ball restart. Referee just making sure we get underway legally. And there's a bit of a static roll ball coming in from Noah Wheatley. Tal Nurse following in suit. There is Tal Nurse. Wheatley. Nurse in motion, dummying Nurse, ripping long, and Bex has a brace. Early doors. It's a wonderful finish, although the sideline ref has something to say.
He might just call her out of the sideline there, Joe. No, he hasn't. He's given it the all clear.
Yeah, Bex Holmes has a brace, and it's better hands than she showed in the game on the Sharks. Bex will be happy, and I did give a pre-warning that was coming. It's a lovely finish, and just avoids getting her foot out of bounds. And off what was a nightmare start for Northwest. 2 wonderful scores, both finished in the corner by Bex Holmes. And now the Northeast with ball back in hand. There's Elwood. She's been phenomenal for this Northeast side. And just taking a settler now is Elwood. There's Driscoll, Elwood, Driscoll. Herring in motion, Herring stepping, and Driscoll just running the wrong hole there. There was opportunities for Northeast.
Yeah, he just needed to hold his trail line there through the middle, Joe, and they would have been through for a clean score. I'm sure they'll learn and they'll put it into practice next time they are in the Northwest half.
Yeah, just setting a platform now for the transition are the Northwest. That's Ben Nurse making good yards up the midfield, going from width to width, checking a very nice ball away. This time it is taken. There's Dylan Sharp, 5th coming, 5th touch. Ben Nurse, what can he conjure? Nurse accelerating, finding Slesser. Slesser getting over, untouched. Nurse to Slesser, and Ben Nurse with a bit of a show to the ground. He's happy with his score.
For a moment, Joe, I thought the length of his hair might have just stopped a score, but he says, no, thank you, I'll have that one there.
There is millimetres in it. Jack Slesser accelerates through, but this is the pod that they need to shut down. Milo Robinson and Ben Simmons. There is Simmons. Robinson in an acting half. We've already seen what Simmons can do, and Bex Holmes says no. Slams the door in his face. Simmons. Robinson in at half. There's Robinson. Back to Simmons. Simmons back to Robinson. This is danger, but the long ball just leaves a little bit to be desired, but there is a penalty for dropping early. Calls here from the sub-box. Leslie McCallion, coach, and very much the orchestrator of Northeast Touch. Dominate the 7. Robinson gets on the quickie. Robinson wants to take Tal wide, but delivers a lovely ball over to 46, Emma Hutchings. And Milo Robinson, well, he's been the magic man for Northeast.
He has indeed. It is a little bit of a coach killer throw in that early into the set. However, I do err on the side of if there's an opportunity to be taken, you take it.
Yeah, if it connects, you're not too bothered. Milo's happy with his work. That's 3-2 now. We are outscoring the minutes. It's always a marker of a good game. Northeast with Ellie Coulter. Looking to drive up the pitch. Followed in suit by Tom Lowe. Lowe platforming. There's Liam Lawton. Lawton bouncing around the outside. Getting the ball down. Offside defender. And Liam Lawton, with a bit of swagger about him, saunters over the try line. And Ollie, neither of these teams want to defend.
Is it a lack of defence, Joe, or is it just that they're so good in attack?
6 of one, half a dozen of the other, I reckon.
It depends who you ask.
A completely different box of frogs, mate. As we see Herring and Driscoll. Ben Nurse making 2 good touches and then following that up with a hat-trick. Here's Driscoll. John Munir. Munir getting on Slessor. Driscoll. John Munir just always in front of the play, not resetting as effectively as we've seen him do so far. Elwood to Munir. Munir bouncing off the left, but Dylan Sharp just flicks a fingernail at him.
Superb. Right place, right time, exactly where he needed to be.
Yeah, Slessor and Nurse and Sharp combining to get this subset underway. And it's nice extra pass over to the outside edge, and Nurse and Holmes working together oh so well. Sharp feeding away to Jones. Jones just off the mark ever so slightly. There's Nurse and Wheatley. Wheatley with a little hitch kick. Wheatley in motion. Nurse, Wheatley, left foot step, getting around Herring. Nurse, can they execute? One more pass needed to go. It doesn't indeed, because Thomas Davies skates over. And Ollie, we were saying this Northwest team, well, they upset the South East Sharks earlier in the day. They've not come to take part here. They've come to really stamp their authority in this game.
They're on a little roll now, Joe. A lot of confidence. I know Ben Nurse was bigging up the team before the game there. And look, they've come out all cylinders firing, haven't they?
Yeah, but Milo Robinson just skates around the outside, eating up the ground in front of him. Robinson skips out. Simmons. There's Robinson. Running on the quickie. A little bit stop-start, trying to bounce around the retreating defence. Nothing happening at the moment for Milo Robinson, working with Bauman. There is Bauman. Robinson picks up, gets into the in-goal area. Bauman shadowing him. Can the extra pass go? But Liam Lawton, with a miraculous touch, saves Northwest blushes. It's a really good subset here from Northwest. Logan Ince cannoning through the roll ball. This has been impressive stuff so far from the team in maroon and black. And there is Dylan Sharp. Ben Nurse. It's a lovely platform for Dylan Sharp. Sharp taking on Milo Robinson. Sharp getting around the outside.
Oh!
Switch past to Slessor. Isn't quite taken, and the Northeast compatriots end up in a heap on the floor. And Dylan Sharp, he's got the Midas touch at the moment. Can do no wrong.
Some would say he's come out quite sharp.
That's not a great one. And there's a loss of control in there. Although not given. A firm touch coming through. So tap penalty here for the Northeast Raiders, who find themselves 2 tries down. And although the scoring has slowed down, the threats certainly have not. That's a better drive here. Dylan Sharp gets him with an off the mark penalty, and you'll love that, right?
There's a wry smile on my face there, Joe. An absolute classic.
Let them pretend that they've gone through a hole and then flick touch the back of them. However, Sharp gives up the interception right off the back, so maybe a bit of vindication for the team from the Northeast. Felt like Sharp got away with one, and then he does give away one. Ooh. And that was definitely gone forward, not seen by the referees. Play through. Now there's Dan Driscoll wearing 48. Here is Dan Driscoll trying to get around Sharp, but Dylan Sharp has been on the mark when he needed to in terms of defence. Nurse nominating for the touch. Dan Driscoll, bit of a bobbly roll ball. All fine for the referees. There's Williams. Goff. Williams picking, stepping. Williams dropping a delayed pass into the link, but just finds the floor, and they're just not quite connecting, are they, in line attack?
Not quite, Joe. Just 1 or 2 decisions here or there, mate. Like I said, touched a very long game. We've got another 30 minutes to go.
There's Sharp just initiating the subset. There's Holmes. Getting up onto halfway. There's Tal Nurse. Nurse dummying and straightening, setting a very nice platform here. There's a good pick up by Davies. Davies looking to check away to Nurse. Late pass called. And that will be a touch pass penalty. Northeast set the tempo on their transition by getting around that single shooter with too much ease. Wheatley makes a good touch. Referee's happy with the mark. Elwood checking away. There's Herring, Driscoll. Herring on the switch, finds Herring. Herring with a brilliant left foot step, tries to accelerate through the gap, but a swipe touch comes in from Izzy Jones. It's last-ditch stuff at the moment for Northwest, but it's effective for now.
It is indeed. You'll find that the Northeast didn't take advantage of their touch count there. They'd have been better off setting up for a strike on 5th. Oh, the referee's called 5th then.
Yep, they've got that 5th touch now. That extra pass goes. Unfortunately, though, it's gone forward. Driscoll's not going to be happy about that one. Thought it was good. And frustration's creeping in here for the Northeast. The Northwest are doing a really good job of just managing the tempers right now. As Wheatley goes off on a bit of a marauding run, wants to set the goose loose. Big dummy back on the inside, not bought. Wheatley doing a good job. There's Nurse, shows another dummy. And the subset is a bit unconventional, but at the moment it's working for Northwest as Wheatley and Nurse want to stay. Here is Wheatley, this is 4th, 5th coming. And there's a penalty for not advancing. And it's a bit of a coach killer because John Meneers just crept into the 7-metre line and then stood still. It's a not advancing penalty. By the letter of the law, it's correct, but for Northeast, it feels like a harsh call. And now the fresh legs come flying onto the pitch. Logan Ince and Liam Lawton. Lawton in at half currently. Now coming away to Ellie Coulter. Coulter trying to get on the open side. Finds Bex Holmes, but that ball's gone forward. The one referee called 6 more, the other one called forward pass. So it has been given forward. And a let-off hit for Northeast. They had a fresh set of 6 there, did the Northwest.
I couldn't quite figure out, Joe, whether it came off the Northeast defender or was it thrown forward first. I think that's what the referee's called, is the initial forward pass. So therefore, nothing after that matters.
Yeah, Annabelle Smith making a good touch on Herring. And Driscoll in at half. There's Emma Hutchings straightening. Milo Robinson just struggling to find any sort of momentum, and there's a lovely little show and go, and Bauman loses his footing at 6 and turnover. I've been really impressed with Northwest go forward in these transitions. They just cannon through the roll ball. They're not faffing around. There's Nurse and Sharp look to combine to get another score on the board for the Northwest. There's Sharp to Ben Nurse. Nurse on the open side, quickie, receives, dishes, it goes to Bex Holmes. Bex Holmes gets the ball down, and Ben Nurse is flexing his muscles here on live stream. And Holmes has a hat-trick. Ollie is textbook.
An immensely proud day, not only for the Northwest, but for myself, my little sister, captain of the Northwest Mixed Open, and a hat-trick on live stream. I will hear about this until next year.
as you rightly should.
Superb.
Bex Holmes with a hat-trick here. And that's a bit of a bobbly roll ball. All fine from the referees. It's a nice open side quickie, but Northwest do a really good job at defending it. Trying to expose a 2-on-1 on the outside or the Northeast. They're recycling the play very well. And then coming back over to the short side, the extra pass has got to go. It does. For me, the referee might have called that penalty early. There was a scoring opportunity in the sideline. But it is a tap penalty for Northeast. Sweeper setup. A little bit of a mismatched, janky setup. And the extra pass goes, but just finds the floor and on first touch. That is a coach killer.
Maybe a little bit of frustration setting in there, Joe. You're right. It's you're taught to complete your sets of 6. A little bit of frustration comes in. You throw a ball that maybe doesn't belong there, and it results in a turnover.
Yeah, and Tal Nurse with a good roll. Bex Holmes and Ellie Coulter following in suit. Bit of a juggle. And then the acceleration around the outside. Checks away to Liam Lawton, and Lawton needs to unhook the trailer. That one goes forward. There's a wry smile on the face of Liam Lawton. He knows it was speculative. It did not come off. Driscoll with Herring. Herring straightens. Driscoll picks. Back to Herring. There's a big gap opening up, and Herring will walk all the way through. The Northeast Raiders cut the deficit back down to 2. It's that familiar combination of Herring and Driscoll.
And I believe Joey's just checked his pulse afterwards just to make sure he's still got a heart rate in there as well.
Yes, we love a good celly here on live stream. There are active rewards for celebrations on live stream.
Haribos.
Haribos. And you guarantee yourself good commentary. Sharp for Slesser, for Nurse. Nurse bouncing. Nurse gives the extra pass. It goes to Bex Holmes. Bex Holmes has 4. Ben Nurse has a hat-trick of try assists. And we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And like a London bus, Ben Nurse turns up when he needs to.
Northwest's golden boy.
Although he won't be happy with his work because he's not got over the whitewash himself. But a hat-trick of try assists. And all 3 of them to Bex Holmes. It's a good recipe for success for Northwest at the moment. Oh, the late pass. It was well manufactured, not well executed in the end. Extra pass goes to Logan Ince, and it's wonderful yards up the box. Half's a little bit isolated. This is 4th coming up over halfway now. That's 4th touch. 5th is coming. Ellie Coulter looking to set a platform for Liam Lawton. Lawton scoops one-handed, drives through. Lovely little switch pass. Oh. Dummy. That is a wonderful score. That is as good of a score as you'll see all day. Liam Lawton with a one-handed scoop. Blind flick pass out the back to Tom Lowe. And Northwest touch, I said in the preview, come international's a bit of an unknown entity. Well, there's nothing unknown about this team anymore. They've turned up when they needed to. They've taken some scalps already, and 7 tries to 3 in the first half. That is a formidable scoreline.
They've been building some confidence throughout the day, Joe, only getting better and better. And that's what we fortunately get to watch on this live stream here.
What a covering touch that is. That was Ella Wiley making a wonderful touch on Maria Elwood. A try-saving touch as Driscoll picks. Nurse getting in the passing lanes. And then again, Ella Wiley with a wonderful defensive intervention. That's 2 tries that she's saved now. Herring in at link, checking over to Driscoll and Nurse, but applying the pressure. And Northeast, I think, just suffering. The line speed from Northwest has been brilliant, and they've just taken the time away from the Northeast.
You'll notice there that both Dylan and Ben both stepped up, and both stepped up to the 7. It allows the attack very little time.
Oh, Slesser's off for a run. Slesser coming, a wonderful line back on the inside. Can Jack Slesser go all the way? It seems like he will. Jack Slesser carves Northeast to shreds. And that is a poacher's try. Sees the opportunity to just put the gas on. And it's impressive how he can go from 0 to 100 so quickly. Jack Slesser establishes a 5-try lead for the Northwest. And with a minute to go, Ollie, I mean, how impressive has this Northwest performance been so far?
This is by far the best performance we've seen put together for 20 minutes this first half. We'll see what the second half brings as well, whether the Northeast change their plan and whether the Northwest stick to their guns.
I've got to say that the defensive shadowing from Northwest has been so impressive. They've managed to shut down, by and large, the threats of Milo Robinson and Simmons, Ben Simmons. There is Simmons in motion. Flash pass goes to the link. Simmons is the inside option. The ball goes to the wing, but it's well crowded out and dealt with by number 16, Annabelle Smith. There's Simmons. Bauman in at half. Bauman to Simmons. Simmons, this spells danger. Simmons diving at the line, and Ben Simmons with a wonderful finish. And that's the warning signs. That's what Northeast can do when you give them time.
Agreed. I think you give any time, space, and an area to aim for, they'll take it. This Northeast middles are incredibly quick, actually. I would love in the second half to see them not only taking the space, but playing your pass-back option and hitting those holes.
Yeah, and offensively, I think that's absolutely the right read for Northeast. defensively, how do they stop the stem of tries that are going against them right now?
Just for me, their middles, I would suggest we're okay. Just the body positions from the outside player. If your body is facing outwards, you give yourself the opportunity to chase. A lot of the Northwest scores here have come on that left edge with Bex Holmes.
Absolutely. Bex Holmes having a wonderful half. Well, certainly a half to remember. 4 tries in a half. And we go into half-time with a 4-try deficit. And Bex Holmes, well, she's making the difference right now. Without her 4 tries, this is all level. It's been wonderful finishes in the far corner. And we're going to take a very quick break of just a couple minutes where we'll see if the Northeast can problem solve on the fly or if it will be more of the same and Northwest will continue to assert their dominance over their northern enemies. We go into half-time, 8 tries to 4.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer miles so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of showed me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering.
And so the second half is underway. Liam Lawton and co initiate the first couple touches for the Northwest. Northeast with a bit of a mountain to climb. Logan Ince getting over onto the link. Liam Lawton accelerating. Extra pass goes to Annabelle Smith. It's good hands, but a really good covering touch for the Raiders. And there's Lawton checking over. There is Lawton once more. Stepping away and then ripping a lovely floated pass. Can Annabelle Smith finish? She can indeed. And it is more of the same. This time, delivering a lovely pass was Tom Lowe over to Annabelle Smith. Well finished. And Ollie, it's not the start for the Raiders, is it?
Not what they would have planned coming out of that half-time team talk there. I was just going to suggest that Annabelle Smith may well match Bex's 4 tries this half, with the ball coming from right to left now for her.
Indeed. And that's certainly been the recipe for success for this Northwest team, ripping those long balls, shooting from the hip, as you say. As John Muneer cannons in, Herring accelerates. Bex Holmes has got a decision to make, gets up and makes a wonderful touch.
Superb.
Certainly the player of the game so far is Bex Holmes over on that far wing. It's a thankless job being a winger.
A couple of good touches made by both wingers, actually, both sides of that Northwest pitch that saved a couple of scores for sure.
Yeah, Slesser eats up the ground and makes a very good touch there on John Muneer. Sharp bouncing away from one, and then Nurse cannoning into the middle. Solid roll ball. And now Slesser. Third touch, getting up onto the 10-metre line. Fourth touch, that's a better bit of acceleration coming in from Izzy Jones. Nice little bit of hitch kick, and then the fifth platform's got to be good. Both middles up in the touch, and then accelerating through. The extra pass needs to go. Wheatley was begging for the ball. It's shut down by Maria Elwood.
That was very good from the Northwest. A little bit static, but they managed to be very explosive. And like you said, they've been rewarded with a fresh set of 6 there.
There's Wheatley. Open side quickie. Wheatley wants that ball back. Left foot step. Tries to bounce around Driscoll, but then just pulls out. Maturity shown there from Wheatley. Nurse following in suit. Nurse stepping, beats a man, gets the ball down. But again, Maria Elwood with a try-saving touch. This combination of Wheatley and Nurse, a threatening one to say the least, followed by Thomas Davies. Nurse picking against the grain. Nurse ripping long. Always marshalled well by the Northeast winger.
If I were the Northwest, I would be rather tempted to now throw from left to right, just to keep the Northeast on their toes and keeping them honest, defending every gap there is on the pitch there.
Absolutely. I think it's the right read. Northeast are definitely stacking this near side. They know where the threats are coming. Subset from Northeast running with some level of efficiency, but now becoming super static. That's fifth touch. That's a nice rip, and that's a lovely finish. And they run a sneaky little wing play, hiding Dan Driscoll up this box side.
Ben Nurse would kick me for not knowing the name. Redlands, they've run a Redlands play. There we go.
Yeah, that was a sneaky play coming up the box. You see it here on the replay. There was a bit of interplay in the midfield, and then Nathan Williams just finds Driscoll hanging around, lurking where he shouldn't have been, and then executing. And is Low with Lawton for the Northwest, looking to re-establish a 5-try lead. Coming over towards Coulter. Coulter platforming, Lawton ripping a lovely fire up, and Low might not be the player to try and step is Milo Robinson. Low, dummy switch to Lawton, not bought. Low still managing to make some meters over to that far side, killing the ball in a good area. Never really a scoring opportunity presenting there for Low.
No, just waiting for a small gap just to pop up. He thought he'd found one on the left edge.
The away set is dangerous, and we know that he's got wheels. Simmons checking a ball back on the inside. That's away, and that's 6 more. Logan Ince shuts it down with authority. The Northeast diving into their box of tricks, first running a Redlands play, and then doing an away set on the sub-box. Pulling out all the stops to try and bring this game back to a 3-score deficit. Elwood carries wonderfully. Driscoll looks to find Herring. Skip pass. Bounces out to the wing. But if I was Northeast, I'd be playing away from Bex Holmes, who really can do no wrong right now. John Muneer platforming. Driscoll picking, coming back over towards the short side. Dropping a late pass off. It's well gathered by the winger. Recycled over towards John Muneer. Muneer to Elwood. Late loop comes in from John Muneer, and then the shovel pass out to the wing, and that'll be 6 in turnover. They do a good job of killing it over in this far side, but surrendering a penalty to do so. The Northeast certainly aren't scared of trying a few things, are they, Ollie?
I'm glad they brought out their playbook here, Joe. It almost shows what they probably could have brought in the first half there. It was a little bit of a slow start, and the Northwest capitalised.
Indeed. Lawton sets a lovely expectation of the subset. There's Wiley checking away to Sharp. Nurse in an acting half. This is 4th, 5th coming. Nurse checking away to Wiley. Wiley accelerates, but that touch comes in, and I think there was a mismatch of the touch count. Ben Nurse is going to have to dive into his box of tricks. Feeds over to Dylan Sharp. Nurse on the wraparound. Sharp coming back over to the short side. Accelerates away from one. And Dylan Sharp. Well, you speak about this Northwest team finding form at the right time. This combination of Nurse and Sharp is ever so dangerous when it clicks together. And on this occasion, Sharp just beats Herring to the line.
Ben Nurse might not have scored today, but the work he did then to take the defender's eyes away from the ball created that space there.
Am I right in saying that's 4 try assists now for Ben Nurse?
It may well in this game.
In this game,
correct. You are
4
correct.
try assists for Ben Nurse. Splitter play. Driscoll trying to get the ball down. Referee just having a look. Nurse and Wheatley staying staunch in defence. Thomas Davies joining them alongside Izzy Jones. But now Driscoll and Williams trying to make something happen. Driscoll stepping back against the grain, looking for Williams, ripping a nice long ball, but it's gone forward. Nevertheless, for Kazia Kruzko, Bex Holmes had it well marshalled.
Same again, Joe, for the Northeast as well. We're ripping a lot of right to left and very little of left to right. I would change that variation there.
The Northeast team certainly have the ability to do so. We've seen that already. Lawton just showing a couple dummies, stepping away from a few and then recycling the play. Low taking a settler. Low setting a good platform on 5th for Lawton. Lawton accelerating, shows a little dummy on the inside, feeds over to Ellie Coulter. It's well marshalled there. Northeast have fixed a bit of these spacing issues that they had in the first half.
Yeah, Leslie was giving them the old talk at half-time and pointed out exactly that. Keep your hips outwards, give yourself the opportunity to defend. They've been much better this half.
They have been, although surrendering field position back to the Northwest. Unforced error. There's Ince to Lawton. Lawton stepping. Lawton almost scoring, if not for a really good covering touch by Dan Driscoll.
Very good. Very good. He knew his space, knew he had him covered. Long arms, eh?
Ellie Coulter looking for the link punish. Feeds to Ellie Coulter. Coulter maybe wanted to give the 2-on-1, but offside is called, and Ellie Coulter gets her score.
A little bit of old school touch there. I'm liking what the Northwest are bringing in there. The trust in their women, in the mixed game in particular. You know, if you trust your women, you're going to have a good mixed side, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, Joe.
Yeah, and just the offside call stunting the defensive intervention for Northeast Raiders. Northwest have really come out firing in both of these halves. Started well. Slesser getting up to make a good touch on Bauman. There's Robinson working in the midfield with Emma Hutchings. Bauman to Robinson. Robinson stepping, ripping long, but the pass for Sophie Bosworth not quite connecting. It feels like Northeast are just building in the frustration levels, finding it difficult to unlock this Northwest defence. But I agree with your read, Ollie. The right to left long ball is certainly a weapon. And Nurse straightens, makes wonderful yards in the transition. Slesser bounces around Simons, and there's Holmes and Sharp, and this transition from Northwest is so well oiled when it clicks together. Izzy Jones tries to bounce around the oncoming defence of Kazia Kruzko. Nurse feeding over to Wheatley. Wheatley stepping away, feeding away to Davies. Davies platforming, Wheatley stepping, left foot, right foot, finds Izzy Jones. Jones finds the wing. Can Bex Holmes finish? It's 6 touch and turnover.
Oh, give it, referee.
And Simmons goes crashing into the boardings. But it is 6 touches and turnover, so Simmons won't mind all that much. It's a try saver and stopping Bex Holmes from getting a 5er here on live stream.
A 5 trick, mate. I don't know if I've ever seen that done.
Robinson. And this Northeast transition is started to click into gear, but this is 5th coming. Herring Checking away late to Dan Driscoll. Driscoll wanting to look for John Manir, not taken. Goes to Maria Elwood. Elwood now finds John Manir. And now there's Driscoll in at half with the little tweener step. Nice endeavour. But Izzy Jones does a very good job at marshalling the danger. She's been brilliant in defence, by the way, Izzy Jones.
I would completely and utterly agree, mate. I would say that about the majority of the women on the field as it stands, actually.
Coulter as low to Lawton. And then just batting the ball out of Liam Lawton's hands was Cam Herring.
We don't mind a little bit of dark arts, do we, Joe? Although it may well have been an accident.
As Lawton. Low in the acting half. Low, picking, dummying. Trying to find Holmes, but Holmes on this time can't quite get the ball under wraps. It was a less of a forgiving pass than she's been used to in this game, but not out of the realms of possibility that she'd be able to finish.
A little rugby league end over end. It's hard to track that one as it drops into the corner.
Yeah, wobbly little spiral. John Manir. Bit of an isolated half there. And Northwest are able to just pen them into this near side channel. Driscoll platforming. That's Williams. Nathan Williams finding Driscoll. Driscoll back on the inside to Nathan Williams. It's away, and that extra pass is also away. And that's a highlight reel score for James Halliwell. And the Northeast turning up and showing what they can do when this transition runs with efficiency. Driscoll with the initial pass back, followed by Nathan Williams. And then Halliwell finishes. I mean, his part was relatively easy because the hard work was done by Driscoll and Williams.
I will touch on, so again, Northeast then they played against the grain. They cut the holes back inside. You'd hope it would be the first pass, but a couple of passes later, you've got yourself straight through the middle. That's a textbook how to hit your holes.
Yeah, Nurse threatening on this outside edge. Nurse wants the quickie, gets it, steps back on the inside, and then back again once more.
Oh!
And Slesser bouncing around. It's been given ball down.
That would be the correct outcome there, Jack. It was a close one, I'll give him that.
It is, but Jack Slesser, again, one of these names that you might not have heard of before for the Northwest, really showing his mettle. And again, this away set from the Northeast, causing Northwest all sorts of issues. That second touch, they're up over halfway. If they don't kill too many on this box side, they'll go into the red zone area with a couple touches advantage. However, that's 4 now. So they'll have one platform. Maria Elwood sets the platform for Driscoll. Driscoll ripping long to Herring. Herring stepping, trying to get around Wiley. But again, the defensive work of Wiley and Holmes just shuts down the opportunity for Herring.
That pod there is lethal.
Yeah, what? John Manir, Dan Driscoll, Herring,
and
Elwood.
Then from a defensive perspective as well, is that 4 for the Northwest on the far side have been very well connected.
Nurse. This is 5th coming. It's just a little bit slow, dare I say, a little bit lackadaisical. But Nurse tries to explode into life as Wheatley shows a little stutter step to try and get around Cam Herring, but Herring makes the touch. However, offside penalty, fresh set of 6 for the Northwest.
It probably is the penalties that have stunted the Northeast progression in this second half here. Just a couple of penalties here and there, and next thing you know, you're defending 2 or 3 sets on your line.
Indeed. It's Nurse. Over towards Davies. Davies. Oh, lovely doggies play. Wheatley is just so destructive when he gets into his groove. And Wheatley, well, to mirror my co-com's Sam Bork, if you wear boots like that, you've got to be good. And no, Wheatley is certainly showing his ability.
The brighter the boot, the faster you run is the rumour.
And this 6-try advantage now for the Northwest. I mean, this wasn't necessarily on the cards when we first saw this game built for live stream, was it? We were discussing earlier, this Northeast team is as good as any other team that we've seen so far. Just this Northwest side, they're running this strange blend of heads-up free-flowing rugby in and amongst the structure that we're all too familiar with. And it's not necessarily the case that the Northeast have underperformed. Northwest have just been almost perfect in their processes.
It's the Battle of North, isn't it, Joe? It's not a frequent fixture on the list, being only 2 northern sides here, but you're right, the Northwest have turned up with an absolute fire in their belly here.
Northeast, with 5 minutes left to go. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but their first job is they've got to shut down the Northwest attack, and their second job is they've just got to problem solve this transition. That's much better there from Williams. Williams takes the touch. This is 5th coming now. Milo Robinson checks over to Bauman. Bauman cannons into low, and Robinson sticks the hammer down and pops a lovely ball over the top that just dies short of Kazuya's go.
And I think we've given a penalty for offside there, Joe. Didn't quite catch the signal from the referee there.
Yeah, it looks like it's been given off.
The Northwest won't be in any rush to give the ball back here, I can tell you that.
No, they won't be. And I'll tell you one thing as well. Northeast almost backing them to score off this set. They've got the dangerous putt out there. There's Simons. Simons diving at the line, but Bex Holmes gets off the line, presents a good picture to the referees, and then there's a ball down as well. Loss of control. And Bex Holmes, well, for me, and there's no bias in this because we know me and Bex go so far back now, but has been the standout player on this pitch today.
Completely agreed. Absolutely zero bias as a blood brother over here as well. Been absolutely phenomenal, mate. It'd be hard to differentiate between the whole of the Northwest side, but I do think 4 tries does speak for itself here.
Absolutely, and potentially a 5 on the cards with this putt in the midfield. There's Nurse and Sharp. Nurse, open side quickie, great setup. Ben Nurse, oh, without the intervention from Milo Robinson. Sharp was ghosting through a gap.
Ben Nurse is wicked in those little spaces. He'd step you in a phone box.
This is where he does his damage. Nurse picking against the grain, coming over to Sharp. And now recycling into the midfield. Nurse receiving the ball back, stepping, diving. It's a good covering touch. Robinson got off his line well. And Nurse with a wry smile over to Jack Slesser.
You'll notice now that the space is being called from Bex on that wing over there. She's looking for try number 5. If they run the same thing again, pass left to right.
Indeed. Yeah, Sharp drops a lovely pass off to Wiley, but Wiley is crowded out, this time by Simmons. And Sharp looks to come over to that short side. Wiley potentially with one more pass. Not taken. 2 minutes left to go. Northwest won't feel too bad about it, but then the penalty for not giving the ball back just gives the Northeast a good platform to launch this transition. A good touch coming in from Slesser to halt the momentum. And Slesser once more with another good touch. Milo Robinson cannoning through, bit of physicality in the touch. In and amongst the ruck was Annabelle Smith.
Just got caught slightly to the side there, Joe. Slightly better centre of balance, and that's seen her go through the ruck there.
There's Herring. Driscoll in at half. Driscoll to Herring. Driscoll back to Herring. Nice interplay between the two. Herring driving at the line. Nurse getting up and just cannoning it away.
Just a brief pause in play here, Joe, for the referees, just to clarify with each other what the outcome will be there. He's gone for a 6 more.
Yeah, I can see both sides of the story there. For Cam Herring, you feel like it's always got to be a 6 more. But then for Ben Nurse, it's hit your knees. But there's a bit of vindication. Maybe both parties now feel relatively happy as Nurse
Benny
shows a nice dummy and then gets a clean roll ball down. Slesser follows in suit. That second touch. Touch has become a little bit firm now. Izzy Jones, this is third touch. Not finding as much field position with the transition. That's a brilliant bit of hands from Noah Wheatley. Tom Davies asked a lot of him. And Wheatley just strolling with no real urgency. There's a swagger about Noah Wheatley when he gets going. And there's going to be another penalty for not delivering the ball back to the mark. For the hooter goes, so if Northeast want to finish well, it's got to be last ditch, and it's not. The Northwest Touch come through a challenge relatively unscathed. 12 tries to 6 over the Northeast Raiders. Ollie, sum it up for me from a Northwest perspective.
Fierce, fast, and width. That's all I got for you.
Succinct. Very succinct. And from a Northeast perspective, was it a case that they just came up against a team really hitting their groove in the day, or did they leave a few too many opportunities out there?
I think a little bit of both, Joe. We saw the Northeast promise with them going against the grain and playing that reverse sub-off. I think I'd like to see a little bit more of that, and I hope they do show more come day 2 and 3.
I imagine that they will, and we've seen already on live stream what the Northeast are capable of doing. They put West Wildcats to the sword and came through the victors. But it's the players you're seeing on your screen at the moment, the likes of Tal Nurse, Bex Holmes and Ben Nurse, that really did the damage early, followed in suit by the likes of Liam Lawton, Noah Wheatley, Tom Davies and Jack Slesser. And what a way to round out day 1 of the England Touch Nationals. Mixed open action, 6 tries to the good were the Northwest, and that really does blow the division open. But that is all we have for you today. That is England Touch Nationals day 1 of 2026 wrapped up. We'll be right back with you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for the opening tap-off. And from all of us here at Next Gen, I've been Joe Wright, joined predominantly by Sam Bork, and then at the last, Ollie Holmes. And until tomorrow, see you later.
So a reminder one more time, if you are going home, please ensure you take your personal belongings with you, as this is not a secure site, and anything that you have that is staying on site, please ensure it's undercover. All tents, marquees and gazebos must be shut down. We are expecting lovely weather this evening. Everyone, day 1 done, completed. Hope you all had a fantastic day. It's been a great day to watch the touch going on all around the place. Welcome to our international team, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
It's our turn now.